I haven't made a shot similarly. So the quoting things that he says a lot about the person. Just certain things in that particular event. So it's different. The word the result is not the slow go down, which give us the arrow. Don't give us the right? After the same person show up with the power, it's a different day and it's a direct person show us that we find straight towards the fingers starting this kill, then it comes with the way that the right is in the culture that you're showing us. Hello, شكلي experience slow difference in popular against. Hello, you can take a rest. I'll show you something like this. So yeah, hello. So the class Santiago Shakir was the other days, and President Shakir and the Shakir. So Nick Rocker is still getting some here because he sees straight down. So we've got this sort of thing for the actual sit. And you see where this go, you know, you work the magic, and that's right. 5,000 soldiers just died. So it's wrong. There was national affairs. I hate seeing all of that shit. What's that? Trouble keeping up with it himself. But ultimately, again, I think you see everybody's like, Bella, it was Bella for the Lord. It's not, we said Bella. Why did that? Why? Yeah, so that's exactly what I should have done. Read about Papa running to see tomorrow. So, see tomorrow. So, there was a whereas it's tomorrow, so we need to get that. The heavens on this employee. So then, going with the something like a Palestine as well. Right, so we have Colin Sokolo. See, Colin is a local. Colin is a much more dear shop like that. Also, one talks about the others are right now. Wow. One, I know the stuff you really want to do, all of that. That's all the stuff you want to do. Suddenly, you're developing the bookers. Like, that's how they sell. That's how they sell. So, I was like, which was very high expectations of us. And therefore, it tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. So, we got to see that. We got to learn that. I don't know what the word is like. Verse 15. In here, Shem, Allah, my kind of source is different. So some here here's all this stuff. And here's the love is literally said, so it's going to work out. So here, what do you think about it? It literally says, because of our compliance, right? Because of our care about God, reading the picture of our blood. So it's like, he says, okay, God wants me to do this. So how long will you say, God wants me to do right now? So it's really good. You know, it says, like I said,
Oh, what up, Obi? How are you, big dog?
Hey man.
Hope you're doing well.
Okay man, I just fucking say hello.
Hope you're doing well. How's your life going? Excellent. How was that?
Yeah, it went really well. We've been good spirits.
Excellent. How electric bike working?
Yeah, it's worked great. I've been out on it a few times.
Excellent. Have you been in good spirits recently?
Yeah, very much so.
That's what. Any other time than like this time on a Sunday, and I'm all yours. But I've got to watch this with some people. Okay.
They check them down until they shut off little months of there's not honest. There was no. During the days of his yeah, what's that? Like, what? That was sex jobs. Right? Grab those shots. When you get those shoes, right? Call up. You look at that, he said, how long is this going on? Right? When is this going to end? When I say those sound like everyone, men, women, children. You know what? They don't have that. And also, again, Gemara says, they don't know so people had no material aspirations. Right? They had a cow, they had sheep in their ass. You have to look at it, you have to tell us, you have to the luscious, yeah, I'm not being sure I like getting our Tessa, Mishra, the luscious, yeah. So saying, listen to this. So they were happy with very good. So the Lord, they had thoughts, they had kind of thought,
Chargers, Lions. Baby.
So what happens, they go shut it down. Some of the soldiers was how you see it. So my request, they got this one is that was on show and on the reasons and stuff. So the United States is here, but on that is the class is the level. I'm just telling you the fact that they have other shows, so they explore my and had some kind of effect on that he would have been says because there was a missing the dictators who had that would have been victorious as the God of our control to exact course of the province of the city of Doe. That's the Gemara says, I'm not going to go. So the day that Santeria shows up is a scholar to study Marsh. Now we will be successful. So I have just be low, go reckless, but ultimately again, if you go to success. So
Wednesday morning at 6 a.m. Also, April 30th, Blackman's House for a live remodeling of a t-shirt ashes and the cups and tomorrow you guys ask.
he looks over the wall. He tries to kiss the right one. Essentially, he tried to. He says, this is already juice. This you shall like. The Allah anxious, always sharp. That for this I went ahead and I moved my wish. The Allah conscious called me the. And for this I went ahead and I conquered all the countries of the life. Allah uses you as a Allah called Council of Orion. The conscious he says, over there, this is the weakest city of all the cities that I conquered. Says, Allah the country, one in your shape. Both of the nice city are there, I'll play this, I'm going to seal.
Stop him. Chargers. Stop him.
What happened that night? That night, comes along and kills a bunch of everybody else around. So I got to the back of that usher. That night was confident of the victory the next day. The Malach comes even the sometimes when you go past Doug, this fight goes away. So which is really insane.
No tight end. No tight end. That's all you can do, I suppose.
You don't like it.
There you go.
Are you looking at the game? Are you looking at the stats?
I'm looking at all the games. I'm looking at, yeah, right now I'm watching something.
fasting. I hear you flashing it.
They're about to score
Who?
the Falcons. Yes, sir.
Should they get into the You watching your fasting game
Yeah, I want to show you something. Excellent. Okay. Now go to Stream East. Yeah. And do you see it's that? Yeah. And this will show you all the games that are going on right now. There are like 7. We'll see if it works. I know. Hit it. Don't worry. Try number 3. That's interesting. That doesn't look. See this one? There you go.
There you go. You're free to rest. But I've been drinking my water, though.
That's good.
I love water.
That's good.
Down there, fun.
Thank you, man.
Have fun at football.
Thank you. Stop. Inception. Come on, baby. Are you serious? Stop. Fuck. There you go. Pollard. Are you serious? There we go. Oh. Oh. Come on, baby. Montgomery. Come on, Montgomery. Son of a bitch. Come on, Charlie.
It's occupation sucks. Not that they kind of say, so miracles coming around. Hallelujah. Let's just show the introduction. That's the shadow of the transition. The shots are psychology shots again. Always has to know. So again,
Stop this fight. change your circumstances going forward.
So he just did well. So they did some was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day of retribution for the sin of Noah. That day was for the act of love. And what if things are like they were making each other? As most things are like, you gotta go get to the work. We are, like, you're gonna know, what's when they get what happens? You can walk. That's the right for what happens that night. There was 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Yeah, so he does it all the time. Like, like skills, they are one of the things that people look at when too much development and they got the morning or survival stuff or like something as he decides to try to fix. Anybody knows that about this is a very bad person. But you know, that makes sense. It's also really needs to look at that it's going to get the mission right. Not to get that even the brother, you know, what I would sometimes when you don't have judgment, so fight things away. So which is one way of saying so there was a way to procrastinate you lose yourself about it. Procrastinate you lose yourself. Maybe we to know that. She said he was a man and said, she says, how long is going to harm this sin of faith? What more never was here upon us? Through you, the city of Lewis and Wells right now. Because of you, we tried to go to heaven. Going to heaven, there we show the social product because of suffering, it was a service. So this is the wrong against the or you can suffer. Which one is it? Your children will suffer, or ultimately again, are moved up and so beyond evil. So doesn't know. Suffer. The first guy territory. This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he? It's everything. So in each the press, they start out oh, was a that day was Earth's. I wish I didn't die at night. It was a government alternative channel. Marrying up and shaking. So it's going to be Dollar Rabbbi now, okay? Casino, Casme, no. Such drops blood into the water. And he understood that. So it wasn't from him. He got under the cut of the sake, and it done. cannot sit on the king's throne. You cannot be the king's son. The shot stuck on the wall. When the king is
that's what people have messed up about it.
so what I Shannon's is the king has the fastest horse, champion country. Ultimately, again, Adam Sakana is
Oh my God, it was just something that they could have made us control. That's why when I had a friend of mine who's trying to go quickly, I saw that. Let's go fuck
Arba was the mother of
everything at that age.
She's Arba. She was the very old age. Arba was the mother of Boreas and the mother of Ishmael. So what happened? So Arba he made. Davinabla, she was spinning while she was weaving. So what happened? As he says, Basakta Toba, Shadar several of Mikto. So what happened? As Arba sees Abisha when she is Arba must have known. So what happened? He sure does. Remember, now we say punishment for that which occurred in no. Story. What's the whole story? The story. So I said I'd rather get one of the have my kid right now.
5,
And how
6:30
come
was
Sid was
almost
sick?
you ain't there.
So Alicia says the gun change around your asking those African want to shoot children and not you. So listen to this. He says, Barbary is sucks, but I should not suffer. So this is what it is. Because it's natural on the parents to have a promise on their children. So it looks like, think the check is like this. When I usually when Sweden says, listen. Right now, the first opportunity for circumstances going forward. Just swap your people around, push it around. Alright, you got zero reverse. Alright, shy. So I'm gonna be shy. Alright, shy. But I say, so I'll be shy. He must have for a second, let's just turn around this bike. He must have shake William as well as so they said, they got the big thing. So he watches another what happened. The most expensive, however, at some point, we said to him, seal the staff up the arm. Or he just sold the first right? We killed your mother. Don't your mother. Big A. Accomplish Haley the content. And we mentioned the name of his mother. The fact that she was dead, and it became his strength, and they were able to overcome it. Sometimes, even the hardest of people, even the hardest of people. So for you, speak, he was a novel coach. You know, he might have been a big warrior, but he was a this boy when he heard that his mother never was killed. Heard it at the end of the day, we get in there able to overtake him. And he kills him. I didn't say it. So it's like, so listen to it, way more. Okay, so come on, let's sit best and so let's listen to this. So they said to David, they said, after this event, they said they swore, went up and said, you are not sick, that is not. And ultimately, again, the she's so shocking. So essentially, what they did is, the king of Israel is grounded. King of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not anymore, you're not going to war anymore. So we both have saved the soul of this time, but then you're not traveling without a detail anymore. There's no drama. It's amazing. Being on top of your schedule is so important. And I can tell you this, I'm not having a schedule for being on top of it. It's good for the stories of your life. Sometimes so many incredible lessons just from one little story. But it's not bad.
It's Wednesday, and I'm like, you dog, and I go over to the toilet, and dad out there, and from there I take it to the notebook, and I fucking joke by mistake. So I get back, and I go on and top all that, and all the notebook, and all that shit. So I go like,
I think that's brilliant. Because here's the issue I have. You think you were big on me for a while, so make sure you tweet me. I'm trying to get better. It's on the point. I sit down and think about what I want to say. But a lot of times about this, I don't know what I want to say. I'll just sit there and do nothing. And you say forever, have you no one? Have about one thing on it.
you're in no position to say anywhere for fuck's sake. You can't sit there, stare out and go, well, cold water will fuck you when you're drunk. If it takes 8 minutes to smoke a bowl, it takes shot. So now you smoke dope. You sit up, it lurks in herpes, it lurks and smells for a little while. But you that fucking shit water, but now we're gonna go up and smoke, took a shit in the smoke. Shampoo, cream on your legs. You dip some glycine in your legs, nobody like a fucking stone. You know, you go to great. You know, this is all right there by the time I get out of the shower. My clothes are on the fucking bed. I already got the clothes on the way in to smoke. That's right, then I took a pair of shorts outside. I could roll across the fucking bed. That's productivity because I'm sick.
My performance hasn't just got better out recently. The market's a fuck the way worse. I got a bad rap by fucking people who like I'm multitasking. That's being productive. That's not going any direction without an empty hand. That's called not making a move without an empty hand. This class has been sitting here for 3 fucking weeks. Right, yeah. So now I got a plan. As soon as I got up, I got a fucking plan. Whatever. Back to the back. Smoke, go back. By the time I get out clothes, everything's ready to go. That's called productivity. And if you can't do it now, how the fuck you gonna do it at work? How are you gonna do the work? What the fuck says multitasking? Multitasking should I tell you what happens to people? They multitask without a list. Like my wife. They multitask without a list or be prepared for that multitask. Because it follows you. You follow the blueprint. It makes the multitask a lot more. Jump over your fucking wall. When I get up like that, I just see fucking 2 hours later. Wearing coats of iron.
Because people get like, I'm so busy, I can't spend 10 minutes on my list. 3 hours? That was what you do at night before you go to bed.
fighting for something. We'll discuss the size of the army. Or the size of the army gets even bigger. And he saw that, what's it, this was the same size force. Which marched against everybody. So he was about to war forward with everybody. But he has to level it was the armies of this size. He might go for them. Because this is kind of Arab military. Which is something the length of the army camp was 400 cars. Those days. Rothschild, Sabar, so the width, right? And so, our 40 cars, minus 1. Describes Jordan River. It has the Jordan in order to get down to Israel. The second one's take water.
But they said don't come. They said I don't give a fuck. You want a fucking job, right?
Everyone
They cannot read the memos. Come down here.
Yeah, it's
There you go.
just this is Right, I was right. My sick was the right for 6 days of creation. Sure, they just had over. Oh, it's not hard to push up those, right?
I was a part of Rabbbi.
That was rough. She came right.
I was a
So I
hard
left the
carrier.
court with the
It was a conversation.
Check on the groups. I forgot because you know, both of them were guys with the young so I still had this shit. Crap, I say, I go, what is say that general so make sure to say good morning.
He doesn't even know it's Rebecca. This is even after you know it's Rebecca. Something
I said,
and now you know, you listen to going, Joey, that's not going to get you the job. It's not. But if you do that, but a chance to show you married. I just told you this story about the resources or whatever. You know, when I was going to places, you know, with a man. Okay, so we say
That's fine.
manager, building manager.
From the White House,
Look how nice his shoes are. But in LA, I've been at places where everyone's like laughing. You know, a light jacket with a shirt that's open. Just the shoes, just something. Collective taste. Did you see that special we shot? I saw the special and everything is in the wardrobe. I look like a bum from the street. Now, in my personal life, I like to look like a bum from the street. I don't want people to get confused. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to put on a Versace suit and walk around and make you feel bad. Okay? Okay, I am who the fuck I am. I got pairs of new Adidas I got in my fucking closet. Up in the top shelf. I'm at full. Brand new in a box I get from Amazon. They're the ones I got on. Oh, yeah. Okay. My socks. I know these guys. To meet them at Arts. Okay. You know what I had on? What do you have on? My wife
That's where the question is, if that's the case again, then ultimately again the story. It is still day to stand. That's it. It's a video touch. So I have to think about it. So short, some of the soldiers know they don't have to sit there. One survivor series that is expressed really about this is a huge experience and on the show and on what the reasons for the staff. So you might say over here that I'm back in the cash to this level. Only say you'll be starting to have a show. Okay, we're not starting to go. Also, you feel about the states is also a good acquisition for jobs for domestic tourism. against Shabbat. She says, so what's it? The day that he brought was the last day in which God would do exactly what you say. Now, get everything is in the verse says, so the day that God gave us for them, is this following this kind of thing. If you judge that, you will be successful. So, but also the again, we go to which is a David. Other parts we go and say, years I started to go. So, see, you know, it's like, so you don't know what I'm saying. Earth of the value is Is this the next two steps? This is your Shaddai. The says over there, this is success. Check it out. See around. saying this is a great piece. He's a jerk. Like a guy today, who goes to our I see folks out there coming in. Tomorrow, he just will be a piece of the world. So the incredible thing, I wasn't understand that day was his contribution to the city of Rome. That thing was the as most things are we are, like even I am, remember tonight, that's like what happened that night. That connection with the mountain comes yeah, so you know, sometimes when you don't have judgment, so which is really upsetting, because it's like, the issue even though personal thing speaks about a fact that the issue of social so it was always starts here, everything. And he says he's going to kill Doug. So the Gemara says, right? The issue with what is that? The issue with the so the Gemara says, the Gemara what's like, get ready to this Gemara. The Gemara said, he was married, he came together on the left, he plugged up at the same boat. Get ready to this Gemara. Says going on here? I do something. And then people were thinking that was not my intention. And I absolutely what's what you're doing. It just happens to be a byproduct of my sacrifice. So when you go to show up with money, your actions of different events that ultimately result in lots of airplay, the death of code, and ultimately the death of show of results. Remember again, also loses the war against the Christian. Also loses the war against the Christian war. Also loses the war against the Christian. We don't want to be expensive about the studies. But why is that? Why is that lose the war against the Christian? Because show converted all of the resources of life to conduct because he was taking the responsibility. They were under showing gets rid of the Bushman had invaded. Think about it. Here's the choice. I said, yes, he went back and says, he went down the one, and yeah, that's so but he just lush, and they match this back to the so people say, which Goliath's brother is the first guy running through the Thursday. I the Goliath's this is guy from Goliath's my brother. What does it do? Toxic, tries to love. So it's sweet to shine to say they action. So it's double. I got it right. Going ahead and watching this one. So that started like flappings in a violent manner. Climbing above the mountain, he saw the saddle. So this is what he sees as a big mistake. The king is in trouble. So they say, laugh with us, like in John from Donald. And it's her shot. What else to say? Then you should not say. Then you should not say the shot. The shot is something else. I don't know what it is. Cannot speak to his voice. You cannot speak to his sight. So part of the problem is not what you can stop. The shots are all right. What about what the king is doing? The king is doing so that every time we see it is the king has the cross his soldiers with darkness and blue. So can I ride with his first and salvage the shoulder? So we'll see what happens. Also show that what's the chance to show them. I just from his jail. Because they spread up generally and they get going on Shabbos. So he would have done what I was going to say. This guy is chasing the deer and I just ended up there. This because of Ishai. The story is God told me that I'm punished. He asked me, do I want to get punished with my kids? So I said, I'd rather get punished than have my kids right there. I'm like, I'm not sin. So Abishai says, the God change around your kingdom. Ask that Kodesh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So it says, Barbary lives. But I'm it's that. Baruch is giving presents. So take it. A lot of people change it to now. Use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your people around. Switch it around. I'm ready. If someone else, Yogi, as well as Michelle Street. Abishai, can you help me? I'm going to Abishai, David to have zero reverse. Abishai, sorry. Abishai, but I say, how the crowd that Ishbi is running after them. Kimoto would be, when it comes to stay out of thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. Kimoto, big. Seal the staff. Go visit the grave of Arba your mother. So what they just told him was what? Right? They killed him. So listen to this. Akura Leish baby today. The fact that she was dead. So listen to this. This is the name of it. So they said to David, after this event, they said, they swore, the men of David said, you are not going out, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. So sit back and nail Israel. I don't want to again, the light not be seen. So that's what they did. You keep Israel grounded. Keep Israel grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not going hunting anymore. You're not going to war anymore. You know, we both have this whole time, but next year you're not traveling. Just take away. The story of the whole thing. There's so many incredible lessons. Just remembering things. The miracle of having a long journey short. Who were they? Eliezer ended that road. Yaakov Avinu, V'hava Hayom Avahai. I came that day ultimately again to the Ein to the well. The main road that we go on. But yeah, that we go on. So Eliezer is when it comes to like for you, I come up, you know, Shara and me on the same day. Yaakov, you know, Yaakov, every was like the I hate Yaakov. Shara, I don't know. Miraculously, the sun set. I think it's said by Yisrael Shemesh, so say, after the fight with the Malach Pasuk said that the sun rose for him. That he rolled the did it only rise for him. Now, the rose for everyone. Shemesh Sheba Ba'avro. Therefore, Ba'avro, ultimately, again, the same sun that had set earlier was it as reference to Yaakov in the back of our lives, the sun set early, first to sleep by Arabias, also after the episode of the Malach himself, wrote Yaakov has two miracles with the sun. There was also one survivor, calling by the Molo is trying to address it on the show. Therefore, again, I said, we're thankful for one survivor from those. She's a dancer, another one is a fire family with the right guy as well. Violence and characters. Violence and characters. Rothschild declares that so was already going to start some cases a week or two in advance. 45 guards officers who were sitting in golden chairs. 3 men shut Lolos and Solos. Now, the officers brought with them their princes and their harlots.
I'm doing
They went there with that.
yeah.
The sharp Russian, the
You know, man, you catch myself on the left side.
the ink ball against Alpha because he's
Yeah,
got
I'm not sweating. It's
more
cool.
than
Hey, you know, for 27 years, shit's gonna break apart. You know what I'm saying? King of everything. I don't know why I say that word. I don't fucking know what's going on. My dad got it.
Was it something the length of Sanitarium
And I
Army
supposed to
camp
smoke
was
regular cigarette smoke.
we'll say it's huge.
You got 20 rations. That shit ain't nothing. Double up, cold with that attention.
Our boy cars, 40 cars,
Bills fucking walk around with fucking binoculars in their eyeballs. Me, I can't see them in my fucking eyes. So
in Sanitarium.
I don't
Yeah. Shiny. Shit.
a wine with a number of bottles. That's brought in. They were for 100% satisfied. Most of us know what the bottle is. That's what the way. And that's going to be good. All the days of playing Russian roulette with your wine selection are done. Talking up to top winemakers and brewers from around the world directly to make our own wine. Our $13 bottle would normally retail for $20. This is right now what I'm doing to my listeners. Right now, Club W is offering $20 off your first. When you go to I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying? Things happen. Technology has made everything slower. It still makes feel really stupid, all right? Tracker makes losing things. Track is a coin-sized device used wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just man track it to the smartphone, attach it to anything, its precise location with the tap of a button. That is, lose your phone, press the button on tracking your phone rings, even when it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world. So your lost items will show up on a map, even if it's with Tracker. Listeners of the show get a special
Another
30%
big
off your
we had
entire
several
order
shopping
at
with what did the mother
THEtracker.com and the promo code CHURCH. CHURCH. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. Right? Again, go to TheTracker. Sometimes you don't. Whether you're wearing a suit or sweats, you spend 24 hours a day you're underway. But instead of
take care of
well, guess what? We got these here. The change that every pair of meals is made from substantially sourced Moldol, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. Again, Moldol is pronounced Moldol. Nothing can describe the fit of meals. When you try them, you'll understand why they call the world's most comfortable underwear. MeUndies is built to style and limited edition prints to help you make statements with your underwear, whether anyone can see them or not. Remember your Twitter list when kettlebell.
How are you?
That's MeUndies.com/Joe. For 20% off your first call, I got it. Like I said, I'm having the surgery at all these places. July 21st,
So at the end of the day,
which is the back road going to want to come out. It's a nice long time, especially from the beginning of work. September 8th at Rothschild. September 28th at Kansas. October 4th at the Comedy Store. October 11th at the Comedy Store. So, take a chance, call me. Pictures come. Like I had, thank you very much for always a gentleman. Put up with me.
So it says the fact is this says the assassination which takes place after this event tells us that Sanhedrin and his two sons were spared from the right hand of the title. So it's not over here tomorrow.
terrible, and I go to get. It's just I had a hard time. So what I was, and once you were gonna go today, I was gonna go later, and then you said you had an early one, and like I got it today. Like I still don't love everything.
You were there for an hour and then we did 5 or 6 sets of kettlebells. You did the best workout you've done in a year because you mix cardio and you mix good cardio, pushing on fat mother.
I mean, it was a hard workout, but that's not why. I mean, it's amazing how much, and this goes for everything, how much the person teaching you or the person you're listening to affects something. That's how with religion, how less crazy preachers and there's normal preachers, and then good podcasts. So isn't that good teachers that you did too? I like it's why I click with Yogi Steve. I dug what John was saying, and it was a small. I don't do well when there's a lot of people. Like I'm terrible. I need a little bit more focused attention. It was great. Like, and it was something that I think I told. I'm such short fucking arm. Arms, and I'm going to be better on top. So Neon Bailey I was like, what is this?
And not being able to do all that shit, that's a form of embarrassment. The form of embarrassment of not showing up at all, not trying, whether I cancel a gig, when I don't do something I'm supposed to do, I feel horrible about myself.
What does it feel like?
I remember I joined, when I was a kid, I went to karate religiously. There wasn't nothing. I went Saturdays. And the only way I knew to get better and to learn, because what do you want? You want personal attention. You're not going to be able to walk into any place and wait till the class is over for your teacher. Can you help me with this? But if the teacher sees you raising your hands and confused during the classroom on the way out, if he has not another class coming in, he'll sit with you for 10 minutes and break it down for you. Anybody who sees a human being trying and doesn't help him is not a human being, right?
And I don't need this. I feel bad. I try to not to, but I ask.
It's just like everything else. It's like it's like a chef, okay? You know what, man? Fuck motherfucking stand-up comedy. Fuck all this nonsense. I'm gonna become a chef. Okay? So I go to Valley College. I sign up for the chef program. A certain chocolate pie. I'm just making something up here. Let's say apple pie. I love apple pie. I'm a fat fuck. I love eating apple pie, and I want to make the best apple pie in the world. Okay, they're gonna teach me how to make the best apple pie. But then I'm gonna go to your mother's house for Thanksgiving. Right, your mother's gonna give me a piece of her apple pie. I'm gonna pull her aside and go, what the fuck you putting in? And then I'm gonna start stealing her recipe. And then I'm gonna go to somebody else's house. And they're gonna turn me on to some other apple pie. And I'm gonna go, what's in here? And eventually I'm gonna learn how to put it all together. Right, and that's what happens with jiu-jitsu. I learned a little bit from Eddie Bravo. I learned a little bit from Salami. I learned a little bit from Nick Gregorius. I learned a little bit from much I think if I got a restaurant, I go come in, I'm gonna teach you from scratch behind the line and learn how to cook chicken Fiorentino. No, wash dishes for 2 weeks. Then I'm gonna make you come in early one day, learn how to make the sous chef, learn how to make the sauces, how to cut the onions, and cut. You're gonna go, Joey. What the fuck? Teach me how to fucking cook. Teach me how to cook, dog. But you want me to overcome everything, oversee all the little things that you really need. Then trust me, if I don't go teach you how to cut an onion, when we get 200 deep, how you gonna cut an onion? Right, cut some onions for a few weeks. Learn from these guys. Then I'm gonna move you up a little on, and then you're gonna learn how to put chicken breast on the grill, steaks on the grill, and then little by little, I'll teach you how to put it all together. Same thing, and this is with anything. Was it the same when you were growing up? That it's just because I feel our parents or whatever it is. But when I came, you know you're gonna have to start at the bottom, but I just think you don't know what the bottom is. You say, oh, I'm gonna go apprentice at a restaurant. You know you're gonna have to do something. Some of us are very lucky. They don't make you do shit that somebody else doesn't need to do. Oh yeah, no, but did they do that? Did people even go to college? Because it's a 4-year commitment. It's huge. The word. And it's the problem is dollars. But back on it, it would like it hard to go at least for a year, if not a couple. But it just I feel like there's a lot of pressure to go to a good college. You have 3 options. You ready? You could either go work, go to college full time, got it. You could go work for you, or you could go to college where you go to service. Right? All 4-year programs. All 4-year programs. Because let me tell you something. Yeah, you're gonna make money in the car business after 90 days. You're gonna make money. I made money my first month. But do you really know it? You're gonna go into a transition period where you think you know everything. And then you're gonna realize that you were way better off when you were stupid. Because you didn't know anything. People believe when you tell them I don't know that answer, but we'll find out inside. Let me ask you this. What would it take for you to drive this home? Well, what's the air pressure on the seat? I'll find that out inside. But let me ask you this. What would it take to take that car home? Well, what's the capacity of the trunk? Again, I'm pretty new here. I just started yesterday. And you've been there a year and a half. You follow me? You're going right back. You gotta fucking learn everything. I know I would never want to walk into anything and training for 6 years. They're gonna despise me because they've been doing this. Like you gotta start at the bottom with everything. When I fucking started comedy, the reason why I got into comedy at the time was because I had done everything already. There was nothing I wanted to do. I laid tile, I estimated roof, I bartended, I fucking laid brick, I fucking built scaffolds. I quit when we got to the 3rd floor because I was scared of heights. I've done it all. I've quit more fucking jobs than you can imagine. I was your typical fucking loser. That was gonna happen because I fucked around. I always was looking for that answer. There's no answer. top of your ass. Mercy in here to fuck around with this computer and do the podcasting and fix the mic. Cassius Morris has been doing this for 6 years, whatever, 10 years. When he gets here, he's gonna have to start at the bottom. And that's what I think is coming up. Not really. That 8 years did something. That 8 years. When I first started comedy, or when I came here at the 6-year mark, to come to LA for a guy like that was very too soon, because I was far from being ready to move to LA as a comedian. Wow, really? When I came here, because I did the triple runs, and I hosted that triple, and I just something I knew 30% of the people, which made my journey a little easier. I knew Doug Stanhope to get me into the store. I knew Steve was the third. I knew Joe Wolf. I had this down here, making the comic. Some rooms I saw people. Cool is and how great of an education you're getting. That if I would have stayed at VMAC, if I would have said fuck this, and every Friday when I'm in town, just do those 2 days, I'm gonna go to Marcelo's class because he does tires, throwing, he does all that shit up class at the end or the beginning of class to get you time. You learn jiu-jitsu, you learn how to do it from technique, not strength, not that. You learn how to do everything with finesse. And the next time you have position, so that's why he tires you out for your muscles tires when you jiu-jitsu. You learn how to technique. I've heard about it. If I would have stayed in that class right now, I would have been walking around at 2:45. You think so? I know so. I would have been. The first time I walked into VMAC, if I would have, but things are stuck with jiu-jitsu. I didn't take these classes. They were 8 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, I really have no energy. By 8 o'clock, I have energy to do a regular class. But by 8 o'clock, I don't have the energy to do the jumping jacks. I'm not going to lie to anybody here. I'm just going to hurt myself somewhere along the line. It's a late class. My focus is on. Pretty small 18 joints. My mind has been raced to write these. I want to have human contact 10, 15 minutes before I go on stage. Contact. Now let's take a picture and let me know. I want to have some conversation with a peer or a friend that I know, and maybe get into arguments like this when you go about to. Absolutely. Really? Absolutely. That's hysterical. I used to always yell at Joe or Brian for having matching phones. Like, what would you say? What the fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers? Look at you. You're like 2 fucking girls, and Joe would know. He would take the big red man would go, why is he yelling? Is he crazy? We didn't start that. And go watch what's gonna happen. Boom, boom, boom. And he'd go, I didn't get it. For him to fucking see somebody wearing a skirt, I'll ask her what the fuck she's. It's 10 o'clock at night. There's rain. What the fuck? And they'll look at me like, "What are you saying to me? Why?" Just getting fired up. You go on stage and that's when I get anxiety.
Oh, if you don't get fired up.
I don't get fired up. The anxiety wins. That's where the anxiety comes in. The anger ends up beating the anxiety eventually. The anxiety just drills me to get angry.
Is that what you feel on stage?
Fuck yes, not anger, but I'm venting. I'm letting this anxiety out of my body. As a brain fart that happens before I go on stage. It's the week's event sitting in the back brewing. And plus the anger I had growing up. So every week I let a little more out. You know what I'm saying? Like every week a little bit more comes out.
I know you're telling jokes, so you're trying this, but are you happy or are you like,
but I have to go to a certain place to make that joke. Why I have to put my foot there? Jerk off. That's why no question. Just shut your fucking mouth. So the same thing. When you look at that Judy Carter workbook, she gives you exercises to do. And there's one of them that after I realized the exercise, I do it all the time. You ready? Go for it. 10 things you fucking hate. Hit me with the first one. If I had to tell you to list from 1 to 10, what's the number one fucking thing you hate?
okay?
What do you hate the most? I don't care. Broccoli, people cut you off.
Yeah, people who park like assholes.
That bothers you. That's the number one thing in your life that bothers you the most.
You just said broccoli was an example. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's all that's
You want to right now? Right now, you understand? So if I gave you a tape recorder,
Yeah.
shut my mouth and said, I want you to give me all the reasons why you hate when Joey tortures you about watching TV. What's in his business? What I do? It's fucking Friday night. I'm with my girlfriend. I'm fucking relaxing. I went to the gym 4 times. That right there, if you say that on stage, it's what they want to hear.
Have you been bugging this office?
No, I just know. So do you understand? They don't want to hear. I really hate peas and my fried rice because you don't. It's something that bothers you. So fucking eat. About senses, people are gonna go around me. Why am I double parked through the fucking left lane? What kind of fucking human being am I? Let me pull over so I get a little thing. It just takes you to like 6, start yelling, and then you pull off on your own. That's it. Bro, that thing that if you went on stage and said, fucking Joey Diaz, fuck him and this fucking no watching. I work on all week. I fuck Paul, I went to the clean, I do the office. I want to go and watch 9 episodes, the fucking whatever I want. And people are like, what the fuck is he talking about? All of a sudden, they start laughing from your energy because it's yes, fucking energy, how you say it. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Wait, you know what? You're a Jew motherfucker, a Nazi fuck. Jesus should have burned you in that fucking cat. We just laughed. We
just fucking laugh. Also, Natalie, you're a man. You fuck. I hope fucking hell, they should burn your whole fucking family. Right there, that's an offensive thing. What if I say, like, someone save that for this fucking, when I say you're a miserable fucking Julie, and Hitler should have burnt your whole family. Ways to say different rooms and you interview them, and you put fucking room, and you just, that's all you did. That's all you have to do, but then how do you feel as a comic who's put in 20 years and did that work? But then there are people who can skip the line, and even though they're not gonna be as good, they're still working. Like they're still love to. No burn get pushed. I don't work with no burn up. Right. Sebastian, because he's a comic. He's no comic. But Joe Rogan won. That's why I opened for Joe Rogan all those years. And that's what makes a killer comedian. They want to start in the minus. Anybody could start on the 35-yard line. Joe Rogan wants to start on minus 20 and drive down the field down your fucking throat. So that was that touchdown down your throat. You're going to laugh what you did at the end of that joke last week when you were there. He was on top of the fucking Barstool. There's few comedians that can handle that was the comparison. You know what I'm saying? After that, I came back with a vengeance because I went home and I thought about it all. Because it's going to make me a better comic on the road. I don't like that. I've worked with 1,000 comedians who have not worked with heat in front of them to make themselves look better. I think that's a flaw. There's tons of comics who will fucking hit their writer who put that they don't want to work with a dirty comic in the middle or somebody very funny. They don't want to do it. Bro, last year I worked with a cat in Michigan that was blowing me out of the water every night. Some skinny cat from Chicago that's loud and crazy like me. And I went up there and finished the job. But if I didn't have the next morning and say, hey,
if I told you the names of the comedians that did that cat, like Joe Rogan, or Ari Shaffir, or Duncan Trussell, or you, Red Man, who do you want to follow? Johnny Diaz. He knows he's on work. And then for every 10 times that he follows me, he's going to do good one time, then 2 times, then 3 times, then 4 times, then 5 times. And guess what? Joey is going to have a hard time following that motherfucker. And that's the way life is. You don't want to follow punks. You want to look at the baddest dude in the room and you got to take that's discipline. That's the discipline. That's the discipline. That today when I was a top of you, I could have taken your fucking life at that moment. But I didn't. And you know I could take your life now and make you a tougher person. That's why I'm telling you, you're going to sit in this town and do the goals you want to hit and the things you want to do. You're going to go to jiu-jitsu twice a week because you're going to be a winner if you do this. Because at 27, by the time you're 35, they can't stop you. You're going to see everything coming at you. And the discipline you have in jiu-jitsu is going to carry over into your personal life. Which means that you don't want because you're a fucking Jew from the old country. You're going to be with a company like client up with good news today.
You think there's that much correlation between jiu-jitsu and
I know.
your personal life?
Why do you think I have stayed with jiu-jitsu for the last 2 years? Because it's
How long did
but it all started coming together because I know to get better for me that I was like with jiu-jitsu. I couldn't breathe. I went to that place. I went to fucking Dr. Radici's hypnotherapist.
Oh yeah, for the
Twice.
company.
And I went for the fucking this clinic for $35. They were supposed to hypnotize me to give me better oxygen. It didn't work. It didn't stick. The guy told me to come back for his fucking ass. And you know what? The day he presented the opportunity to me, so I started going to just jiu-jitsu with him. And I'd be embarrassed as fuck, dog. For 6 or 7 times in a row. He just worked my hips. Fucking kidding me. And I had to pay him. Get that torture, but I knew that if I stuck with it, it would help everything else. Something is how easy it is to take. You know,
You think about that? I never thought about that.
yeah, think about that. I was on top of it until you would turn purple.
Really?
If you're alive every day and you're getting stronger. Like if you went to karate and then you sparred every day, kicking, then you kick, then you little chubby stomach. Your stomach will go kick in. And then one day you're gonna fix up blocking, and then one day you're gonna how to counter, how to block and punch. So next time he throws that kick, he keeps the 31 or something. But I wouldn't get sick. I thought it was, and the rest don't come to you. It don't come to you. Trust me, it don't come. You're not gonna fucking go to jiu-jitsu Frank was doing. No, you're gonna try, but they're gonna figure out a hole because you didn't see all this in the fucking YouTube video. They'll always leave something out. It's like an Italian mother when I saw it. They'll give you the recipe, but they always leave some gotcha, you know what I'm saying? You think you deal with it, some Scott second.
I love that episode of Everybody Loves Raymond
Which one?
where Ray's mom puts the wrong label over a spice and gives it to Deborah her sauce recipe.
I told you.
But then it's terrible.
Give you everything except one thing. So they always got you by the head of the fucking parties. You think you deal with guys. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man.
So you're very excited. You and 80 other million Americans are very excited. I congratulate you. I know how excited you are.
What have I done?
That's it.
Leroy get hard summer.
More games. Now look at you. Now you got a quarter star. They suspend them, whatever one he chooses.
No, he doesn't suck. 55, and New England is favored by 6.5. Maybe we don't have. What do you think? We have good tight ends this
What
year.
would you do if this fucking went out to
Yeah.
and do 4 touchdowns?
That's,
Do you think he could do it tonight?
fuck yeah. He did it just to.
Points right. Me now. Hold on 1 second. You're on the podcast. I love you all my heart. Where you at this weekend? Hey, are you vacationing or jumping up and down or cracking jokes? I've been big on the message. I let you forget all about your Cubans. That's it. You're a big shut now. You're in Honolulu. You got the wife with you? How many months is she pregnant? 6 months. Would you please tell her to call me? I want to get on the podcast. Bust the nut, please. Talking about football season. Oh yeah. So yeah, listen. We're having a tough summer. I mean, right now, America's looking at this game. If you live in England right now, you bet this can haunt us. They said, oh, it's raining. You just told me yourself. It's raining.
Why? Yeah, but then you said you just said they go 50 like nothing.
55.
Yeah.
What would it break down? It break down to 30, 35, 16, 35, 55. They got to throw 5 fucking touchdowns.
Happen. And you know, I read part of that article yesterday. I hope it's not all true. Because if it gets really hard to like, I'm always gonna like them. I'm from Boston.
They're cheap motherfuckers, but it's American. What do you want me to tell you? Listen, what's the thing in UFC? Now it's the fucking Ivan Patriots have always, Belichick has always been a fucking some sort of cheater, like ourselves.
You can't justify like to say everyone it. Great. I love that he's doing great, but it's not the allegation. Run that they had a bat cave with all like notes on coaches and teams and their signals, and like they'd go the week before and tape all their signals. Probably illegal because it's happening. They've been doing that for 30 fucking. Yeah, and see, that's my point. The time Lawrence did were big. Basically, he was like an consultant to tell you how to play that game, but basically, he went there with fucking pedophile binoculars and and a camera and a notebook and a piece of paper and wrote down everything. I think the issue is it's kind of like the weed dispensaries that get around here. It's the ones that are getting too successful and making too much noise, and so that's probably that could have pissed people off, or I don't know what the issue is, but listen, when there's smoke, there's fire. Oh yeah, they've already been nationally caught twice, and I'm not even mad at them. Like even football, I believe all this shit. Because I know when it gets to that amount of billions of dollars, you something else, operations or what's the word? When an economist comes in, they have to call it something. Consulting. If you look on their payroll, if you look through everything with a microscope and sit them down, somebody who goes to Chicago and takes pictures, not the week before, the year before. The year before that, that's all he does. Yeah, just count the fucking to keep it at that level of sports. You'd be an asshole. You'd be an asshole not to. I guarantee, I'm not saying Robert Kraft was involved. What the fuck do I know who he's talking about? New England Patriots, and now I'm not mad. And I'm not even thinking about it because there's bigger fish to fry in my life, but the whole situation. I was like, it made me think about the Ray Rice thing, about how they said that like no, they hadn't gone into the NFL office. They have all these investigators going, and they definitely like for stuff anytime and then they had this thing with Mike Martz where they made him release a statement saying the league did the job, and then they even doctored his statement that they made him make. So I don't believe any of them anymore. The corporation. They have to do what they have to do. Speaking of corporations, something funny happened the other day. I got 100 fucking so by my house, it's tucked up Monday, and I went home, dumped the suit, hung it up, and just was on the couch and watched air conditioning for 2 or 3 minutes just to sit in the air conditioner. And I was scrolling through to see what was on. It's 1 in the afternoon. What the fuck do I watch TV at 1 in the afternoon? And Office and a Gentleman was on. You've never seen this movie. I have not. Now, as a kid, like I said it before, I hated Richard Gere. Fucking hated him because every girl liked Richard Gere. I'm like, who's this skinny little fucking weasel? You know what I'm saying? He did American Jiggle on that. I went, yeah, like Richard Gere? Oh my God, when I was 18, I hated Richard Gere. I hated any guy that was good looking like that.
I'm living in fucking Presskill, New Jersey in 85. Like, I just of Vietnam. And here I was living, 5 miles from my birth, 30 miles. I am like nothing. Like, nobody's looking for me. Like nothing. I went to the city. It's cold as fuck. I get high. I get a dime bag of weed on 181st Street. And all of a sudden I see double feature Thief of Hearts. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not Thief of Hearts. You know what Thief of Hearts had in it? Your buddy who sat in this chair. Oh, shit. So that was Steve Bauer's first mistake. Remember, he was sitting here going that, how this and that, the movies, and he fucking died with this one. That was his first doom. After Scarface, he turns down Top Gun, but he signs on for this movie with some So this is 1984. Meanwhile, dropping the winds are coming on the Hudson Lake. Coming on the fucking Hudson. I walk into the movie theater. It's probably 10 after 1. Dave Caruso, some other chick. I'm done. This movie's fucking terrible. But what are my options? I'm gonna walk out that window with no friends. Fucking no. I said, you know what? This was bad. How bad did Officer jump me? And I'm sitting there, you know, at this time I was not talking to my stepdad. I got into war with my uncle. All the people, my family in Miami was mad at me. 90% of North Berkeley was mad at me. I was homeless. I just had a place to stay. After this two pieces movie theater watching this fucking dude. He joins the Air Force and the guy from Scarface is in the movie. So, okay, they got me. That's how she got trained. Beverly Hills Cop. That's how she got it. This was with this movie and this chick with big tits. I mean, and I'm watching this fucking movie and Deborah Winger. I'm watching this good looking. And Richard Gere's got a crew cut. If you watch Officer on General, come on with your girlfriend. Even with a crew cut, he's still slinging dick. Looking at him going, oh, I think I would suck his dick in that, right? Shit, with his fucking little white little fucking Navy suit on, whatever the fuck he's got on. I don't know what I'm hearing. Right, let me break it down for you. I'm breaking it fucking down for you. Now, at the time, I'm a fucking punk of a fucking thief, hustler. I'm using credit cards to eat under $50. What does that tell you? That means I would eat the scab off your elbow and rub it on my steak. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a fucking, and that's what he plays. He plays a guy. It's a guy. hair, the belt buckles, and the people he makes 10%. Colorado Mountain College. It's just fucking good. I don't go to fucking ITT. My feet, the clothes I had, a couple sets of clothes is what I had. So why had you come back from Colorado? I went on in New Jersey. And when I walked out on wheels, I walked into February of money Rabbbi and a frown. You're working 60 hours a week trying to be a good guy. Your friends are dropping thousands at a bar. What fuss is about? That's what happened to me. And I got, and the guy, now you gotta quit. And he goes, I quit. And he said something. I tweeted what he said. I'm sitting there and I'm remembering this time in my life in 1985 when I had nothing going on. Now I'm looking at Harry and Jimmy and I'm looking at Mercy. Mercy was at school or some shit. I think people thought you were having like a breakdown. I was having a breakdown. That's what I'm trying to say. So I started, you see what I wrote here? Yeah, there's something about, no, it's old. It's gone. I can quit, but I know you can fucking break me, but I won't quit. On the floor and he fucking shuts. And he goes, why are you putting up with this? And he goes, I changed, broke him down. And he goes, you can quit. I'm getting rid of you. He goes, you know, I ain't fucking quitting. And he goes, if I got nowhere else to go, and he just starts yelling at me. I fucking not to leave. I never wanted to kill myself more than at that time in my life. Why? When I was 22 years old, because that's exactly what I was going through. I sat there in this movie, just holding my head going, how the fuck does this movie know what the fuck I'm going through inside? And guess what I did, Lee? What? I watched the movie, got up, I called my job, and I said, I can't come in, I'm sick. And I sat there and I watched the movie all over again. I didn't leave that movie there until 10 o'clock at night. It was fucking when I walked out. It felt hard. And then they win the war and he's a hero. He leaves it never waking. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, oh, it's true. The guy kills himself. His buddy. Someone crazy ever got mad at you. I said, fucking almost. All right, all I'm gonna tell him is 30 years old. I'm gonna taste the movies. I'm over here playing like a fucking momo. And Joe, the fuck is wrong? You're gonna get to him. Yeah, about season 6 of The Sopranos. The show has been off the air for 8 years. If you haven't seen that show, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Anyway, what the fuck is your problem, son? No problem. What are you doing tomorrow? On your show? That's at night. What are you doing tomorrow morning? Oh, I have no idea. Working out. You wanna come over? You wanna come with me over to the 9/11? We're gonna go over there and take some pictures with the flag. Where's the 9/11 memorial? That's the question. Over here, North Hollywood Park. We'll go over there. Hold on 1 second. I gotta take this real quick. Excuse me. The fire notice is gonna happen. pieces when somebody breaks your heart. Somebody twice as smart as I. But somebody I got no chlamydia. Finally went away after 18. Really? Congratulations. I'm your fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at your dad work into building homes. Then you and your brother. Like we got a house up in Nantucket. I go to college and no college. Just work with that. And someday when you and fucking your brother take over to that table and go, you know, I want freedom of speech and I want to say in my career. No. You think my friend Maneri that has that undertaker? Do you really think that he told his dad, I don't really want to work with dead bodies? Is that what you think? As the male of the fucking house, you had no choice. The fucking two sisters are involved in the funeral director. Well, that's how it was when I was growing up. That your dad would pay you big money because you're the parent. That's like this something else. Still pretty good. Let's say if I said to you, listen, Lee, what do you want? I want to be an editor because Joey, listen, fuck, what's Joey give me? 2 days a week. I got 50. I'll give you 20. An hour, 40, and 30 an hour for anything over fuck. That on Saturdays. And pretty soon, after a year or two, when you're 16 and 17, guess who's going to hear you? So dad's going to say, hey, which now in high school, it becomes maybe $1,200 for the day. Let me ask you something. When your guidance counselor says to you, so Mr. Syed, you scored well on the SATs. Have you thought of many colleges? And you look at them and you flash your fucking ring at them in high school. Go, listen, you fucking move. What do you make a fucking week? 600 if you try with insurance. I'm pulling down 1,200 on a Saturday. What fucking college am I going to? I'm going to the college of pretty cash. And then your brother, on the other hand, he's more reaching out type. You know, if that's what your parents did, that's what you did. They just aren't really. Punch your fucking mouth 50 times a day. Get in there, bro. But it's like, sorry, like you or your wife don't have jobs that you can pass down to Mercy. So it's like it seems like there's people with less of those kind of jobs to have. Most people don't own their business. In this day and age, I don't want you as my fucking best friends that I love to death involved in a job. I want everybody to figure out a gap in this fucking life that you like and mix it with a business and do it and pursue it. Because if not, you're not going to be happy. I'm telling you right now. So I tried. Put money, you know, what happened? was fun. Listen, when I went to work for my in-laws, right out of the prison, let's be honest here, he was paying me for salesman, but he never really had an outdoor sales. No longer again, this is the way I do what you're doing now. So by the time you're 30, you make a guaranteed $80,000 a year. All the fucking bases are in your 30s. Now you can take what you leave. You're gonna find the loophole in the system and take the direction wherever you want. Maybe I'm like, you know, I come to me and say, I'm done. I don't want to do this no more. I want to do corporate to advertise on the internet with a podcast. That will be on TV, which nobody's watching anyway. Am I right? But this takes 2 or 3 people. This takes getting on the phone, calling people up, going down there, and going, listen, you're advertising, and show them this is what you're spending. You're spending this number. You know how many people are watching this? This many. How many people fast forward this? How many people wipe their ass for your fucking commercial? Did you see they're gonna start putting commercials on Instagram?
No.
30-second commercials on Instagram.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you think, Lee? Because that's where the action's at. That's where the
And
action
then look, you went for a while and it's free. And there's no
You
ads.
post a picture, you fucking whack off.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty tough. And 16. They sit there with bulletproof fucking gear on. Why not? I got a beef with Apple.
I'm just imagining like the Samsung.
Tim Cook. Yeah, Lee. This is where the next move is going to go because nobody's watching TV for ads. What do I have to lose as the CEO of fucking... You know, if I was from the room right now, I'm sweating bullets because I'm up along with 20,000 underwear people. If the room was like they come out there with podcasts every week and advertise, like, these are the first underwear you had on the fucking look. Okay, and then do the podcast. We make cotton with fresh cotton. Nobody makes it. We don't have slaves no more. We have machines. They sell you the fucking product on the fucking podcast. That's the future. You know, I'm just giving some. I'd rather you pick a gap and go work for somebody to work for fucking 30 years and sell your soul. Whatever the fuck you do. You know? Drunk one night with their sister and or their brother or everybody's done that. Everybody's done that, including my fucking self.
We were talking at Jiu-Jitsu about bad bosses that we've had before. And I read an article the other day that said that like the majority, like during the long people, company worse. And they're making the company worse. So it's amazing how you even need those people. Like you were talking about the sales manager at one of your car dealerships.
Oh, that fucking
how he cost you money. And like how if they just weren't there. So yeah, everyone's been at a job.
The problem is that these high level people, that these people have a thing called an ego.
Right.
And they impose their ego, you know, because they gotta prove every fucking job you've had, there's one guy with an ego. I started here 22 years ago as a burger flipper, and you know the guy's a fucking moron. If he got fired from that fucking job, he's the type of guy that had to walk with the other kids to remember where the school was. Like his father had to put like a fucking torch in front of the house. So he could get back home. That's how much of a fucking moron February of 84. You gotta put toys. All of a sudden they get a job. They've been there because they got nowhere else to go. They put somebody together. Why don't those type of convince somebody that they're the people for the job? So I get to fucking Jersey. I'm there a week late. I need a fucking job bad. I go to my friend of mom. She's in the union. She knows some people. Every 3 days she goes, go down to this place and fill up the paperwork. My starting salary was $200 a week. 8 to 5 Monday to Friday, and 7 to 2 on Saturdays. Half-hour lunch during the week because I knew somebody. To get in there, you have to start as a helper. Which meant that in 30 days I get $200 to get in the International Warehouse unit, and my salary I was off and running. 21 years old, New York City. He was a chubby dude, a jovial fuck that always ate and drank, and his tie was open. There was 3 or 4 guys behind the counter that were pretty badass. In fact, they threw a 20 and a 10 in your pocket. If you put an extra little something in the fucking box for the delivery, they give you a piece of the action. So I started in the warehouse sweeping, moving fucking boxes. Guy in LA that just he had worked there, and now he was 40. All in the warehouse? Yeah, and what happened was that the next job, he followed me, so right away he started breaking my balls. Was he your boss? Yeah, he ran the warehouse, so right away he would break my balls every day about everything. Like, I mean, did I not tell you to fucking shovel? What are you, an idiot? Shovel over fucking hand. He had a Supra, 1984 Supra. That was the place. Let me tell you how creepy that place was. It's so creepy, man. This is 1984, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you how open this country was. There was a guy there that if you looked at, you could tell he didn't kill the child. Yeah, this guy was just Black Death, right? He was a white dude. He was a white dude, like a guy from West New York. And I forget what his name. He came. I would load his truck. You follow that? So they would give me orders, and I would send you 15 feet of BMX wire or 10 feet of fucking pipe, a quarter-inch pipe, whatever, the plastic shit from a pipe underground, whatever the fuck it was. I forget all the terminology now. Don't judge me. You don't know things. Yes, I don't. I don't know either. In fact, I even took a course in residential wiring within 90, whatever, 12, 3 credits at the University of College. That's how I got lost. Working at Ashman Electric. I worked at Ashman Electric for a while, then I got hired by Electric. Great fucking job. That was union. The guy was getting waiting on my math grades from high school because they wouldn't let you in the union those days without your math grades and your fucking high school diploma. How was your math grades? C's, but I took all pre-core shit. You know, like college pre-core, nothing, no fucking doing decimal system, none of that shit. What is that? Geometry, none of that shit. I went as far as like algebra 2. That's all you need.
So there's 2 classes there.
No calculus, I know. I didn't take a calculus. I went to the University of Colorado. I dropped that motherfucking 3 classes in. That was too much. But anyway, this guy was a creepy dude. And one day, he goes, "No, you're gonna have to help me today. Because I got a busy day. And I'm on the truck with him. And he goes, listen, on the way back, I gotta stop at my house and get lunch." I was like, no. And his fucking, he goes, my wife is there. She'll be downstairs. I'm just gonna take the to-go dish. You get to meet my wife. I pull up. His wife was 15 years old.
Actually, 15.
She was 15. And she came out, they hugged, he gave her lunch. And he got in the truck, and I was fucking like, I didn't know what to say. And then, like a week later, we did the same thing. I had to help him. And she said hello if I was hungry. They were very nice people. And I wanted to ask him on the way out, and he goes, oh yeah, he married her when she was like 13 or something. He said, he bought her or something like that. I have no fucking idea.
Why do you record this? This is like, oh, you know, nice one.
1983, Lee. People don't know that. 1984.
Yeah.
Lee, but the whole company knew he was married to like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. And what happened was he was with her since she was like 14. But anyway, back to the story. That dude that's been there for 20 years.
Freaking meatballs.
Oh my God, it was terrible. That dude used to torment me every day. And one day I went, I'm going to put you in the front. You just want to be in the front. You just want to be that number 1 guy. And I think that lasted 3 weeks. By that time, they had to give me a raise to maybe 420 something a week.
It's fucked up when you have. I had this one manager, Lindsay, who every time she saw me, I think there maybe, but every time she like, I ended up for something crazy. When I fired, I guess quit. I don't know, but it's terrible when there's someone there that makes like when you said like there were growing pains coming in the podcast. I used to hate like God, I go to work. Like that was my first thought for all those years, and I never felt that way about podcast. Like that's why I think what you're saying is right, and you have to find like there's this website someone told me about called like Udemy. And you can people on there. Like hundreds of thousands of dollars selling
Assistant manager that used to work Saturdays with me this cube. Don't work Saturday. They fucking here. That they had to be working involved, and I quit the job. I do everything I could until I realized that after I was there 6 weeks, I wasn't moving forward. This is what it was for at least 3 years. Let me move up into the next job, and then it'd be another 2 years till I became what I'm supposed to become, and then it'd take another 3 was executive security information. Learn how to be James Bond. Learn how to take a boat with terrorists and karate chop them all with the art of single golden Mayo. And how to take over a castle with terrorists and knock them dead with bullets and tear gas and grenades. How to take, I'm not lying to you guys, how to take over this, how to take over hand-to-hand combat. All this easy course would cost you $20,000. Financing was available if qualified. How kind enough. And also, there was 6 weeks. So, in 6 weeks, you're going to teach me how to take. You know, something fucking crazy, right? And what the fuck are we talking? 6 weeks? You mean to tell me, Lee? I'm going to teach you how to load. It's the first time you pull a gun out. I'm going to tell you you're a fucking amateur and shoot you right in the fucking head. So do and kill 8 guys in a row with the deadly art of ninjutsu art you developed in Mexican. Where's this fucking? And I see people go up there. Every 6 weeks for sign up, and then somebody made it simple. And some guy comes in to you. Are you gonna hire some guy that looks, what's his name? Tatum Chang. With a gun to come in. Oh, I just took the 6-week course, and now I'm trying to do with the missing eye and the twitch. And he's got like a rash on his neck from Yellow Army from Vietnam. And he's on his resume, it just has like the amount of people he killed with a fucking with a skull bone in it. Who are you gonna hire, dog? Skull bone, Wiggy. Okay, what are you gonna tell Chatham Tatum? To go back and join the Boy Scouts for fucking 2 years? He didn't have the patience. All those people got taken. Now, all those people got fucking hired, I guarantee you. Because I'd rather hire somebody who was in the military for 4 fucking years. You know why? Because he's heard it don't go off. A 1,000 fucking times. If you went to, and that's when we all get taken. Everybody thinks you're gonna learn how to do something 6 fucking easy weeks. Get the fuck out of here. Listen, you wanna learn how to cook? Go to Red Up. That's how you learn how to cook at one Taco Bell places. Anybody can cook meat that tastes good. One of those Billy goats from the tent that's running around. One of those things that's been on the road, filet mignon and shit. Some white dude saying, this is the bus. Filet mignon. Meanwhile, they're eating somebody's skunk. You would never, no, I wouldn't, but what do you know what you're eating every time you eat Thai food? What do you know what you're eating when you go to fucking, you went to fucking, the place Paul likes, the Mexican place, Bold and Dead. What's the name of it? You know, the McDonald's place that they sell Mexican food and wraps and shit. Sebastian. Oh, Chipotle. Yeah, Bold and Dead. That's what that is. And you said you look at the brown meat raw, like cooked, like in the thing brown. Yeah. It looks like it's got bacteria already on it. You ever see when they'll show somebody's stomach the bacteria? That's what that meat looks like. I've never known my wife likes it. It drives me crazy. It's really tough. It's like it's good in a burrito, but when you get one in the bowl, I beg to don't take mercy there, please. It hurts my soul. Yeah. Let me do some shout outs. Let's do a little podcast. I got stoned today. We had a good fucking time. Well, how much do we talk about self? Yeah, a bunch. We had like 200. Don Langler. Rory O'Leary. Timothy Ward. Jamie. And doing Aki Elias. Did you run podcast? Yeah, fucking do his family. Don's been around since Jesus left Chicago. They can show up and tell you they love him. Don Wrangler's been there through battles. Yes. Jesus Christ. What do you got planned for the weekend? Anything good? I'm proud of you today. You came to Jiu-Jitsu. We had a nice time. Yeah, that was something. A good time. I never lied to you, my brother. Listen, regrets I have. I didn't get into a different human being. I would have been on TV 3 years ago because the discipline from going and getting choked and all that shit. It's amazing. And you can get any more martial art fucking helps you. I've always told you in 3 days a week from all your fucking bullshit. You can be broke, so don't bullshit me. You can be flat broke. You go to a park and do jumping jacks. Sit-ups and push-ups. Leave your phone on the go. An hour, 3 days a week. I get up now early. I get up at 4:30. You think I want to get up at 4:30? I get up, I have a little coffee, I pee. I feed the cats. I clean the litter boxes. And I got an hour and a half by myself. To just collect your thoughts. The lobster truck's gonna be there, the baby's gonna be happy. The kids are back at school. Said something about me in the podcast or something like that. I just want you to know something. Now, this is because when Lee told me, like, was figuring it out. I giggle because I want you guys to know one thing. But half of them look at you in weird ways, man. When he wrote about doing comedy in New York to the Chelsea Hotel, he shot heroin, and he barely made a living. But he paid his rent, he ate, he shot heroin, he had his dick sucked. When I was 30, that's what I was looking to do. Comedy was the easiest path to resistance. When you go to the elliptical, you don't use the handles. It's the easiest path to resistance. All I did was go the easiest path to resistance. I was not going to fucking put 5 years of my life to be an electrician. Do all these things I tried, which I liked. I still think about the electricity now. I feel like I'm being an apprentice at a company 2 days a week and hanging lights and this is so you can depend on me. I can be there at 8:05. You can join. No, what really crushed my career as an electrician, I loved it and I was excelling at it. I know how to bend pipers. I know a lot of shit about electricity. A lot of people at my level wouldn't have known. I turned to learn and be like, yeah, but I took the course from the electrical inspector in Aspen House from scratch. Damn. So and you and two other students gotta go in there. You got an A or a B or you fail. And we got an A and he went to all three of us. He goes, look, you want? Oh, we're gonna get your job. And I called him. He got me a fucking job like that for like $8 an hour. In 3 weeks I had it 10 because they figured out that any job I was on was gonna get passed. So every time they had a big job, they go, Joey, come on, we'll give you your raise. Because the electrical inspector came in, give me a hug, he'd correct me, and he'd go, come home, fast. Are you fucking with me? You think you're dealing with Lisa? That's some fucking honest from the other fucking side. I've been telling you this shit, man. These are come on, pick me out. They were good. They were good. So, asshole, I tell you what killed my electrical career. Rewiring and go into the buildings where rats were and scorpion bodies. You have no idea when you gotta go. I forget what boat. You gotta do that as an apprentice. Yeah, that's what you. Instead of wiring, there's skunks under there, there's raccoons, there's dead animals, there's rats. It's a fucking nightmare. It's gone way deep in the murky waters of the well, I ain't gonna lie, nobody had done that for about 8 months. But here's an aspect, it's a hot thing, which if you know how to wire electric towel warmers, that was the big thing in Aspen at the time, like you know, like Uber's now. Like if you wanted to be cool in Aspen, you had to have an electric towel warmer, so when people came over, the towels were warm like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna move to crack my fingers to you ever that move and shit, some humans do this. So this time, my did he call me? So do it. Never think after that. No, if you don't know, now you know. When we fucking make this morning, I went to Jesus. I didn't get nothing to eat the first time. It's always I got my on in the bag. Next time I go out and take a picture, I said, you guys always a little shroom tech before I get on the mats and have forced protein. That's what I work with on a full-time level. I go on cycles of the alpha brain. Don't worry about it. It works. It's going to the fucking gills. People are like, Joey, why you stuttering? Why? Because we dropped some fucking elbows of death. I've been smoking reef. I did the periscope this morning with a Periscope, whatever the fuck it is. And the truck driver had Periscope, the whole that truck driver. What truck driver? This fucking thing. That's our Uncle Joey Rose. I'm not here for whatever. 10% off goes to you. Go to the box and press in. Church. CHURCH off your first order. I ain't fucking around with you. This shit fucking works. You're gonna fuck out with fucked up people. You smoke crack. Get the shrunk thing. Get this immune. Let's not a pipe. Let's say female, you suck 10 dicks a week. You don't want to get sick. One of them fuck somebody with the flu, and then you are coughing. You know, it's tough to make a living when you're coughing. Try shrunk, take immune. There you go. Got on it. CHURCH. They get 10% off, you bad motherfuckers. They need a rehab with it. What the on it? You want get me on it and then go to rehab? That's so you gotta mention people. People on AA meetings. What the fuck is this? Hello. This fucking Momo almost fell over here. What's I talking me on this list? Why fuck with you, alright? They got complete. They got great t-shirts. You just believe me, go to meundies.com right now. Look at the great selection of men and women's clothing. Go with a full sweat go. Anyway, but go to meundies.com right now and get 20% off your order and free shipping in Canada and the United States. And also, let me tell you something else. Laurel is pronounced Moldol. MeUndies is made from laurel, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. That's why they're so nice. Soft as whatever underwear you're wearing right fucking now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what it says in the script. I'm fucking telling you how I feel. That's what they're telling you to tell you. I'm telling you before they fucking told you. How's that for yourself? Go to MeUndies.com right now. Get 10% off. 20% off your first order to Canada and these days. Thank you for correcting that first. cashews. The whole bag of it. The jalapeno cashews. Rocky catches went down.
You try like the Asiago crisp things?
Not yet.
They're so
guys,
better.
listen.
They're like fancy cheese. It's delicious.
Listen, guys, they're all out. They got granola. They got great snacks, but don't go to nature.com right now and put in
naturebox.com/show.
and look at the great selection of snacks and meals. And they got no meals. Like, you look at me all weird. That's the next one. Go to naturebox.com right now. /Joey and take a look at the. You know what? No, seriously. Naturebox.com right now. /Joey. Tremendous, nutritious, delicious snacks delivered right to your door. You can personalize your own snacks. All right, this is the one that's I've been getting great reviews from people emailing me, thanking me. Like, Joey, how did you find out about this? Just had these wedding lines and before. Anyway, let me talk to you people. Because this is come to my house a couple times. Really enjoy. Meals already brought in. Your kid brought it in. You bring it into the thing. You go to the bathroom. You take a pee. You wash your hands. You take off your skirt. Whether you've got pants on, let's say you're a guy, whoever fucking cooks in the house, you go back there. You open up the box. You get the skillet or the boiler, whatever it calls for you to make, and boom, you make delicious, nutritious dinners right there. They got a 2-person plan, and they got a family plan this week. Salmon burgers, alioli, and they had mushroom regatta. Calzones, can you imagine? Mushroom regatta calzone. That's it. You got a date on Wednesday and a couple of those boxes sent. You cook it up with it. Makes everything a lot easier.
I want to sign up for it, but eat both of those. So
fuck, I eat the whole thing. For the family plan, you had barbecue, roast pork. Here right now, it's pennies cheap, but don't believe me. Do me a favor, Kelly, and get how many meals? Two meals for free on boyfriend.com. You will not be sorry. You're busy. You don't really have time to go shopping. You boys gonna try. They're giving you 2 free meals. What do they press in? Kelly, that's it. Oh, gosh, that's it. It's a wrap, people. How about a shout out to Onnit, meundies.com, naturebox.com, and Blue Apron. I want to send them some love and thank you for sponsoring the show as always. I want to thank my main man, Lisa Ayat, for putting it together.
I'm doing these Find Your Radio call-in shows about topics, so if I just did one about religion, so if you want to listen to it, I appreciate it.
All right, any other call-in topics you want to do about that? Like,
Why are you giving me crap for no reason? Call it right now.
oh,
Hey, anybody. So wait, Ice House and then Vegas.
all right.
Okay.
All right, don't forget about me, people. I love you guys. Thank you for supporting the church. Don't forget, next week I'm doing a DVD, Las Vegas, then it's in New York, Brooklyn City, Gotham Comedy Club, 11:45 for the preachers. People don't hang out with people that go to church. I'm saying you gotta come heavy duty. Like I said on the fucking podcast, if you got 4 with me because you cannot be a Christian. You know what I'm saying? Shut the window, part 3. Fuck it, I love you guys. Stay black.
This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. this show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron is the #1 fresh ingredient and recipe delivery service in the country. Check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals for free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/Joey. That's right, get your first 3 meals for free and you get free shipping at blueapron.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by CISO. SEESO. CISO is the new ad-free streaming service bringing you bingeable, hilarious original series and streaming comedy anywhere on your phone, TV, tablet, and more. Go to CISO.com/Joey right now to get your first 2 months for free. That's CISO.com and the promo code Joe.
Kick that motherfucking mule lead. It's Wednesday motherfucking morning. Well, it's really Tuesday night, David Bowie's anniversary. Out of respect. The church, what's happening now? The funny, truly Sayat. And it's keeping up. Here we go. Oh shit. Take things over. Let's loose. Hard to swallow. Greetings, cocksuckers. We're back. The podcast world. Hope you guys are doing well today. Myself, Lee Sayat. Our guest canceled at 6:30. Who does something like that? But what are you gonna do? That's what you deal with when you live in California with these fucking oh my god, egg white motherfuckers.
It's a flood. It's a dramatic. It's the downpour.
It's crazy.
I'm not even turning my winter wipers on.
If you fucking since last week we've been hearing about these storms over in Southern California and fucking clouds, and they show people around the country. So I have my friends calling me going, "Oh my god, you got 20 inches of snow." I'm like, I'm looking at fucking sunshine. What are you talking? It's like the other day they said they got 2 feet of snow in New York. All my buddies like, what are you talking about? We got 5 inches. The fucking media reports, the weather report, they're such fucking. Ever since I lived in Colorado, I don't believe the weather anyway. Like, I don't believe the weather, especially here in Southern California. I don't believe it till it's here because the sun fights to fucking get out of here. Everywhere else, it taps out. Like, if you live on the East Coast, it just taps out for like 3 days. Here, the sun fights to death. They get moisture from the beach, something. The sun fights to death to get out of here.
It's always out, and even here, where it's the same every day, they're always wrong. Back east, they're wrong just because stuff can change in a second.
It doesn't take a fucking genius, because if it's raining here today, it's going to be snowing on the East Coast by Friday. Don't take a fucking genius. It's raining here today, it's going to snow in fucking Cleveland on Saturday. I knew it was going to snow, but that's all the rain. I go, this ain't going to be fucking good. I was going to take a connecting flight. And I said, you know what, I want to squash that motherfucking idea, because both connections, one was in Denver, which you don't know what the fuck is going to happen there. Good place to get stuck, though. You get a massage, your feet cut, they can sniff your toenail, they'll do everything at the Denver airport. They don't give a fuck. They'll fucking cut your hair. There's a room where you can take a nap.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, they got everything in Denver. But the other airport that I had a layover was Chicago. I said, you know what? Fuck that noise. That fucking airport's a kiss of death. That's the fucking kiss of death. That fucking place. Every connecting flight is late. Plus, your flight's always 2 miles away. So you're never going to make it just on fucking principle.
You should sit and watch those flights. When you get there, just watch the flight and see if they were delayed.
Where, in Chicago?
And Colorado, whenever you get to...
Oh, no. Just listen. I'm going to fly. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Flight free, non-stop, no drama, okay? I'll get upgraded by fucking the time I fly on Thursday. Everything will be beautiful.
Hell yeah. I'll get upgrades. It's funny when
I looked on the plane, so there's nobody in that fucking section, so they better give me a fucking ticket.
do you know where you are on the list yet or not yet? Then I'll tell you till...
Yeah, I don't tell you. I got clouded, you know what I'm saying? I know people. I don't know nobody in United. Those cocksuckers, I don't know nobody.
Oh, you see a plane got turned around? You had that? A plane got turned around. They were going from Australia to San Francisco. And this dude was sitting in between two apparently Indian guys, and he started getting mad and saying racist stuff. They turned the plane around and made it land in New Zealand and had him get off. No rush. Oh yeah, they said he had to wait in jail from the airline agreed to take him home because United wasn't going to do it. They don't fuck around no more on planes. They're not fucking around no more. Have you had anyone lose it on a plane? I had a friend of mine lose it in the airport one day. He's not allowed to fly in that terminal or airline no more. Oh God. Because he was late and they closed the fucking plane on him. It was his fault. He got mad and he kicked the fucking counter. Done. You're not even allowed in one of those terminals. They told him he could never fly Delta again or be in one of those fucking terminals. This was, I think it was after 9/11. It was like 2005 when it happened. You know, we were talking about futures and being young. We were talking a lot about that Sunday, and we stayed after the podcast till about 1 in the morning. We were just talking about life and generalities. You know, I'm 53 and he's 28. It's a big age gap, and it's funny hanging out with Lee over the last few years doing the podcast and coming over, whatever. You know, it makes me think a lot. And in the process of writing a book, when I write the book, sometimes I go back and read these things. I compare like my life to Lee's, you know, and Jesus Christ. So I was telling Lee a week ago, I go, you know, if I had a chance to do it all over again, once I hit 28, I would make a decision to become a millionaire by the time I was 40. And people are going to say, why 40? Because when I say a millionaire, I say somebody who's well off. Not comfortable, not a millionaire, but somebody who's taken care of in every base. What's the best way to be taken care of when you're 38 to 40? Join the service when you're 18 to 20 years. Come on when you're 38. You got full insurance, full benefits. You go back to school and everything called a pension. And those pensions don't fuck around. Those pensions pay you some fucking money every month. So even if you get a part-time gig doing security work at high pay, you're not doing that bad. I think like, because my cousins are both in the Air Force, I think it was something like 75%. And then like they both bought houses at like the same age I am, like nice houses, but they have the option to just live on base and just as far as I can, as far as I can, take that money for 20 years of no bills. I wish, like when I was 18, I was even nerdier and geekier now, so that wasn't even an option. But it's funny about 28, like you said, it's like the first time I really started thinking about my 28 is the 26 to 28 is when you've already been brokenhearted, you already went to college, the job you wanted you didn't get, you already, it took you a while to get a job, maybe you got a job, now you're paying back loans, and you find yourself working, ironing a shirt every night, you know, living with 3 guys, you know, drinking, and all of a sudden you're like, I got no money. So you start thinking about your life. You go, what the fuck happened? One minute I was graduating college, and the next minute I'm living with 3 fucking guys. I'm broke. They're fucking nuts, you know. It's a line from a comedy album, but around this time is when you figure out like your dreams aren't gonna come true. Like you realize like, oh, like they might not come true, which is just it's weird. That's why the girl that won't suck your dick when you're 20 will maybe come around when she's 34 because she's already had crabs. The guy's cheated on her. You know, you got a job and a heartbeat and a license. You're fucking solid compared to the guys she's been with. And then when she was 21, she was the queen of the fucking prom. She had plans and futures. So yeah, it happens to all of us like that. We start. Standards, but at the same time, listen, man, I mean, living from fucking garbage can to mouth, pretty much. You know, I had a really good 1-bedroom, pretty much studio apartment. I had a TV, I had cable, but I was living like Rocky Balboa, which there's nothing wrong with that. But they didn't put you on this planet just to give up. Like, I love to just. If I was by my own, if I'm on my own, I'd live in this office. I put you down 1,000 times. I'd live in this office. I'd keep this refrigerator. You teach me how to get Netflix on the computer and the apps to watch the news and shit like that. I wouldn't go any
$400, whatever. A car payment of $3, your insurance. That's it. Don't get by. That means I can deliver pizza one night a week. That means I could do anything 3 days a week and make my money and not worry about life. And not be responsible. Great way to live. I did it for a fucking long time.
We've spoken about that guy, the homeless man who won't take your money.
Right.
How many homeless people do you think are just like, they're just like, I'm just gonna enjoy my life now. Who cares?
They're comfortable where they're in. Listen, that homeless guy made this decision. When I see him over there, I try to offer him money and I bring him food. I haven't seen him in a while. I drive in that neighborhood all the fucking time. I think the cops chased him out of over there. I don't see him over there at all, maybe the last 6 months. But all that time I realized something in my conversations with him that was his choice. He wanted to be there. Okay, we're all at one point. See, I got married and at one time I said, this is just too much. This is just too much to handle as a human being because I was a weak fuck. And I was like, I can't handle this. I just want to dissipate. I want to live like John Rambo. Work at a car wash 3 days a week, have a little apartment, eat cans, shit. But one day, man, you go, you know what? I got friends, they got lives, houses, they got cars, and their lives. How do I get a fucking life? It took me to be 32. Now at 32, I had a life. When she walked out of the house, I had a life. Wasn't the best quality life. I was taking care of myself. I was eating good. I was exercising. I was making money. I would always take some type of class. But I was just sailing along. I was just waiting to fucking hit. I knew this was not going to be forever. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I'm like, this is not going to be forever. There's no way I'm going to be 40 and estimate roofs with a truck and come home and play with my kid for 2 hours. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, I got the fucking weekend off. Saturdays I watch the kid, and Sundays I go to the in-laws for dinner. This is it. This is it. I did time. I was a loser all those years. I was on a rocket ship. I stole. I turned my life around for this fucking boredom. It was boring to me. I was like, I can't, I need something else.
So for like the, I don't know, let's say 70% of Americans who live that life, roughly, maybe it's 50-50, who knows? Are they lying to themselves? Are they really not
Not
happy?
at all. Not at all. Not at all. Well, we had a discussion earlier about people. A friend that paid their dues or something for a few years. And we were talking earlier, we don't think that he understands what he got himself into.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's the first time I mentioned it to Lee. Lee had mentioned it to me once before, but I never saw it. But from Lee and I's conversation the other night, guess how many people that happens to? When you're 18, you think you can really make a quality decision about what you want to be.
I thought I could. I thought I did.
In your head, what is the percentage you think of people that at 18 went to college with an idea of what they wanted to be, and that's what they're doing today?
Today, maybe like 20%. I think it's low.
That how low it is?
I think it's low. Because that's the question is like, what they went to school for. There's a lot of people who are doing, even if it's a good job, maybe they went to school for history and now they're, I don't know, like a marketing person. Like I think there's a lot of people who change. Isn't it like most people have 3 to 5 careers? Isn't that what the stat?
That's not what it is.
I'll look it up or something real quick, but it's something like people. How many of you had? You've had multiple.
Yeah, but I'm a loser. I didn't have multiple careers because I was a winner. I had multiple careers because I was a loser. First of all, I didn't know what I wanted to do.
Right.
Second of all, I was always buying time because something was coming, or at least I thought something was just going to bump into. Like I was going to pick up Sylvester Stallone. was like, listen, this is gonna happen. I'm not gonna do what Lee does. Lee's an asshole. It's on stage every night. He's a fucking asshole. I'm just as funny as Lee is. Lee's been doing comedy for 4 years. I can write my feet, but this is my thinking. My thinking was I was gonna be in a comedy club and Jerry Lewis was gonna see me and put me in a movie. That's what I really thought. Like, that was how delusional the coke and life and fucking, this is way before Kim Kardashian. But there was somebody who was Kim Kardashian at that time who had me confused that I was going to just get on stage one day and Alan King or David Letterman or somebody was going to be in the audience walking through and they were going to see me and put me on their show and I'd be a famous stand-up comic. I had no idea the work that went into it.
Were you daydream about it?
Oh, absolutely. Like, this is all going to be different. Like, don't worry about this. Give me $20, come on. Listen, when fucking they see me at that comedy club in 2 weeks, begging to give me more money. Like, that was my fucking honest, like, can I fuel that dream with cocaine and actually fucking buy it? Like the asshole that we are at that age and when your mind is that thwarted. So I started in July of 91. It took me till September of 93 to realize that pipe dream was never going to happen. Never happened.
And that's not even out. I bet there's people who smoke the pipe a little bit longer than you. It's like 2 years.
And I buckled down and I said, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I have to do this right. And I put together a plan. And I went back to Colorado and all the plans worked out except for me being a parent. Okay, no worries. But even throughout that whole downshift and the state of mind I was in, I kept getting on stage. I kept getting on stage. It didn't matter. You kept getting on stage. Who gives a fuck? You get on stage. You're in pain. You're mad. Get on stage. Talk about it on stage. That's what I did. And by 94, which was 2 years later than that, I really had a dream. Not to be famous or nothing like that at this point. I just wanted to be a working comic. And nobody knew about it. I would go do triple runs and whatever the company in Iowa, and I would work for Creative. And I would just travel around the country in a car and do comedy. I was pretty much set with that. Never did I think about millions of dollars. Never did I think about
You never would like sit in bed and I'd be like, oh, I can't wait.
What esteem did I have to actually say to myself, not in 1991 when I was delusional. Once I knew what you had to put into comedy and what went into it, the work and everything, there was no way I thought about millions. I thought about being a break-even working comic, and I was fine with that. You know why? Because where I came from, the position I came from, that would just turn my life around. If I could just be a working comic and stop stealing and doing drugs, I'd be okay. When I say stealing, I mean generalities, people just doing stupid shit. I'm not saying stealing, I'm talking about stealing fucking time and whatever from yourself, stupid shit. Lee comes to me and says, hey, I got 5 grams, give me $10, we're gonna go sell them and make 50. Stupid shit. Then we get there and we gotta loosen the bars where the check bounces. Kid shit. And we didn't think out. That's what I mean by stealing. Not, but once 95 came, I wasn't doing none of that shit. I was just fucking doing comedy. If you had made more to sell, I'd sell it for you. That type of shit,
Well, it must be hard. Was it hard for you to like stop looking for, okay, there's the next drug deal, there's the next, well, I can steal that, then I can like to turn that off, that mechanism off in your brain, just because you work that muscle the same way you work jiu-jitsu.
Okay, well, I got the longest shot. Even at that point, if you come to me and say I need an 8-ball, I'd sell it to you. You want me to bullshit you and tell you how I went drug? No. In 2004, you came to me and said I need to buy a quarter ounce of coke, and I knew you. I gotta take it to my brother. He's visiting on me from Boston. And the guy he working for wants a half ounce of coke. Oh, that's 200 in my pocket and a gram of blow. Why wouldn't? That's $3 for just taking a ride. But when I stopped doing coke, it was the funniest thing. 3 months later, people were coming to me with shady. So they would always like, I'll give you half now and half when you come back, that type of shit. Or, it was always one of those things. And when I stopped doing coke, 90 days later, I'll never forget one day sitting in the park at the comedy store. I went to do comedy, obviously. And somebody came up to me, somebody I know well for a long time. And in their hand, they probably had $1,000. And they said to me, can you get me this much coke the next 3 days? I have relatives in town. 10 years ago, I would have taken that fucking money. I hope to meet them there tomorrow at 6. And next thing you know, I would have a Sunday gig in Pittsburgh. And I've given the money in a week. And I know blow. That's the type of guy I was. I give you the money back. But there was going to be a couple days where I disappeared. I don't know what happened. My phone got lost. The page got swallowed by the parrot. I was one of those dudes. You got your money. I always give everybody their money back. Or I give them the coke back and take a big chunk of coke out of it. They call me and go, Joey, what is this? Oh, that's the way the guy gave it to me. Well, I got to give it back to the guy. I can't give it back to the guy. The guy went back to Vegas. He won't drive to Vegas, get stuck with it. I would do something shitty that way.
It'll stress you out. Like, where's my money? Where's my coke? Like, oh,
Look at me. Do I look stressed out?
no.
No. Towards the end, I didn't give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck for a long time. Like, after I got divorced, I told you I bumped into that dude. They gave me the 2 pounds for the $8,000 that time. I had another guy that gave me a membership for the Mafia. He gave me money and I signed him up to that. I gave him an application. And I told him when I mail it. I mean, this is the dumbest thing ever. That kid was calling me for about 5 years ago. Hey, I live in San Jose. I never heard from those people. But I could give you $2 grand. I don't know what happened. Listen, meet me. I'll call you when I get to San Jose. I never called. That's how crazy I was. I used to hang out with this dude, Mike Rabbbi. And I learned him all. When my mother died, I started hanging out with him like in 1980. And from 80 to 80 fucking 3, it was an education. Because he really didn't give a fuck. He would walk behind the store, take cigarettes, and walk out of the store right and running. It was our friend's store.
And not look back,
Not even acknowledge him. And my friend pulled me over and his brother and said, oh, what's up with Mike Rabbbi? He just comes and he takes cigarettes and walks out. Some people like that don't fucking give a fuck.
I'm so jealous of that.
I'll never forget a hit bet with a bookie losing and saying, fuck that guy. And the guy saying, come on, I'm going to beat you up. Come over here and beat me up. Fuck you and your fucking $300 bet. Fuck you. Fuck you. And I learned a ton from him. Because those fucks use work from time to time. You gotta tell somebody, go fuck yourself from time to time. So they work. Stephen, there's a story one time. I was in Seattle. I was living in an office above Josh Wolf's bottom. Josh Wolf had a logo. And this is 1996. And what I would do is I would find grapes. In those days, I had a sports betting service. I got this fucking phone company to give me credit with no deposit. They gave me an 800 number and a phone line with I don't know how unlimited, 10 minutes, 10 cents a minute. I don't know what this company or where they came from. I've never heard from them again. This is 1996. This new cell company or
Isn't there like a $10,000 bill somewhere?
So I had a 1-800 number so you could call me. And then I had 2 different numbers to call up. And what I would do is, I had a guy in San Diego that had a huge sports betting company. But he only signed you for the season.
Okay.
A lot of people are like, why am I going to pay you $3,000 for the season? What if you suck the first month and I'm stuck with you? That's why I come in. I would even give me your name and I call you, Lisa Ann. People bother here. People bother is not really Pete. I don't have time right now, Pete. Listen, shut the fuck up. I got your name and number from my friend. He says you want to roll for the year. I don't want to sign people for the year. The type of player I am, in 1 fucking month, you're going to get so much money, you don't even want to know me no more. I can't. I got a lot of customers. And I'd make up some cockamamie story asked the guys how was the defense and the hit on, what do you think? You know, stupid things.
People that pay just for like what you think is gonna happen.
Well, at this time, yeah, but when I worked for a service, they had real information. They would have people and reps and shit like that.
Oh, really? So they would actually.
Yeah, the reason why you pay them is because when I worked for the big company I worked for, he had people.
Wow.
He had coaches and different players and, he just had people.
I forget what college it was for, but like 2 or 3 weeks ago, they had an assistant coach who wasn't even at the school anymore. I think it was what's the one in Texas? It's a D, whatever it is. I think like he was giving offensive game plans to other coaches.
It's crazy. And that's all you need. So I didn't know those type of people. I knew the type of people that would tell you that the quarterback's knees fucked up. There's no injury report on it.
So if he gets hit once or twice, it's gonna be bad.
He's not gonna be able to throw that far. Like different things that you knew that nobody else knew. And then during the game, you were like a hero.
Yeah.
His knee hurt. What I tell you, his knee hurt. You follow me? That's the information that impresses people. He was out all night. God forbid, somebody he knows got hit by a fucking train. His mind's not been there for the last week. That type of shit.
I know it's not available anymore, but was numbers just the easiest thing in the world? Because you didn't have to have any, you were just taking numbers. You were literally just writing numbers down.
Yeah, that's it. Numbers are still available, but it's a one-man operation. And it's got to be in ethnic neighborhoods.
Oh, you think they still do it?
Yeah, they still do it. Well, for a fact, they still do it. If there's numbers and people have dreams, it's a great racket.
Yeah.
That replaced, the only thing that fucked it up was, when the lottos and stuff came in the back of the story I was telling you. So I'm in this office. I'm probably pulling down $800 a week on this little scam I got upstairs, which ain't bad. People sending me money to Western Union, and then I would get you and go up there, or I would pick the money up. You can only go to Western Union a few times under your name. So I would go one time, I'd pay you $100 to go with me, I'd give Josh $100 to go with me, Gavin $100 to go with me, Brody $100 to go with me, and I'd send the money to their name.
Oh, shit, I
Bring
didn't
it
know.
up to me, just give me the money at the comedy club later. There's one right here, I knew all the Western Unions. I knew where they all were.
So is that what I never knew what Western Unions were for. I never knew anyone had to wire money.
I didn't send his real name out.
Yeah, oh, Jesus.
I didn't have to go to Western Union. Now, if you want the information, give me a PayPal account. Send me $300 right now on PayPal. That's it. So I got this guy. Here's where it gets ugly. I was making money off guys, calling them up. Like I would be on the road, and on Sunday mornings I had to get up early and call people on a dime on a payphone with fucking quarters because I was on the road. I didn't have my 800 number. I had to call people like, hey Pete, what's going on? Listen, Joey, I'm on the fucking road. I'm on my way to Chicago. I'm sitting in a fucking box with Damona. Like I just bullshit.
And really, you're doing comedy. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I'm in fucking Portland, Oregon in a fucking hotel. And I guess a woman get a beat next to me and shit. And I can smell her hair on fire. And I'm telling this guy on the phone, I'm in the fucking Ritz. I got a butler. His name is Charles. He's massaging my anus, shit like that. Meanwhile, I'm in this fucking dump. And I'd say, I sent you the information. I'd have a Western Union more money. And have people pick it up for me. I'd call Brody, whoever, where you at, pick up that money. I'll see you Monday night at the fucking comedy club. And then I would dispatch my game. But anyway, I'm in a bar one night, and I start talking to this guy, and we're talking back and forth. Next time we have Josh on, he'll tell you everything we discussed at one time. And we're talking about sports. Blah, blah, blah. And the guy goes, I don't have a bookmaker. I go, well, chill up, you there. I got a bookmaker. And I did this for years. I did this with my ex-drug dealer.
oh, no.
Yeah, I used to do this all the time. I just call you up and put a bug in your ear. But with this guy, I told him I could call. That's for you. After a few weeks, I introduced you to the bookmaker. It was the kiss of death. He was giving me $1,000 to $1,500 every week. And sometimes I wouldn't take his action. So sometimes he'd call me, let him AFC team. Dallas is playing Green Bay. Thank God I'm in this fucking room and you're the sports guy. Let's say Dallas is playing Green Bay next week. Dallas, I don't know what this. I'm just making this up. Let's say Dallas is playing Green Bay and Dallas is giving 4 points. I love Dallas. I would go when he called me and asked me who I like. I'd pitch him Green Bay. Oh yeah, Green Bay's tough. In fact, I'm gonna bet Dallas on Green Bay myself.
Were you ever gonna had a winner did something where like he
He lost for 3 weeks. He would pick a winner, but by that time he'd be down 900. And he'd win 400. He'd still owe me the juice and the original $50. So I was getting them every week. Finally, me and Josh are going to Moscow, Idaho. We're leaving, and I gotta meet this guy. This guy was my gas money. We had no money. The plan was to meet him. We're gonna go have a big hearty lunch on Uncle Joey and fill that tank up and get a bag of weed to drive to go like doctors. We get down there and I go to collect from the guy. The guy's like, no, I'm not giving you the money. This is like the 5th time in a row I paid you, and I still haven't met the mob guy. And I'm like, listen, you don't want to meet nobody right now. I need this fucking loot. And we argued for 20 minutes on the street. He was yelling at me. I'm not giving you. I said, I'm not going to argue with you no more. Either you give me the money, or you can't put no more bets in. And by 2 weeks, you're not going to do it. I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you what it is with these people. I did you a favor. Now you're going to do this to me. Now I got to go pay the fucking $1,200 for you. And I walked in the bar. 3 minutes later, he came and okay, I'll give you the money, but next week I want to meet the guy. And that was the last bet I took from him.
absolutely that's when you know that the team
That was it.
And by the way, the line on Dallas is Dallas minus 4. Who the fuck you think? God damn it, at home. Yeah.
In Dallas, yeah. And I didn't even know that. I just took a fucking lucky bet. God damn it, Romo's a quarterback.
Is he really?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I'm just fucking saying it. But that was the mentality even then. Like when I got to Seattle, I was already on a roll. Like I was already making moves. I wasn't making any bolder because I was focusing so much on what was going on with my job and the divorce. When I couldn't do anything creativity or sometimes you have all your energy in that. That's what we're talking about the other day today. I know you don't sometimes you have a girlfriend. The first year, I get it, man. I understand love. You know, I fell in love various times in my life. But the last time I fell in love was the only way I played the card right, and that's why I'm still with her 16 years. I played it to the team. I didn't give it in the beginning. I stuck to my guns. I'm a comedian. This is what I do. There's no Christmas Eve. I'm working. You know, New Year's I do a comedy show. This is what I do on your birthday. Guess what? This is what I do on my birthday. There's no big deal. You know, I made this from the beginning. So there was no line. I always got burned because I'm like everybody else. When a girl tells you, you know, I love cancer and muffins, me too. As long as you give me that pussy, I love what you love. We fucking just talk shit to get into our pants. And then once after we get into our pants, we have to tell the truth.
Yeah, when they had that.
And then we have to say, go home, or listen, I gotta do shit. You know, and that's where it bites you in the ass later on, but it also bites you in the ass for relationships, it bites you in the ass for friendships, and what really bites you in the ass is what we learned today, business. 100% business. You know, today some guy hit me up from a super, he was a really good guy. Talking to me on Facebook from time to time, you know, and I've always told people that I worked with a lot of cards, I worked with a lot of great salesmen. Okay. But there was one guy I sold with that was a psychological salesman. And he had a deal, and he goes, every time you do this, you will sell a car. 90% of the time, if you do it this way, you will sell a car. podcast, you pay for the stand-up, the videos with JRE, all that stuff. This is the payoff from all that stuff. Oh, with Nathan Anderson here.
Yeah, all those years of work where maybe you didn't get paid for it or got 20
Yes,
bucks.
I didn't know any work around stand-up.
Okay.
Now, we give you free content. There's the YouTube videos, all this shit. I was fucking around. I don't think of money and nothing. When I started doing this shit, I didn't think of money and nothing. It was just to get ourselves out there so people would come to the fucking shows.
I think that's, you're paying for experience. You're paying for the years of open mics. And that's why some people are like, well, I could do this for half the money. Like, yeah, you could. You could get a comedian for a show for $100. But it's not going to be as good as a comedian for $500. It's not going to be. It's crazy. People always want to nickel and dime you, but you're really paying for experience.
Well, a lot of, but that's what, we were talking about today. We were talking about a certain situation that there was no deposit taken. And I tell people all the time, the deposit, and I didn't write this, I just learned this through the car business, that guy Artie Pressler, God bless his soul, wherever he is, one of my all-time favorite Jews. He turned me into not a car salesman, but a salesman. He really did. It's like tomorrow, it's going to be a year that I walk into Alberto grade school. And it's one of the best things I ever did for myself in my life. I'm not a world champion jiu-jitsu guy. I'm not going to the Pan Americans. I get beat up by blue belts, and I have a blue belt. But the commitment, just that I kept going and all that shit, I like that. I can't wait for it to tell you guys I've been there for 2 years. Because even at this age, you have to stick to something. I want to talk to you about this, about control factors that you think I'm crazy. I know that you go home at night and poke the ball and go, Joey, this is crazy. And a lot of people have mentioned it to me, but I want to tell you where it came from. I didn't have control of drugs over me. And I didn't have control of me stealing. But I was a fucking thief and all that, and I had no control over my drug habit. I had no control over myself. So I found different ways to control myself. I didn't get fat until I got older. When I was young all those years, that was my control to the T. When I told you I would eat a can of tuna fish with salt and pepper, I ate a can of tuna fish with salt and fucking pepper. One summer, somebody said to me, "Oh, you got heavy." I didn't get heavy, I just gained weight. I took that so personally. For a summer, I ate tuna out of a fucking can and American cheese and a protein shake every fucking day.
Why do you think that is in part of your life? Like, you can be so disciplined, but in other parts you can't control.
I didn't believe in letting everything go out of control. Okay, so the drug is out of control. There's nothing in it. I have $100 in my pocket, and I have $200 on my table for rent. I could snort $100. I would snort all $300. There was no control. There was a club when I was growing up called Quintessence. This is when I started my little stupidity. I started my little stupidity like in high school. On Friday nights, I would go out some nights. I would drive my friends crazy. As a discipline, I would not go out. To punish myself, everything in the world, I would not go out. Just to prove to myself that I had control in some areas. Then this club opened up called Quintessence, and all my friends would go up there. And they would all come back with the same stories every fucking night. By this time, it was 1983, 82. I never walked into Quintessence. I didn't give a fuck if Peter, my best friends, were going. I would refuse to go up there. And I never went up there, and I was disciplined. That was the only part of my life I had discipline over.
Was it did you not go out to not do the drugs because it's
Because I could do drugs on Saturday night. Some nights I could stay there and do drugs. No, I can't lie to you and tell you I wasn't doing drugs. I would just stay here with a gram of coke.
So
I know myself.
So what was the point of proving this to yourself? If it's like the least bad that I would do.
Go in there, that I wouldn't go in there. That's why when I say Chinese until I go to New York and you look at me, I stick to it. When I tell you I will eat no other pizza but that Joe's, I'm going to slice it to his maintenance. Until I get to New York, like, shit, you think you know I'm right.
No, I know you're right, but here's the thing. It's like, it seems like you pick it randomly. It's like, okay, I'm going to be really strict, but fuck ranch, fuck, like, it just seems like, like, really, when you explain it to me, I get it, but it's just like, why does he care about Cuban steak? Like, why? I don't know. I'm trying to blank you. Why does he care about donuts? Why does he care about where I get my donuts? Or why does he care about where I get my pizza? Like, who gives a shit?
Because I always want you to get the best.
Yeah. But then you say you want to live in the office. Then you say,
at that point in my life,
okay,
listen, when I'm living in this office at $900 a month, guess what? I think I'll eat some Subway sandwiches.
right.
Okay, which I did. When I first started comedy, I ate more veg and cheese sandwiches than you ever dreamed of. I would never eat those fucking nasty cold cuts. But I would inhale those veg and cheese sandwiches on the road. One 6-inch for lunch and the other 6-inch for dinner. That's what you got to know. That you got to know those chips. I'd steal a bag of chips on the way out. I'd fucking drink so much Mountain Dew in those Subway sandwiches. Mountain Dew would be fucking coming out of my eyeballs. Because that's what you have to do. If I'm living here, you don't think I'm going to be getting a pizza from 7-Eleven at 1 o'clock at night when I walk down there hungry as a motherfucker? And that bad pizza, because if I'm living here, if you're walking on ice, you might as well dance. I might as well. I'd still would eat ranch dressing. I still would do a lot of things. But I think I would eat one of those pizzas. Because that's a situation I put myself in. That's a situation I accepted to be in.
Oh, okay. So it upsets you because I have the means to not eat Subway. Or like, why are you doing this to yourself if you can afford an extra $3 for that sandwich?
It's not your lifestyle. It's like you live in a one-bedroom apartment. You live so very nice and neat. Now all of a sudden you got this disgusting fucking pizza. Disgusting windows of your house.
I think a lot of people do it. Like, they sabotage themselves in a weird way. Like, they'll work hard for other people, but when it comes to themselves, they won't work on their business. It's, I don't understand why that happens.
Procrastination. Every year I read that The War of Art every year by Stephen Pressfield. Every year I read that in January just to give me a little boost. And again, in procrastination, I can't use it more than the word of writing. When you first move in, you want to be a writer, you go to Samuel French and you buy every book in there, and you read half of it. And then you go, fuck, I'm not a writer, because the only way you can learn how to write is to write. Is to get down every day and write for fucking 6 hours, and it comes together eventually. For a year I wrote shitty blogs with wrong spelling and bad pronunciation, but I learned how to write again. I was a comic, I didn't know how to write a fucking blog. I learned how to write a blog. I forgot about could and would. I forgot about you and your. I forgot about all that shit. I've been writing jokes in the car on a piece of fucking paper with a pen. What do I know about yours and yours and fucking this and that?
But then why did he keep doing it? Like, and that's where I think the difference is that he kept doing it. And I'm seeing that
I never stuck to nothing, Lee. I was the kid that stuck to one thing in his life. From the age of 6 to the age of 14, I went to karate religiously until to the age of 15, maybe even 16.
that long? Wow.
That year I went to karate religiously, except when those 3 years I went to Catholic school. I would only go on Saturdays, but I'd stay the whole day. Like I'd go at 10 and stay for the kid class, the other kid class, the adult class, and the sparring class. Like I wouldn't get home till 4, and then from there we'd go into New York City to Honda, and we'd buy fucking swords and new junks and stars, and I'd get a new key. That's what I did on Saturdays when I went to Catholic school. Friday night I went to the movies. Saturday night I spent it with my family, eating dinner, talking at the bar. And Sunday I had breakfast with my family, did lunch with my family, and I go to school.
And that's the only thing you stuck with is martial arts.
Martial arts. Once I quit martial arts, the only thing I stuck with was drugs. For 27 fucking years. years. I stuck it out with drugs. I didn't join Scientology for 27 years. I did drugs for 27 fucking years. Didn't realize that was a fucking wrong turn. Okay?
27 years.
And then, in all my fucking stupidity, I got into comedy. And I knew I had to stick with it. Because I had nothing else. Nothing else. And who wants to be fucking 40 with nothing else in their fucking life? At the age of 40, okay, was there anything? Not at all. I'm still not fucking successful. But I tell you what I was at the age of fucking 40. I've been on Mad TV, maybe. I shot a pilot for CBS. I did basketball. I was featuring, co-headlining. But I still had no fucking self-esteem. I mean, I still was doing fucking drugs. So none of that shit mattered.
As a kid,
So I thought I didn't have a direction. That's what I'm trying to say. I had a direction. Now it was up to me to take it levels.
but that's in my head at 40. As when let me just put you at 18. By 40, I'm wanting like I'm a CEO. I have a mansion. Like, I think 40 is like you're basically done. Like at 18, that's what I thought. Now 40 is only 12 years away. I'm like, oh shit. Because what we were talking about at the beginning, just going back, it says people change every 5 to 7 years.
Careers.
Right.
Right now. But is it an upswing careers or is it a downswing?
Not necessarily. It could. It's Robert De Niro had that movie a couple years ago. I didn't see like The Intern. It says that you should have money saved up. Like this is an article about changing careers. You should have money saved up for the training period, which is it could be actually training, or it could just be the first 3 years or anything. Where you're not making
3 to 4 years, not making that.
and that's fucked up because all right, let's say I've thought about this before. Let's say it's 3 to 4 years to build up. Then you have 3 to 4 years of doing good, and then what, you get sick of it, and then you start again. That's 3 to 4 years to make your.
Okay, so let's eliminate that.
Okay.
Okay, so I did all that shit early, correct?
Right.
I did all that shit early. And by the time 1995 came, at the age of 32, I knew exactly what I wanted to go for. Let's get something straight. Wanted to go for. Big difference than anything else. At that time, I was not thinking of movies and TV. I knew that was just a fucking pipe dream. I thought that even if I came to LA, I'd just end up a fucking extra. Okay, maybe if I was fucking lucky. But by the age of 40 now, at least I had a direction. Was I gonna be Louis C.K.? Was I gonna be Kevin Hart? Not at all. But I knew one thing I could make a living. I was in the union now. I was gonna get a pension. And I had insurance. And for a guy like me, that pulled his own teeth out with a wrench. I never thought I'd had any of these fucking things.
Wow. So you're content with your life at 40?
No.
No.
But I knew it was in the right direction. Satisfaction's a complete different thing.
How long did it take you to get to satisfaction? Are you at satisfaction?
Yes and no. The satisfaction was that I made the right choice. But at least I stuck with it. See what I'm saying? That's the satisfaction of it. That, I think something.
You didn't quit. You have a full career in comedy now.
So the other career I picked up at this age was jiu-jitsu. And it's not a career. I just go to it. The first 2 years at VMAC and at Eagle Machado was my first 2 years of comedy. Flip-flap, I do it a week here. I'll take this week off. My body needs to rebuild. The fuck are you with Steve Austin?
Suddenly you know what your body needs.
Yeah, no. When I made the conscious decision of what I stuck in stupid positions. I said, this is it. I gotta get into a program like this. I'm an alien type of dude. I want to do this right. And I just so happened to look on the webpage and they had a fundamental class. And that's exactly what I needed. I needed fundamentals like in stand-up. I fucked around for 2 years. Now I understood what they were saying. Okay, you gotta write jokes. You gotta write jokes. You can improvise here, but you gotta write jokes here. You can do this here, but you know. And that's what happened this year. Did I improve that much this year? Yeah. I'm breathing out a little better. I'm a little bit more comfortable on my back. Am I a world champion? No. But I know even if it takes me 8 years to put all the pieces together, I know that the pieces come together. And that's one of the many reasons I do this podcast. When I first started doing this podcast, I did not think we would get to these heights so long. We would be at this, getting downloads or whatever. I did this podcast to let everybody know that you can get there. It's all bullshit that they feed you. You can get there if you really want it. If you really fucking want it. So Lee and I started talking shit Sunday night. We're both high as fuck. And we're babbling here. And we're talking about being 28 again. And what things you would do. What would I do differently? I would have never got married. I would have used this. Now, you gotta remember, if I'm 28 now, okay? I'd use that, did that, and I wouldn't stop till I got VD and gonorrhea and pimples on my face or whatever. I don't know. That's why they invented that app, guys. So you don't need to get married. Everybody knows what time it is. I'm gonna meet you. You're gonna meet me. We're gonna do some jumping jacks, and I'm going back to my life, and you're going back to your fucking life. We won't tell nobody. Okay? And I would take 4 years, like Lee said, which would be a transition period. What would a transition period be? A transition period is you take a look at your bills. You really take a look at your bills. And you go, what am I gonna live without? Underwear. Never again.
Bro, I haven't had cable in a year and a half, and I'm the biggest TV nerd in the world.
You look at your schedule and you go, what do
Yeah.
what do I need? No, even a guy like you right now, if you came to me tomorrow, all right, let's take the Volkswagen back. Let's go get a 7-year car with no payment. You know, insurance is paid for. It's a solid car. It's checked out. It's got low mileage. You're going to drive an import. It's not going to blow up. Okay?
It's not going to have a nice leather sheet.
The bedroom you got, we're going to move that same bedroom up to fucking Tarzana
And make it a studio.
and make it a studio. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get your computer, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's, and you look at that right there. Oh, you're right. But Joey, the gas, well, we're going to figure something out for the gas too. We're going to get open mics around there for the gas. You know, you cut all that shit needs to cut. That's the 4-year transition.
And I'm seeing a similar thing with opening an office or starting a business. There's all these things out there that you can spend money on. Hiring a CPA, getting a nice bigger office, getting the nicer furniture. I wouldn't believe this year I got a computer chair for my house. I went to that secondhand office furniture place. I'm like, why am I going to pay for a brand new chair when I can get one for $40 for that's just as good? But that's your first. At least my first impulse is always to spend more money, paying my way out of the issue.
I mean, I'm no fucking business mogul here. A couple of years ago, we called them. There's an office on Facebook. It's $1,200 up in fucking Van Nuys. It had a view of Gelson's. It had a balcony. It had a smoking room. It had a visitor's room. I looked at Lee and I go, Lee, this is nice. But it's a G-Nova room. We still gotta pay for commercial fucking internet. And we ended up in an office that wasn't known. We got evicted from there, but look, calling it us. We pay a nice rent and we gotta pay the commercial internet. There's no, you can't beat those cocksuckers. And it's a business. It's become a little business for us, you know. But I can have exuberant cameras and a team of publicists and a team of producers. And what'd you get? You got nothing. sad. And the people who are making $22 an hour were holding a fucking wire. And they tell you about those guys. That same movie, you can make that movie for fucking $1 million. You can make that movie for $750,000 with the studio paying $30 million for it. But there's so much waste, you would sit there and die. You would sit there and fucking die. How many times have we had discussions and I start cutting stuff off of you, but I don't understand. Because you don't need it. It's not necessary. I learned when I became a comic. When I became a comic, I shut everything down and got a page of whatever it was a month, $7.95 a month. That was my nut.
When I first started listening to you on podcasts, you didn't have a cell phone.
Really?
Yeah, when the very first Rogan, I think they talk about you getting your first cell phone.
I got my first cell phone in 2004.
Oh, fuck, okay, then.
2003, when I first got Spider-Man 2.
Oh, it must have been the
I went
story.
right to the set of Spider-Man 2, the Sprint. And they gave me a phone for $200 a month. That was my credit limit. If I was 30 cents over, they would shut my fucking phone off. Sprint. I started with Sprint a long fucking time ago. What do you mean I just got my page? But to get back to what we're talking about, it's so, I think a lot, like I see kids to now I talk to, Theo's 36, and he's got a whole lot going on. But even a kid like him, he's scared. He told us on the show, he told us afterward, this is fucking weird. We're playing for fucking keeps here. And I really don't think that when kids go to college, they know what they're getting themselves into. You said something at the beginning of the podcast. This is the year of the podcast, folks. I don't know what to tell you. And I understand that you like to do a podcast. You have something to say. And we all have something to say. So, you have something to say, you're like, fucking Joey can do it, Lee can do it, fucking this Mook can do it, this Mook can do it. I want to start a podcast. Right now, Lee's getting calls every other fucking day from 8 people a day that want to start a podcast. And they show up with these exuberant demands that Lee knows. It's not like what Joe Rogan's been doing a podcast for 8 years. One of the pioneers of podcasts. He comes to Lee and says, I want to do this podcast. These are limitations. Well, he knows that he can cover the fucking spread. But some guy that's been an accountant and all of a sudden wants to show up here and do a podcast and do all these outlandish things, talk about football and flowers and fucking veterinarians and all this shit. It just doesn't, so Lee has to deal with this shit.
I think it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, expectations. If you want to do a podcast for you, for the people who like what you do, but it's not gonna, people are contacting me and they don't come out and say it, but in reality what they're saying is, I want to be like Rogan. I want to, and that's great. But the reality is, you have to, it's not gonna be as easy as just starting a podcast.
You know what they sound like? People who are like me in 91 who thought that they were going to get on stage one time and get discovered.
Right, yeah.
That's the fucked up dream of what's going on with podcasting right now. And listen, I appreciate your dream. You're all going to start with a dream, but I want your expectations to also be listening. I'm doing a podcast with a wrestler, a professional wrestler. Let's talk about opera. No. Nobody wants to hear about opera from a fucking wrestler. If you're a wrestler, they want to talk about your experience wrestling. I'm a comic, a criminal. I did time. I'm a parent. I'm a fucking thousand things. I love music. I love being forward.
And that's the thing. If people could just look at themselves and be like, okay, I wanted to talk about UFC, but then there's Rogan, there's Spider the Kid, whatever. But I really like horses. I really like taking care of horses. I'd much rather you do that and do something, talk about something that you love than, I like UFC, my buddies like UFC, we're going to get drinks and talk about UFC. That's great, I'm sure you'll have a good time. What they really mean with my friends, and let's just do that. Well, but and there's some of them that are fine and they're great, and there's different levels, so expectations. But to come in with expectations of being a show that's going to get ads, and you're talking about the same stuff that 7,000 other podcasts are talking about now, it's just not realistic. And not that I have the perfect formula, but I just ask me questions. You're very nice. You always ask me. I give you some ideas. but I really the moves you make, and that's why I get annoyed sometimes. Sometimes I tell Paul you're crazy. More often than not, I get pissed because what you're saying is not what I was taught, and you're going against it, and you're like, well, fuck them, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and it might not happen 6 months, but then it happens like 3.5 years later, and I'm like, motherfucker, like, it just, I don't know, and that's what I want, but I don't think you can do it without the experience. You said about the college thing earlier. I think it's a very big difference that first time you're looking for a job out of college, because now the job actually matters.
Listen, Lee, you have to lose before you can win.
Why?
Because that's just the way it is. It makes that win a lot better. The moves you see me do are not because I'm better than you or I'm pulling or whatever on you or because I've seen these moves already. And I've seen people fall for tricks. And I've seen people smoke the smoke and mirrors. And what they really want is two fat fucks talking.
Right, yeah.
So I can come in here with a 360-degree camera and you look at the pimple on my neck and the fucking dog shit on my sneaker, and it's very avant-garde. But we forget what the purpose is. When I went from being, what's the word you said?
Shady.
No, about expectations.
Oh, yeah.
I went from having wild expectations to accepting what I had. I went from wanting to be, from a dream of Letterman coming in, to me saying to myself, I'm going to keep working at this. And eventually I'll turn my life around. I didn't go for the big fucking picture. All I wanted to hear was what I really want. I didn't want to fucking live my life with the cloud of fucking going to prison all my life. What does that mean? On the 30th of the month, you come to me and you go, Joey, we don't have to rent on the first. And all of a sudden you go and you save an hour later and both of your guns are missing. You follow me? I didn't want that to ever happen. Not that I was going to shoot somebody, but maybe I know it is around a pound of cocaine and I could go rob me 10,000 in cash. I was the type of guy that was not much of a loose cannon. And when things were going really well, I would have a bad week and fucking falter, like just fall apart. And I'd start thinking about robbing this guy, the contacts I had made the last 3 or 4 months while I was doing great.
This is one bad thing happened.
And I ended up right back at planet fucking zero. Now I'd have to leave because the people are looking for their coat and they think they know who they are. So I got sick and tired of living with that. I wanted to eliminate that. And I want to be rich. Not at all. I was content with a single fucking bed, a studio apartment, a television with cable, and a shower, and a shitter. And I could go to Ralph's. What's that place where you buy food, phone, clothes, and less? Food for less. Food, no, the other place.
Oh, Ross.
Ross. I go to Ross, and I get 3 shirts for $18 with a weird stitch on the neck. I was very content with that. I was very content with that, but then something happened on the way to the fucking dance. Because I always wanted to be Charles Bronson. I always wanted to be Sylvester Stallone and live by myself in a fucking cave. I met a woman. And you know what, man? It's funny whenever you pitch a script. No matter what script you pitch, they always say to you, where's the love interest? And you sit there and you know, this guy don't have no fucking love interest. And all of a sudden you realize that, you know what, man? Every great story has a love interest. And that's what really happened. I had to meet my wife. I got those fucking stupid cats. I got a little fucking responsibility in my life. I couldn't put it all on her shoulders, even though I was addicted to blow. And every month I'd raise my income by 50 to 100 bucks. You know, and when you're doing comedy on commission-only basis, people, that's a lot. That's a lot to look at. You know, and I had simple goals: 1,500, 2,000, 2,200, 2,300.
For me, it was a big deal when I stopped losing money every month, just when I broke even. That was exciting for me.
Breaking even. You know, and I think that people put their expectations high, and then they get cracked. You know, you go to school late. You asked me an interesting question before, and I didn't make that statement to make go to school, you go to college, you marry a high school sweetheart, you have 2 kids, she gains 80 pounds, she don't want to suck your dick no more. You're 35, you worked at the same company for 8 years. For you to get fucking promoted, the guy's gotta die twice, and he ain't gonna die in the next 20 years, so you're never getting fucking promoted. You know, and you look at all those things, and that's when life becomes hard. That's when you see those people who drink after work. That's when you see substance abuse problems. You're basically stuck. You're stuck. You know, you become a slave to your fucking stupid shit. You're stuck, man. You're fucking stuck. And I've been stuck. We're all fucking stuck. And that's why I think the career change happens. You know, I think that take my wife, for example. My wife woke up that morning and she goes, I'm fucking sick and tired of making money for somebody else. I'm taking care of other people's money. I'm gonna take care of our fucking money. I'll do the paperwork, I'll do all the taxes, I'll do all that stuff, and I'll take care of the baby. I'll take a chunk out of here, and that's what we do. We make the fucking work, you know? But I think a lot of people, one day they get up, man, and they go, I'm not doing this no more. I'm gonna go on my own, and that's where it takes a lot of balls. Even if you fail one time, I ain't mad at you, because you still took a fucking shot, man. I really like you. Don't take that shot, leave. That's why I get mad at you. If you came to me in December and said, you know what, dog, I don't want to jerk no more. I love it. I still want to be a guy here once a month, but I don't have to do it no more. I'm going to do this business, and you almost at that business. After 6 months, you don't like it. You know, you want to come back. Am I going to go for it a little bit? I got to go for 10 minutes because you made me feel bad on the way out. But at the same time, I got a different keen of respect for you. Because now you know what happened. You become a dangerous man. Okay, you become a dangerous man. You know, Lee, it's going to take a lot for you to punch me in the face. But if I kick you in the stomach real hard, you'll punch me in the face. The same thing happens with life, Lee. Sometimes you need fucking life to kick you in the fucking stomach. And you know, Lee, I feel bad for you. You ready for this one? Sometimes it kicks you once or twice or 3 times. And with your dad. Absolutely, Mom got kicked once or twice. Everybody takes a strike once or twice. It's how you fucking come back from it, brother. If you're gonna get depressed and go lay down, when you come to me, go try, I don't lay in my refrigerator, though. But I got an idea. I want to start a podcast. I already talked to this advertiser. He said, give us $300 a month. We can work with you. You know what? Go by the house, take the groceries. I can be $200 later for groceries. There's people bounce back with that shit, man. I got, you know what? Listen, let me tell you something. I'm gonna look you in the fucking face and tell you something. You think prison wasn't kicking the stomach to me? It wasn't. Oh my God. It wasn't because I expected it. That's how much of a low life I was. Oh my God, Dylan. Prison was not a kick in the stomach to me. You know what was a kick in the stomach to me? My divorce. The words, the lies, what was done afterward, I could not believe I was involved in this situation. And I would will anybody, especially to get locked in, if he asked to move a child in with another man, and when you go in here for hours, that destroyed me. Because I've always said, the hardest thing in life is holding your little girl and smelling another man's cologne on it. Or your little boy and holding another man's cologne on him. There's nothing worse than that fucking scent. When you have a child, you get a divorce, and all of a sudden your fucking kids call him that fucking daddy. And he's coming to you with that cologne on, and you know, and nothing rips your heart more than that. It was the real kick in the fucking stomach for me. But it was a kick in the stomach at many levels, Lee, not just I was heartbroken about the divorce as much as what went on after the divorce and the levels of pain. Her lying to the court that did drugs. She never did a drug. Her moving the kid. Her not letting me see the child. Then I lost faith in society all over again. I was just getting fake. When my mother died, I just started getting fake. You know, I wasn't mad at the system to put me in jail. Not at all. Not at all. It was not a kick in the stomach, guys. In fact, there was an illumination in my fucking life. What do you mean illumination? It let me know what I could do and what I could withstand in 1,000 different ways before prison. I sardines and shit. Those sardines dipped in fucking mustard. Is it good? Oh, like a motherfucker when you're in prison. Ask me how many sardines I've eaten lately. How many? Salcho. Let me give some shout outs to get this party fucking started. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird animal breed. It's a weird kicks in the stomach. You're gonna get them. And now, this is the beauty of it. There's some kicks you can't avoid. There's a thing called life. But there's kicks you can't avoid. Those are the kicks I want you to avoid. I kept those kicks to a minimum. But people are gonna die. Things are gonna happen to people that I love, that are close to you. And they take a little bit out of you. To win, by a little, you don't even know it. That dude that died that you knew that you didn't really know, they all take a little bit of the wind out of your sails. That's why eventually you end up dying. Because the wind, you know what I'm saying? Like you lose your spirit in a way, you know. But what about when you have a wife and everything's going great and also you cheat on your wife and your receptionist? That's 18 pussies tied to the death. And you know, she calls your wife and now your wife throws you out of your house. You just got kicked in the fucking stomach. And now the 18-year-old's going back with her high school sweetheart because he virginized her and taught her how to suck dick. And he promises he won't fucking teach her no more. So now she comes back with him. So how the fuck are you gonna now? That's kick number one. You gotta start from scratch. Earlier, your job knows you're a degenerate fuck over an 18-year-old piece of pussy. You're probably gonna lose your job. You know, so now what are you gonna do? Now you have to zero in. Now you gotta really zero in.
How do you focus on your work? Like, I had a situation last week where I didn't realize something I was doing was stupid. And then when you look at it, you're like, oh, I was being an idiot. Like, is it just from doing it too many times and then realizing again? Or can you be more focused as a human being on what you're doing and see yourself making a mistake?
You know, I love how people fucking drink Red Bull and take all these pills for focus. There ain't nothing that lets focus more than fucking hunger. When you're hungry, you'll focus, bitch. Think about that. When you're hungry, you'll fucking focus. And you'll zero it all in and you'll figure out how to do it. I got very hungry after my divorce. I thought about how many things I fucked up because of this marriage. Like how many things I wanted to do, but you had to change your plans. I'm always very happy that I got into comedy. I was so brain dead at that time that I didn't know if I could even step on stage. So I'm very happy that I got on the stage. That somewhere a fucking wind from an Indian god fucking blew me up to that fucking stage. I'm really happy about that, you know. So, like I said, if I was 28, I'd stay single. I'd keep my job, but at the same time, I'd be starting a business on the side. Whether it's online, something like you buy t-shirts from this guy for $1, you sell them to me for $3, something like just to teach you the business.
Expectations.
Expectations. Not that you're gonna make it out of what you're telling your mom, you're gonna be a millionaire, you're gonna sell little by little, then you get to meet people. And next thing you know, you're printing shirts. Next thing you know, you're working for a dude. Guess what? He's a coke freak. He went to rehab, so now you took over the business and you made a profit. When he got out of jail, he figured he didn't want to sell t-shirts no more. So he just gives you the business. He sells it to you for $1 because you've been such a good fucking dog. And now you own a t-shirt business without even fucking knowing. That's how fast things can happen.
You look back after 7 years and have it. And I can't tell you how many people were trying to convince me to expand and do more right when I first started. And I had to fight them. They were like, oh, you should get an office. You should start pitching to these groups and those groups. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I'm not ready for that yet. And people push you way too fast. I don't know if it's Shark Tank or what it is.
You and Shark Tank.
Oh, fuck yeah, Shark Tank fucking...
Shut the fuck up, Shark Tank. Let me get some shout-outs here so we get you out of here, Shark Tank.
I'm being serious.
Brandy Lynn, I love you, my girl. Jeffrey Collins, always on point. Jared Reynolds, my man, Chris Bruins. Douglas is dumb. I love you, Ernie Zatz. Old man Lou. Michael McCann and Borderline Hill, sexy bitch. Keep doing what you're doing. I love it. You know, I wouldn't do fucking drugs.
No, it's not a lot. Okay.
At 28, you're done. You're done ecstasy, you tried heroin, you did an orgy, you had a threesome, and now you know what you want and what you don't want. Basically, now you're set, you got your wheels and you're ready. You work for something, you keep the lights on, you keep your refrigerator, you get your little money you're putting away, your 401k. But at the same time, instead of fucking around and being part of a fantasy fucking club, jumping up and down, why don't you do something 2 hours a night after you take a shower and eat dinner and talk to your girlfriend 2 hours a night, 4 nights a week. You get online and you fucking sell t-shirts or figure out a way how to make dough. There's 1,000 ways online. I didn't have these options. I had to go get 200 Quaaludes on my arm for 400. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta get like 100 Quaaludes for $200 and sell them for 4. If you start with $2 commitments, become big commitments. People, what about it isn't? And I made small commitments become big commitments. You know how I know? I'm here because of that. In both directions. Little commitments become small commitments. The main thing here is commitment. We started off at $100 a week today. Little commitments become big commitments if you want them to. But some people have too much pride. And they forget that the little commitments are how this whole party starts. Yeah, I'd love to fucking vex on to call me and all. You know, $1,000 a year is a fucking this, but maybe that won't happen. What if they open a little window for me? And like I said, with a little bit of luck, a little bit of hard work, a little bit of patience. You know, like I tell people, you go to like a place like Aspen, Colorado, you know, which, I'm sorry to say this, you know how much traffic there is in those places? Or like car traffic? Like, how many people come and go? Okay, tons. Which means a guy like you that's smart, that really wants to put pieces together, he go to a place like that, and after 2 years, he could excel in something, whether it's something with skis, with fitting, or selling skis, or working on the mountain. You know, there's always a fucking way to learn. You know, there's always, and there's different things. There's always, you know, you start at Rouse. You start as a fucking clerk part-time. All of a sudden, you're in the union, and a full-time job opens up, and you move into that. And all of a sudden, they're looking for a night manager, or a stock night manager in a different store. And you've been there for 4 years, so you got more experience than anybody else, and you become the night stock manager. That really works. That really happens. But it's not going to happen if the little commitment, if you can start there as a check of facility. Maybe not willing to do that. I don't get it. I never got that. What do you think with comedy? You think they were showing up with $200 for me to have seen the first week? No, not even 200. No, I was getting $50 a show at the broker, and I was like making $1,000 for an MC, and $15 and $10. Jesus Christ. Anyway, talking about small commitment becoming big commitments. 16 years ago, I hooked up with my wife, and she had a little cat named Figgy, and between you and me guys, I didn't really fucking care for him that much. I think my wife babied him too much. So I used to break his balls just to, you know, make him fucking be a man. I used to chase him with the vacuum. Crazy shit like that. You put him through training? Yeah, and I ended up loving this guy. I ended up falling in love with him. Everything cat stood for. And I got Fidel. Then I got Sissy. And we set a nice little cat family. And then like a year later, kids started popping up. And this cat started killing them. So my wife saw them. They were living on a roof. She saw the kid fall off the roof and bleed through his nose. And the mother walked away from him because if she brought him with him, he'd attract other cats and kill him. So they left Debbie there. So my wife brought Debbie upstairs. And then one day I was going somewhere like a day later, and there was a little ball with gray cat. And I'm like, and I couldn't call my wife. There's a gray cat that won't stop me howling. My wife called me back, and then she goes, leave him out there. We can't bring him upstairs. And I'm like, but he's fucking beautiful. And then she came home, and we brought him up. cats, and then also a year later, it was still fucking raining out there, and now there's 4 cats out there. We're trying to give them away. Anyway, to make a long story short, this Super Bowl Sunday, Anthony Anderson's going to be having a new show on Animal Planet that I shot like 2 or 3 months ago, and I actually told the story about my Super Bowl and how I made promises to stop smoking coke. And that years ago in Superbad's time, and they enjoyed the story. So they asked me to put together a presentation and give it to them. And they're going to make a decision whether the network wants to work with me on a weekly show, and it would be like a Joey B. I'd be like an Anthony Bourdain again. So I would go to Miami and visit this place and go to Detroit and talk to these people who make saddles for cats, and go to New York where these guys are taking pictures of cats with gold and drugs and guns and shit like that.
People love their cats, and there's a lot of
People love their cats, and it's so weird. Like, I'm not a cat fucking know-it-all, but I know the main thing about a cat is they want to be loved. That's it. They just want to be fucking loved. So, that's what I know about cats. And over the years, I've talked to different people and vets, and I talked to the cat women in my neighborhood. In fact, we're going to have one of these crazy chicks on the fucking podcast in a few weeks. So I'm going to put together a presentation for Animal Planet. I go to a couple places. I mean, the public will never see it. It's not like I can put it out there.
It's an interesting world. It's a pig. It's like what do they call a sizzle wheel on like a presentation, and it's like a little mini version of the show.
The show is going to be 10 to 12 minutes. I got to go visit a fucking a place where you take your cats when they're obese.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to take Harry and Debbie. They got pretty big over the last year in a cage, and drive them down there. You'll be a part of that.
Oh,
And then I'm going to go talk to them. I read this book called Cat Wars. It talks about the American public killing all feral cats because they're killing our birds and our rodents. But then, I read where Disneyland releases cats at night. They have stray cats and shit. They feed them so they don't kill the fucking rats and the rodents. They feed them so the scent throws the rats off because cats are very territorial. And they do the same thing down in the flower district. And here in LA, the lady does the same thing. She had a lot of rodents, brown mice, and rats, and she got cats. So I'm working a lot off that book to improve some of the stuff that, like I said, if my fucking cat kills your bird, my cat's the underdog, And I don't mean that as a joke. You got wings, bitch. You can fly. My cat can't fucking fly,
got that beak. We got the claws.
Yeah, you got a bunch of shit, you know what I'm saying? So my cat catches shit and jumps off a tree. What do you want me to tell you? He's not even your fucking bird. And these people give a fuck about some dirty pigeon and shit like that. And this is the society we live in.
It's an ecosystem, Joey.
Yeah, it's an ecosystem that they went to New Zealand and then the fucking cats destroyed this fucking island. So in Hawaii, they put fences over the fucking thing. And I understand. I get it, guys. But not to be that gentile and fucking, we gotta call all Americans to kill their feral cats for the love of fucking Christ, So, I'm gonna shoot this the week of the 23rd, 24th. I'm gonna shoot like 4 days. Just little footage. We gotta go to the Flower District, the vet. We'll interview the vet tech. I'm gonna have this dude on the fucking podcast. And it's going to be a lot of fun, man. I hope it gets picked up so I can be the new guy and travel around the country and talk to you fucking savages about your cats. I've got one for you, motherfucker. Maybe do a segment on cat videos or something every week. Who the fuck knows, But that's what I'm thinking about doing right now. I don't think you talking to me about these TV shit. I don't fucking want to work on a TV show now. I'm having a good time. On the podcast, doing stand-up. I'm doing stand-up on the road. I'm freely. I can't. I'm too old to be in a fucking trailer all week. And I'm too old. That was great when I got here. I was 30. I don't like it no more. Because I'm going to lose my insurance. I got to act every year. If not, they take away my insurance. But I just don't know what the fuck to do. I'm not in the mood. It's got to be something I want to do or something I want to work with. Like Mark Maron's show. I had a great time, I just don't want to do it no more.
Yeah, but seen you do at all?
Well, they approached me and they asked me about what ideas I had and what they were looking to do.
Is that nicer than having to approach them and pitch them to have them be like, hey, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. I have them. Now I at least get 50% of the fucking door.
Yeah.
I want to see what you got. So I had to really sit fucking tight for like 2 weeks. I don't know about this world. It's like I could call somebody and I just thought about what was going on. And then I learned a lot from the two guys in development at the company. They contacted me and we went to lunch and we just kept talking and emailing. So I learned a lot from what they wanted to do, and I just took it back to simplicity. This is just, I have to tell Animal Planet my story and why I want to do this and what I'm going to bring to the fucking table. So I started my own little thing. I got to interview my wife. I'm going to go down to Hollywood to show them where I got the cats from. I'm going to show them just like 2 of the cats. I'm going to show them me driving the cats with my wife down to the vet and me talking to the lady at the flowers thing about the book and what she feels and what she does to control it. And then I'm going to set GoPros around my house so at night you can see when I get home stoned to the gills how my cats jump on me and we play and shit like that. And that's how the show ends, a little family type thing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, what kind of thing, Joey? Like, you know, the Walkers, remember the Walkers at night, they sing Good Night, Jimmy Boy? I believe in that. I like that. The fucking dudes, the Duck family, at the end, they always prayed. With me, I want to show you the end of the night. Me sitting there with my pajamas on, drinking a fucking glass of water, and I got Superman, Timmy, and Harry on my lap, and I got Gray on my fucking neck. I want to show you people that. So,
Well, you always see in TV shows, you always see the dog at the end of the bed, but you don't really ever see cats always like, oh,
they don't come on my back. I have no animals in my bedroom.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you
Yeah, they don't come on my bedroom. I don't want no fucking cats in my room. They're pain in the ass.
No, but you interact with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Why have fucking animals if you're not gonna fucking interact with them?
Yeah.
I live and die for those fucking cats. Anybody who knows anything about me, I live and die for those cats. You know, when I'm home, let's say I'm home for 4 hours every day, I gotta tell you something, people. For 30 minutes, I'm picking one guy up and I'm brushing the other girl, I play with the other one. You have to do it. You have to mingle with them every day and have, I do something, you know, I touch them all before I leave.
Every day.
Every day. Before I leave, I touch all the heads. That's how superstitious I am. So if Timmy's close by, I'll kiss him. If I could kiss Gray, I'll kiss him. But who's ever sitting there on the way out to get their head touched?
Do you like a specific order?
Lulu's always the last one because she's by the door.
Really? She hides by the door?
No, she just sits on that chair. In fact, when I walk in, Lulu's eyes look at me like, touch me, so I'll touch her. I'll grab her head. Sometimes I sit next to her, put my bag on the floor and just rub her. And then I'll talk to my wife from the living room. And she'll stab me. She's got sharp nails and she'll just fucking stab me, so I gotta pay attention to her. Lulu's a real sweetheart. Lulu's one of my all-time favorite cats. Well, a lot of love there for a female little girl. She's a good lady and she doesn't, her and her sister are tough. They just don't, floss. You know what I'm saying?
No.
They don't fucking floss. So I hope it's going to be an adventure. It should be fun. That's what I got for you.
That's awesome.
Listen, this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm in Hilarities, Pickwick, and Frolic downtown. Do me a favor, come by and say hello. Friday night late, my man Steel is coming. Steel whatever his fucking name is, the UFC champion. He's coming. Then next week, I'll be in the Tempe motherfucking Improv. And as always, I've been going there since 1997. They don't fuck around there, so that's what I got going on, man. I'm happy people listen to it. I'm sorry about the guest cancel. We tried to give you the best we can. We had some nice fucking conversations tonight. I really wanted to talk to you about that 28 thing because I know there's a lot of people who listen to this podcast, man, that are thinking of starting a business. I get a lot of emails during the week, people asking me questions. And that's it, man. Listen, start your business. Start your business. Start your business. I'm not telling you to quit 100%. There's a time to quit. And then go to Shark Tank with Lee and get mind fucked. You don't know Shark Tank. They fucking rob you for everything you have.
I'm coming for you, Mark.
Anyway, I want to talk to you people about something. Saturday Night Live, but somebody told me they went on CISO and they saw the pilot with George Carlin and they watched it and they enjoyed it. So that night I went home, I clicked onto CISO and I watched Saturday Night Live, and I gotta be honest with you, I've been watching some of the Eddie Murphy ones, laughing my fucking ass off, alright? What's the best thing you bought for fucking $9.99? You know, CISO has an endless supply of top shelf comedy, literally months worth of exclusive originals, face melting stand up, and next day late night, and a great catalog of classics. We all have our own little unique taste. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I like Saturday Night Live, the early ones. You might like the show with that kid with the suit, Paul Tompkins show, which is LA Real Estate or some kind of funny. With CISO, it's your comedy. Get your comedy the way you want it. CISO's the place for comedy. They won't tell you how amazing they are, but we will. CISO is amazing. They put my special on, and I own to the end of time. It's comedy for comedy nerds, by comedy nerds. Again, that the stand-up special from Nick Dooley is on there. My girl is on there. Janine Garofalo's on there. Listen, those specials are hilarious. If you want the best new original comedy, you want CISO. CISO is spelled SEESO. Is the new ad-free streaming service bringing you hilarious original series, handpicked classics, weeks of stand-up specials, and more. Bingeable comedy anytime, anywhere. Every episode of SNL ever, including new episodes a day after they air, The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, and Late Night with Seth Meyers the day after they air. So if you miss my girl, what's the blonde that came on here and killed on Jimmy Fallon? If you miss her, Eliza, you go on there the next day, and bam, they have classics like Dirty Rock, Lee's Show, Parks and Rec, and Saved by the Bell. They got original comedies, The Original Office with Ricky Gervais, and the entire Monty Python catalog. Listen, discover the new big names in comedy, and watch the icons before they made it, like Louis C.K. when he had hair, Hannibal Buress, Chelsea Peretti, Amy Schumer, Bo Barnham, and a lot more. Plus, you get to see Uncle Joey on there, right? They got critical acclaimed originals and exclusive content, all right? So do me a favor. If you're serious about comedy, go to CISO right now. And to my listeners, you get CISO free for 2 months when you use promo code Joey at the checkout. Shows you can't get anywhere else, all right? Original series like Take My Wife and Harmon Quest to all 40 years of SNL. Go to CISO.com right now and sign up for 2 free months with promo code Joey at checkout. That's CISO.com, promo code Joey. One of my favorites of all time. Lee loves all this shit. I don't know, you gotta get back on this. Get a little more command over here, Lee. You gotta get your shit together there. Fucking, you get the girl moving in with you, eating bonbons and shit at night, making fucking grapes. You were looking all slim McGoo when you were on Blue Apron. They had you on fucking point. You understand me? Not all ingredients are created equal. Fresh, high-quality ingredients make a real difference, so it's important to know where the hell your food comes from. All right, Lee's had a tremendous time making Blue Apron. He's never gotten a bad dinner. You know, he's always told me next day, this is fucking pretty good. I know Lee, you know, Lee eats a lot of fucking whatever, but he tells me how it is. Plus, him and his girlfriend were making the meals together. It's something fun to do. For less than $10 per person, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with proportioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. Choose from a variety of new recipes each week. Or let Blue Apron's culinary team surprise you, all right? Recipes are not repeated within a year, so you'll never get bored. You customize your recipes each week on your preference. See what's by step, easy to follow recipe card. Proportioned ingredients, ready for you. All you gotta do is put them in there and they're prepared in 40 minutes or less. 40 minutes or less. Blue Apron's freshness guaranteed promises that every ingredient in your delivery arrives ready to cook. Well, guess what? They'll make it right. They took care of Lee that one time. Check out this week's menu, all right? Let's say you want to do the 2-person plan. got the sea and chicken with the mashed potatoes, nice. Or the Pavil style pork with citrus rice. Let's say you want to do the family plan. You got the crispy cod sandwiches with apple motherfucking coleslaw, and you got the honey mustard chicken with the wild vegetables. And you beat that at the house. Do you know what the hell you even know how to cook? Crispy cod sandwiches? No, you don't. That's why. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you 3 meals for free. Free! And free shipping once you go to blueapron.com/Joey. Again, free. You'll love how good it feels and you'll love how it tastes to create incredible home cooked meals with Blue Apron. So do me a favor, don't wait, don't play games. Go to blueapron.com/Joey. Start the year off healthy. Pre-portion meals, you know exactly what you put in your body. Take a chance. Columbus Day. Go to blueapron.com/Joey. I want to thank you guys for listening. You know I love motherfuckers with all my heart. Like I said, Cleveland, I'll see you motherfuckers Thursday night ready to throw heat. Stars and firecrackers, Chinese people. Whatever the hell you're doing, I'll see you Friday and Saturday night. Lisa, who loves you more than me, you little fucking Jewish ball of fucking fire, you.
Nobody. Hello?
All right, don't forget about us. We'll be back Monday night with my beautiful Kate fucking whatever her name is. Stay black. Uncle Joey loves you. Have a great weekend. Mama, I'm depending on you. Tell me the truth. Mama just hung her head and said, son, Papa was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. And when he died, oh, these steps was alone. Papa was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home. And when he died, oh, these steps was alone. What you say that Papa never won today? And Mom, all going around town saying Papa had 3 outside children and another wife. And that ain't right. Heard them talk about Papa doing some sofa preaching, talking about saving souls and all the time reaching. Feeling in that and feeling in the name of the Lord.
but don't make it. Get her chasing women and drinking. Greeting, Podcastville. The church of what's happening now is brought to you by On It. Listen to me. I live on this protein. The hemp force cocoa is tremendous. You understand me? Hemp protein, easy to digest, tremendous. Also, the acai vanilla. Don't make me tell you about the shroom tech sport and the shroom tech immune when I'm flying to take care of my fucking, you know what I'm saying? In case you bump into a Japanese dude with a mask on and shit like that. Beside all that, they got the weights, they got the kettlebells. Go to Honda.com right now and press in church. And on the supplements only side, I'll get you 10% off delivered to your house. Number two, you want to take care of yourself. One of the good parts of taking care of yourself is watching your asshole. People don't know how important it is to fucking wash that mouthful correctly. How many of you right now is just sitting at your desk? Stick your finger up your ass right now. Make sure nobody's watching. Sniff your fingers. What does it smell like? It ain't no fucking flapjack convention. You understand me? That's why there's a new product. A bidet is making a comeback. It's not a new product because I haven't grown up a bidet. My ass is beautiful. It's a bidet. They're making a comeback in that portable. Because of who? Hello Tushy. When you're writing your Christmas list to Santa this year, make sure you tell them to bring your portable bidet from Hello Tushy. Comes with a 60-day guarantee. Listen, me and Lee, the scales, and mine has been there for 2 years, no problem. Fuck, the key that worked for me was Fuji. Whether it's an SEIKO, it's like it's a Superito, whether it's the plain white one or the blue one or the navy blue one, these keys are lightweight, tough and depth. Go to FujiSports.com right now and press in church. Bam! I'm gonna give you 10. Oh no. I'm gonna give you 15% off your order right now. Kick that fucking mule, that motherfucker's Uncle Joey here with his favorite Christ killer Lisa. Yeah, we're going old school today. It's the second podcast of the month. First off, I know you're concerned. The fires are close by, bro. This shit started Tuesday night when I was driving back from San Diego. I think whatever night I was driving back from San Diego Monday. Yeah. My Subaru's a tough fucking car. When I got the Irvine on the 5, which you guys, I'm talking, you're saying like Joy, like, yeah, I know what the fuck Irvine on the 5 is. My point is the wind was fucking so strong that night. It was so fucking strong. So when I was coming home that night about 11:30, maybe 11, I called Lee. I saw fire trucks already. So when I woke up the next morning, my wife, you know, and you could smell it outside because we're in Sunland and Sun Valley, which is real close to North Hollywood where we are now. So, you know, my heart goes
see a guy. It's thank God I didn't have to travel over the hill or anything. I mean, everybody's got meetings today. I know for a fact they're fucking canceling shit because it was even hard getting here today.
Oh, have you ever driven on the freeway when there's been fires? I've done it. I've had it happen twice since I lived here. A few years ago, it makes this look like it made mine look like a match or something, like a little brush fire. But like the side of the 405, maybe 4 or 5 years, so it was on the opposite side of the freeway. I could feel the heat through my, and that was skin. And then seeing the videos this morning of the 405 just completely on fire, I can't imagine. And then a few months ago in Burbank off the 210, which was closed yesterday, the 210 had it too. Like just little, it was towards the end of it, but it was still like little spots of fire. You don't realize how scary it is until you see it.
I could smell it. A lot of schools were closed today. You know, I mean, some of the schools didn't need to fucking close, but the problem is the air. You can feel it. Some people really react. I feel it a little bit. My wife, I can taste it. Okay, whatever. I don't feel it that much. Ashes on the fucking car this morning.
Really?
Yeah,
mine was covered yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah, but not this morning. So I think whatever was close to us, except the Ventura, but still, my heart goes out to all you people when you're living through it. So it's a fucking nightmare. I also want to thank the people who came out to the Wheeler Walker show. It was a fucking adventure, you know. And as a stand-up comic, guys, to do a rock venue, it's very hard because the comedians are standing up, the audience is standing up. And when you stand, your attention level, something happens, people go crazy. Harvey likes to do those rooms. I enjoy them from time to time. They're tough in my skin. I just run through, you know, every 3 minutes. Where's Lee? Where's Lee? Well, obviously he's in my asshole. Like I brought him in the fucking backpack. You know, and you know, it's like they don't stop. Like, where's Lee? Where's Lee? Like, I don't know. He's playing the fucking bongos somewhere. Do you see him anywhere around here? No, so don't worry about it. Let it go. So, but no, you have to fucking fight your way through that. It's not like being in a comedy club. When security comes over and says the next word, you say you get thrown out of comedy. That's where you go when you want really good. You do 20 of those deals as an opening act for a time. You just learn to fucking get the toughest skin in the world. Although, you know, when a lot of comedians have come on the show, we discuss triple runs. The reason why what makes a triple run so hard, they're not standard comedy rooms. Yes, some of them have a monthly comedy show, so you train people from small towns to come there. But some of them are like in sports bars, okay? So you go like Marty's 8-ball sports bar in Montana. You know, they're there to watch fucking sports. So all of a sudden the comedian goes on stage. That's called hand-to-hand combat comedy. They got their back to you. They're watching Oklahoma.
They have their back to you?
Yeah, like they don't. So that is one of the early stages of comedy. That's what toughens you up. When you go home after a night of doing comedy in a situation like that, you don't think about the laughs you got. You think about the people who had their backs turned to you. And then you say to yourself, you're not going to go back there. But this is what builds your mind as a comic. You start going back there to get little goals. Like when I started at a place called The Broker. I started at the Comedy Works in Denver. But where I really developed my comedy mind, I got out of the hand to them was at The Broker. Because there wasn't no going to the stage, Joey Diaz, there was none of that shit. Like I just walked up there cold and it was steak night. So it was $15.95 or $14.95 for a baked potato, a steak, a salad, and an iced tea or something like that, and a dessert. And then you got a free comedy ticket. So there's this piece of people that just went to get a steak from The Broker. The Broker was known for good steaks. Tuesday night was slow.
They just handed them a comedy ticket with their dinner?
Yeah, they just had you got no the comedy show was in the steak room. So if you want to eat the steak, you gotta listen to the bullshit of the comedians.
Was the owner like a big comedy fan or something?
No, the owner was a guy with a wig. At the time, that was a sweetheart of a guy. He owned 4 of them. And restaurants because the first thing they did was bring you a shrimp bowl. I told you about this already. And they had the woman's bank where you had dinner, basically in little rooms that were where you took your money, where you took your safe deposit boxes to look at what was in there. In the box that they turned them into little kitchens for the little tables. So they had a curtain, ladies and gentlemen, so you could actually go in those places and have sex while you were eating. They would bring you shrimp and you could go down on your wife. It was crazy.
Was it allowed, or did they just kind of happen?
You give the waiter a 20, tell them to don't come back for 20 minutes. Tell them not to let the little Mexican come back there. You're going to be at the table eating your wife. I don't fucking know, Lee. But anything is possible. But my point was that they just did it. Triple approached them and they said, yeah, let's do comedy. And I was very lucky. They don't do comedy no more, and they don't even consider it something. Somebody who worked there reached out to me recently. He said, listen, bro, we listen to the podcast. I just want to let you know that you're not even allowed on the premises.
What did you do there?
It ended good, but not like
It doesn't sound like it.
it was just, it was my teeth cutting. It was a job I had from December of 91. 6 months into comedy, I got this job. And it lasted me till January of 93 until I got fired.
Wow, that's 2 years. That's crazy.
So it was basically, that's like a year and a month or something like that. Because it was 91. I had just gotten separated. 91 was when I started. So it was December of 91. December of 92 was a year. And I got
January of 93, got it.
I got fired before the week of the Super Bowl because I pushed the manager into the bookshelves. I can walk in there, there's all the library books.
What?
That's funny because I was thinking about you hear that song, No, You're Never Gonna Get It. No, You're Never Gonna Get It. Not this, it's by some duet, a quartet from the fucking 90s. When I started there at this place, they were having, you look at your life and you think of the opportunities and how they pop up. I get out of prison. I get a job. I become a good roofer. I become an estimator. The whole time I wanted to do comedy. But not having the balls to even consider it. Like wanting in the worst way possible. Like just wanting it so badly. I was walking around and now thinking back, that was what my problem was. I wanted to do comedy so bad, but I was so fucking scared. Like I get just telling you this right now, people, I have tears in my eyes. I'm holding my thing like I'm gonna fight. I can't explain to you how hard it is to live your life and want to do something, but you're so fucking scared. Like I was in prison. I had my mother. I had nothing going. I was a thief, and I had nothing going on. I'm finally married, and I got a little baby, and I fucking got everything going. But I fucking wanted to do comedy in the worst fucking way, and I didn't know how. But let's cut this shit. I was just such a fucking pussy. I was such a fucking pussy, Lee.
And this desire came just from the dice tapes and like the
so I got out of the halfway house in 89, and this desire started January of 1990. This desire close to it, let's just assume, because I remember at 89, I was in a halfway house and I rented the downstairs and brought the end address clay and tape. Right. And at that time I thought it was very funny and I was angry because I thought that these are the thoughts I had in my head for years, what he was saying.
So you mad at him that he said it, or
yes, I was mad at him that he said it before I had the balls to say it.
And it's just so weird to me to think about you having fear.
Oh my God, fear. Like wanting to do it, and it was a closet thing. I didn't tell anybody.
Okay, so like
it wasn't. There's no way I would say it because if I told somebody, then they would pressure me.
So like let's go back to 1990 though.
Okay.
You're thinking you're like okay, open mic tonight.
I'm making I'm making 700 a week flat as a fucking estimator.
Okay,
and I'm making maybe 2,000 a weekend. Houses, like re-roofing houses after fucking life. I wasn't doing badly. I wasn't doing bad financially. I had a condo. I had a fucking car. I had I had like this life that I'd always yearned for. This was it. This is it, guys. Right or wrong. You just came out of prison. You've been a loser all your fucking life. I mean, you had it down till you were fucking 17, and then the coke and the bullshit and all this shit in my head took me into a level was just disgusting, and I ended up in jail for it, okay? So let's just talk about that. I come out, it's 90. I got this. This just pops up in fucking 6 or 7 months. You know, it took me about a year of roofing, like 9 months of roofing, to realize that the company needed an estimator. The company I was working for was my brother-in-law's company, but they again were too scared to fucking go out and get work. So the guys, let me tell you what was going right now. So there's some contracting. Somebody else was getting the work and keeping half the profits, but I was still making money, so I didn't give a fuck. Until one day I was on a family thing, and they're all talking about how all these jobs are subcontracted by this big roofing company, and they're really getting killed. And I go, then why are you doing them? Why don't we go out and bid with them another way? That'll take us too much away from my job. The problem was they were 2 great roofers, but they weren't there were 3 great roofers. The brother-in-law and the 2 brothers were tremendous. I think the guys, tremendous. I mean, when you talk about roofers, like I say, certain people are born for certain things. I learned something every day from my brother-in-laws. They were the 2 Polacks, the Kings. They were brilliant fucking young guys, man, when it came to figuring out shit. They lived for that shit. Like, they went to work. You know, when you lay roof, it's not just going up there. You're going to bump into different situations every day. They had done it so long, and they were in this. If I was in my 30s, they were probably 35, 36. They were doing it since they were in high school. They knew these jobs backwards and frontwards. They could do this shit in their sleep.
Right, and if they haven't seen it, they can know how to fix it.
Oh my God, they were brilliant. And all we did was take off old roofs and then put on new roofs. We never fucking re-roofed. Everything was brick. So we would have to cut the old roof, take it off, put the insulation down, put the wood down, wherever it was needed, and then lay the rubber. And then we used to do ballasted roofs, which means they're roofs that you put rocks on. You have a little roof, and they have rocks on the roof. That means it's a ballasted roof. That it's rubber, but it's held down by these rocks. So the rubber can, and you seal the sides with glue, and you put a kind of like a metal molding. I forget what it's called, and that's involved. We specialized in rubber re-roofs. We did hot roofs once in a while, but my brother-in-law thought it was very dangerous. You ever go into a place and you see 2 fucking people downstairs with masks on, and they're pumping hot tar roof.
Yeah.
Things tend to blow up.
Jesus.
So my brother-in-laws were involved with a couple of them blowing up. So now that they were roofers, they just committed to have those type of roofs. So one day I took it upon myself to contact, like we did work with Firestone. We did work with a couple of different rubber companies. Carlisle was our #1 rubber at that time. And I myself, ladies and gentlemen, so you know, thought that how nice would it be if I could create my own position in this company. So what I did was I contacted all the rubber companies. I told them what I did, how I did it, how I knew about their product, and how I wanted to be representatives for their products. And they sent me to estimating school. So I think it was either Carlisle or Goodyear or Firestone, one of those. I think it was Carlisle at that time, who sent me to a seminar for like 8 weeks. I did this, guys, even though I was doing drugs and selling coke. I stuck to this fucking little seminar shit.
And did they expect you to only sell Carlisle? And you were going to do that anyway?
I was going to sell everything. I was going to push Carlisle. But if they were set on, if it meant the job, I would get certified in all of them. So that's what I did. I got certified in all of them.
So wait, so how do you admit? How do you even know people just like have you go around asking?
Like everybody knows I'm a fucking stiff, but I'm a salesman and I know how to fucking create a position. There's nothing more than learning how to. What do I tell people when you call me? What do I tell you every time? What are you doing? I'm putting the pieces together. That's a true statement. True and true. Right now, Lee, you're in position. You're in position to come in here and do podcasts with me and go home. One day you're gonna be home alone. You're gonna go, whoa. There's a complete different position there, and I'm gonna create it, and I'm gonna double my fucking salary. That's how people do it, ladies and gentlemen. And you don't do it by selling it. You do it by doing it and showing it to the employer. And then once you've made them money, or once you show them there's a potential for money, they'll let you create the fucking position. People don't do this anymore. My brother-in-law had no idea that I was even doing this. One day they were like, "What were you after?" And I said, "I went down and put a bid in on a fucking building downtown." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got that bid in. I got another bid here. I got another bid there." And I was bidding fucking everywhere. And then bam, I got like this job. I don't know the numbers and the parameters, people. It was fucking 20 years ago and like Chinese to me. They closed the deal.
So you were doing it for your brother-in-law's company?
Yeah, so I would go to, now I created my own position. I would go to work with them at 7:30. Help stock the roof, get on that fucking roof, work as hard as everybody else. And at 1 o'clock, once the roof was torn up, the hard or heavy work, I would eat lunch with them, change my shirt, wash my face, and I leave. And I go on construction sites and start bidding.
Oh, construction
They
site.
gave me a truck, they gave me a cell phone, and I started bidding, dog. And in that process, now I became a bidder. Now it's not only in the now, I had my own job.
Like the opposite of selling.
So now they were going, now I became a stocker also. So now I was stocking supplies for the job. So I would call with Rocky Mountain Roofing Supplies at the time. I opened up an account with them. I got my own account with them, and I would call them up and say, deliver 3 rolls of this to this place. Deliver these tools, this amount of stone. I would call the stone company and set the drop for 3:30. Every afternoon. By 3:30, we had to be done with the roof insulation down, and then put the rubber down on top, and then put all the caulking and all that shit around, and do the ceiling around the pipes and the air conditioners and all that. That all has to be done by 3:30, because at 3:30 a truck comes and you don't want to hear those stories. And there you are with these things up on that 4th floor with a thing connected to you, a tube, and rocks shoot out of there. And it's you and me, brother, and you gotta go and spread the rock. So take it and then spread it. You push it to the farthest end, and then you open up the valve, and the rock falls, and you run back, and you load the rock. That's what I used to do every day. That's what I used to do every day, man. And then I created my own position. Everything was going great. Okay. I got a great job, guys. But in Colorado, when you're a roofer, it snows. So on those days, you might go fix leaks. People have leaks, shit like that. You do little repairs. You're always going to have a leak there. There's always something. No, it snowed fucking 82 inches. And all of a sudden, the next day, it's 90 degrees. What do you think's going to happen? And one of those days, I was at home. It was January. It was freezing out. And I was at home. My wife was working. The baby was with my in-laws. And I went to the video store. It was the first time I had been alone in months. And for some reason I rented something, but I rented Punchline. It was a movie about stand-up comedy with Tom Hanks and Sally Struthers. And I brought it home. The kid from Angel Salazar that was on the podcast was in there. A bunch of comedians, the Wayans. And it was a story about a comedy club and a big-time comic. And he becomes Roseanne's husband's in it.
Oh, okay.
You never saw it, Lee?
No, I don't think so.
It's a great movie. It's a great. See what if they have a clip of anything from Punchline, Tom Hanks, and I'll see if it's like a scene that really got me started. When I saw that movie that day,
video store
Okay, like
3 times.
like I watched it 3 times in a row because at that moment it let me know that that's right there. Like I was miserable in my marriage at that time, and it seemed like we didn't love each other, which we didn't really at this point anymore. I'm not gonna tell you that. At this point, I was just a guy working. You know, I was just fucking working. I had a little office in the back, and I would sneak my little cocaine from time to time. But you know, beside that, let's scroll down. Let's see what. Because there's a couple of things that he says in there that were pretty. That got me. But anyway, it don't fucking matter. So I watched that movie, and right away I wanted to fucking.
It just clicked with you.
Right away I wanted to do stand up. And something happened that they got a job in New Jersey.
Your company.
My company. So I had, at that time, the company was based out of New Jersey, but we were living in Boulder. They were doing a job in Denver, and that's how I got on. It was an 18-month job. But the 18 months was now over. I got them a few jobs. But now that was over. And they go, listen, if you could come to the East Coast with us and move, we got a couple of jobs back there. It might be 3-4 days a week because we have to keep our guys employed. Or you could stay here and keep bidding jobs, and we'll come back. You schedule them and we bid them. By this time, I already had my little roofing company going where I just did residential homes.
And you were good enough just to do it, you and a friend?
Me and a friend to do residential homes on the weekends.
Got it.
So I had burned down a little bit. We were doing them every weekend. We did about 20 weekends in a row.
Wow.
And then we took like 3 weeks off. We did another 10, and then, because he roofed all week.
Right. So
He roofed on a big scale also all week. So the crazy thing was that, sorry about that, people, I had a little fucking allergy to the smoke is killing people. So here I am. So I go, you know what? My buddy calls me one day in the middle of all this. Now it's like February of
90.
of 91. Okay? And one day, before they leave to Jersey, they go, we got one day on this place. Can you do it with us? And I go, yeah. Come on, I don't give a fuck. Absolutely. And they go, get in, we'll meet you there tomorrow morning at 6. Well, guess what happens? The next morning I wake up and there's 22 inches of fucking snow. But I shovel my way out and I head out there because the supplies are still going to drop. And I will never, ever, ever forget that day as long as I live, because the snow was coming down so hard, people, that I couldn't see 4 feet ahead of me. But I didn't have a jacket on.
Why?
Like I had a hooded sweatshirt and gloves on because it wasn't cold. It was like this really weird blizzard. So by the time I got back, we were doing the job in Arvada. And by the time I got to Arvada, they had shoveled the streets. The ladder was up. My brother-in-law had shoveled the section of the roof. And we were just waiting on supplies. So we're up there, and it's not cold, but you can't see. You can't fucking see, guys, you know? For me, it wasn't cold at that time. For my one brother-in-law, he had a jacket on and whatnot. Now, there's another 2 or 3 guys standing around. And I walk up, and I go on the supplies here, and all of a sudden, boom, as soon as I said that, the truck comes down the block. And, you know, they pick the stuff up, and then was going to have a few weeks off to sell. And if they picked up in Jersey, I was going to go back.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so what we had to do is with the roof we had done for 18 months, there was a leak. We knew there was going to be a leak there. We knew there was going to be a problem. It was a certain section that was fucked up. So I'm at the restaurant, ladies and gentlemen. It's my last day of work with my brother-in-law until I sell another job or whatever. I was not worried. I had my little side gig. I had a little money put away. And as I'm eating the bowl of chili, there's a Rocky Mountain post right next to me. Okay, just laying there. You ever been here? We sit at a table, ladies and gentlemen, there's a fucking newspaper there. And I don't know what. I didn't, if you know the Rocky Mountain News, it's not like a traditional paper that you open. It's like the New York Post. You open it from like a book. Okay, but for some reason, when I opened it, I went to open it to the sports page. Like, you know, you just take like 16 pages or whatever the fuck it is. Like, you take a guess. And when I opened it, it landed on the page. And it was a picture of a stand-up comedian with his hand up in the air and a microphone. And it said, stand-up comedy in Denver, the new explosion. Lee, my fucking heart stopped.
And how long ago had you watched the movie?
A month. But up to this month, I'm all fucked up in the head. I watched this movie, now I'm all fucked up. And I'm not gonna lie to anybody, I did 911 comedy clubs, 411 comedy clubs, and I did call the Comedy Works after I watched Punchline. And they said it's Tuesday night, you have to call a week in advance. And guys, do you think I called? Fuck no.
So, like, that's what I wanted to ask you. So, like, you're like, okay, call a week in advance. When it's Tuesday morning, and you're like, it's the day to call. Why don't you call?
Petrified.
Of what?
I had the American dream, and now I want to live like a nomad. How I've been living all my life. Was I fucking stupid? You know, I got a wife, I got a little kid. I'm becoming an estimator on my own.
Oh, so you saw that the career change.
I almost had a college degree, but the school wouldn't let me go back on campus because of my felony. You know, I mean, I just had all these disasters. And what do you want me to do? I'm going to quit everything to become a stand-up comedian? That's a fucking pipe dream. But I open up this newspaper, and it says stand-up comedy, blah, 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 blah. It's huge. It's the explosion of Roseanne. Now, this is February of 91. Roseanne was fucking hugely, like, you know, TV show. It's like Cat Thrones. It had just dethroned Cosby's. Cosby's had been number one on whatever night on fucking for 8 years in a row. Nobody beat him. Jesus could come out playing the drums for the Beatles, and they still couldn't beat out the fucking Cosby Show. And Roseanne beat him. So Roseanne was the shit now. So all the article was about Roseanne and how she became a comic in Denver and all what's going on in Denver now, the explosion of comedians in Denver, the open mic scene. And they have a thing that says how to become a comedian. And they had all these things that you could do. But they had one right there in Boulder. And it was starting in about a week and a half. And again, I pussied out for the first 3 or 4 days. And then it was $35. And I go, I buy cocaine 5 days a week for $50, $100. I can't go spend $35. And I went and I spent the $35.
And so, like, you were already thinking, I want to be a stand-up comedian full-time?
Not at all, Lee. Not at all, Lee. Please don't embarrass me, make me cry. Not at all. I thought I was a fucking loser on a lucky streak. That's it. Who the fuck was I to be a stand-up comedian? And I just wanted to do it. It was eating me alive how bad I wanted to do it, but who the fuck am I, Lee? What the fuck have I done? What are my chances? I'm lucky I'm walking around. I got people looking for me because I owe $1,300 in Jersey still. And I'm going to be a stand-up comedian. Who the fuck am I kidding? I went to prison.
So what was so exciting about it? Like the crowd cheering, like or laughing? Like what drew you to it in the movie?
When I watched the movie or when I read the article.
And then, like, what about the movie or like seeing that made you want to do it?
The movie seemed like the book I read in prison about Lenny Bruce. It seemed like these guys that drop out of society in a way. You know, they all had day jobs, but at night they hung around this comedy club. And I know what this feeling is like, you know, and it's like, if you know what comedy clubs are like, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are the off nights. And then Fridays and Saturdays, those guys are Crystal Lee, Joe Rogan, myself. We come in on Fridays and Saturdays. So Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays belong to the local comedians. And that's a bond, you know, when Joshua comes on the podcast and you guys hear us going back, that's a bond of 22 years of him knowing my inner demons and me knowing his inner demons. We were there. We were there in that same dingy fucking basement 3 nights a week, week in and week out for 2 years. You know who has money, you know who's eating your french fries, you know who's doing drugs, you know who's stealing jokes, and you need that. That's where the character comes from. But at this point, I didn't know these things. I just knew I wanted to be a part of something. Like, I thought I wanted to be a criminal. That I didn't want to be living out of jail. Is not the place to be. If anybody's been in jail, please explain to Lee. It's.
Oh, I don't need to.
I don't need
I already know what
it's not cool. It's nothing. Don't listen to that shit. Your freedom. Somebody telling you what to do, what time to do it. Nothing's worth your freedom. So I knew that criminality, if I would do something criminal, it would be something that would send me to jail. That I always had a chance of getting out of it. But never again was there going to be a machine gun involved. Never again was there going to be a 2-ounce truck by. Nothing. I was going to live under the radar. You want to buy an 8-ball? I got to know you a long time. You want to buy a quarter ounce? Something like that shit for me to make money. I had to really.
See, that still seems dangerous to me, but.
And I know when you're making a buy for a cop, I already, you know what I'm saying? Like, I already know these things. So, I didn't tell anybody. I lied. And I would tell them I was doing something on Sunday and forgot what I told them. Because at that time, I was still involved with the Boulder County, like the county system. Like, I still had to go to meetings once a month as a fella, and then fucking they talk to me about job opportunities and career shit or whatever. And I didn't say that to nobody. The class was at 1 o'clock on Sundays for 3 weeks in a row. I didn't tell a fucking soul, people. Not my dearest friends in Jersey. I told nobody. And I went every Sunday, and I went to the back of the class. There's probably 13 people. And I kept my mouth fucking shut. I didn't say 2 words. And I think like the second week, we started talking about ideas, and he asked me, and I told him what I thought, because he gave us homework. And then the third week, the homework assignment was actually to go on stage. That was it. There was no fucking around. When you wake out here in LA, they milk you to death, ladies and gentlemen. They put you through the 10-12-week course, and then you perform at the Improv for $400 in front of Hollywood agents. Listen, there's nobody in the audience. And out of the percentage rate of those people that stick with that class are like 3%. So my class was basically a couple of like chefs, real estate people who worked in offices, and it's crazy. I'm telling you the story. You know, it's just I walked in there, and none of the people in there being like they were stand-up comics. Like none of them made the cut from my visual eye. What it took, I thought everybody had to be like Richard Pryor, and these people were just all too fucking plain. But that.
Do you think you look like a stand-up comic?
No. I thought, guys, by week 2, I thought that maybe this was a great experience. Like next week, I'm gonna get to go up, and that's gonna be great, and I'll never do it again.
You thought you were in a scratch.
that's it. That was good enough for me, guys. Point, I was so about this is like going to a psychiatrist. This is terrible. I thought that, no, this is it. I will go to one more class. 3 minutes, he wanted, no, a minute. He wanted us to do a minute.
Like Kill Tony time, yeah.
Like Kill Tony time, 1 minute. And man, guys, that week was a fucking horror show. I'm taking myself there back right now like it was just a horror show. Because I couldn't tell anybody. Nobody.
Did you think they'd laugh at you, or what did you think?
I didn't think anything. I just, it's like some one of your friends coming up to you and telling you they have HIV. Like, hey, that's what it felt like to me. Like, from there, what, Joey, what? You did what? Are you fucking stupid? When you get out of stand-up comedy? But, so I did the third fucking thing.
The third class.
The third class. I did my minute, and then he consults with you after class. And I made myself like number 8. And what you did was you stood outside the classroom, and you went in.
Like they announced you coming to the stage?
No.
Okay.
No. You sat there in front of the class, and you drew from a hat the first time. And I can't tell you what number I was. I don't know. I know that when I went to get my review, so after the class, he closed up. It was a 3-hour class. And we all stood in the hallway while he went back in. And then you went in and he'd tell you your review. What you should do, what he thought you should do. And when I went in there, he was a white dude from Long Island. He was cool, you know. He seemed pretty fucking cool. But I didn't think he liked my comedy. And when I walked in, he goes, who are your influences? I said, I really like Richard Pryor, I like Hicks, I like Andrew. And he goes, you should consider this. He goes, you should consider this. And here's my number if you need help. I go, what do I do from here? He goes, there's open mics everywhere. Just start going to open mics. When I walked out of there, are you fucking kidding me? I'm not listening to this fucking clown. You're crazy.
So you weren't excited? You were like almost...
I was excited. Come on. Fuck yeah. Those are the words exactly that I wanted to fucking hear.
Right.
Those are the exact words I wanted to fucking hear.
But then you immediately went to...
I went home. When I looked in the mirror and I'm like, what the fuck am I getting? So I had no fucking gig. So I opened up a fucking paper one day and I see no comedy club opening in Westminster, Colorado, looking for doormen, security, bartenders, blah, 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 all this shit. So I fucking got in the car. I didn't say nothing to nobody and I ran up there. And I applied and I put Jeff Harm's name, the teacher's name, as a reference. And the guy called me that night. His name was Cody. And he goes, can you work Thursday, Friday, Saturday so we get the door? And I go, yeah. And I went and I worked the door. And they liked me and I told them I did that. I didn't say nothing to nobody, but I got a day job selling Toyotas. My buddy talked me back into selling fucking Toyotas. And I went back to selling Toyotas. And what I thought what this place was completely different than what I had ever had. And any other car place I had ever been in.
Better or worse?
It checked you. When you sell cars, there's a lot of dealerships that don't check you. This place checks you. You're like saying, Joy, what's a check? Well, there's some places you come in at 8 o'clock, you get a cup of coffee, you bullshit with a leaf for a little while. You tell them how bad the day is. And then you go outside and wait for fucking customers all day. And you do whatever the fuck you can. This place, you had to go in there. And right away, you had to get a notepad and write 3 of your goals down. Remember, we had Jim Handy call up.
Absolutely.
And we have to write your goals down for the day, for the week, and for the month. And then write how you're going to attain those goals. So before you can even touch a fucking phone or talk to a customer, they would buy the book. That's why everybody went at 15. Because you had to write your goals. You didn't want to miss a sales call at 8:30.
Okay. So they forced them to...
It forced you. And if you didn't like it, you got fired. It was that fucking simple. Now, again, I had the whole gym do something awkward. Like I didn't tell him that I was bartending, that I was a doorman at a comedy club.
That was even too weird. Like, you wanted to say something.
I didn't want to say it to nobody. The only person I know at that time was my wife. And she was like, "You're doing what?" And I'm like, "I've always liked comedy. This is what I don't know, maybe I want to do this." She fucking looked at me like, I got an 18-month-old kid and a 16-month-old kid. You want to try comedy? Like, she didn't even have to say it, Lee. You know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't have to say it, but it didn't matter because I was making money. It's like I was blowing money. I don't know. I was going to make $100 a weekend more.
I'd be gone for
2 nights. Right. Then they offered me 5 nights a week. They said, "Can you work the door Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday?" And I said, "Sure." And they came back to me a week later and they go, "The DJ quit. Can we train you in the DJ booth and give you like a $2 raise?" So I had myself this fucking, we're running the club, 25-hour-a-week job at night and selling cars in the daytime, writing goals. And one day I finally told Jim, I go, "Jim, I'm fucking, a bartender. I'm a DJ at a comedy club." He goes, "You do what?" I go, "I'm DJing at a comedy club." He goes, "You shouldn't be DJing. You should be on stage." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Bro, you haven't watched those whole fucking things, this whole spiel." So I was great and dandy.
And this is after the class.
This is after the class. And a month later, I go and I sell a car, and I go in there early one morning to make sure the car is ready for the customer. He's picking it up at 10. So I get there at 8:30, and I give the lot clerks $20 a piece to vacuum it, fix it up with gas, make it look nice for the customer. So when they get there, it's not a piece of shit. And one of the kids was Jim Handy's son.
Gotcha.
So when I walked back there, he goes, "It's funny you came back here. We were talking about you on the drive here." And I go, "Well, what I do?" Is your dad mad about that I kept him here till 10? He goes, "No." He said that he's sick and tired of this life. That if he had any balls, he'd fucking quit his job and take you on the road as a comedian. You could start your comedy career. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. And again, Lee, I'm going to call the Comedy Works, and I called the Comedy Works, and guess what I did that day? They called me that Tuesday morning. "Joey, you're up at 8:45 Monday night." And I waited till that morning, and I canceled, and I canceled, and I kept my guys. I kept canceling and canceling.
What were you nervous about?
What the fuck do you think I was nervous about, Lee?
I like it. I don't know. It just you're so confident in all these other ways. I get that it's hard for me to even picture.
I was scared of the truth. I was scared of the truth. I knew that if I failed at this, I really had no fucking options.
Even though you had two successful careers, car sales and roofing.
I wasn't successful. I was working like a fucking savage. I wasn't successful at all. Who the fuck are you kidding? I was a hustler. And, I was lucky. I knew how to sell drugs, so from that I translated into, but I was just spinning my wheels. I was just spinning my wheels like everybody else does in their life and not even knowing it. And I love car sales. And I loved roofing, and I was good at estimating. But I just wanted to try.
It was like what you were meant to do.
So now I started watching videotapes. I just kept watching fucking videotapes at night. When I get home and nobody was awake, I'd watch the best of BET. No, I'm sorry, the best of Def Comedy Jam. And I fell in love with Joe Torre's comedy, and then I started watching Rodney Dangerfield's Young Comedian special. And I fell in love with Bill Hicks. And I fell in love with Dice Clay. I had not seen them, and I would hide these guys. I would hide these fucking things. Like, I didn't want nobody to know. I would treat them like you would treat porn. If you Yeah, I'd tell you late night with the thing on, ready to fucking go to cable TV if she even came down the stairs. Like it was just horrible. And I was, asking the comedians questions every week when they would come in. How is this life? What do you think? You really have a family and do this? Some guys had day jobs and and I still refused to get on the fucking stage. I still get fucking canceling. And then people were telling me, ask the quality to do a guest spot. And I didn't have the ball here. I was working here. And they're telling me, ask the guy to do a guest spot. And I did not have the balls to ask the guy and leave. We'll ruin your fucking life if you let it. Because we know it's going to get you to the next one. That's when you're scared the most. When you fucking know that this is going to save your life. That's when we get the worst set of fucking fear. That's when you know that you're fucking, when you know something's good for you, it's more that we get scared. Like, listen, it's a great class, it's free, but it's at 8 in the morning, but it'll change your life 3 times a week. You refuse to fucking go because of fear, because you might like it, and now you're faced with the reality of it. Like, that was my fear. Like, I had fear of failure, and now, let me tell you something. If I wouldn't have gone on stage, I would have been in prison right now. There's no two ways of lying to anybody here. We can do the math. I'll do the math in front of you. I'll do the math in front of you, people.
How long do you think it would have taken for you to get arrested again?
10 years. There was no way. There was no way. Rabbbi can't change its spots. There was no way. It took me 10 years of comedy to stop being fucking felonious. For comedy to win. You know what I'm saying? It took 10 years for comedy to win. For me to, like, when I got to the comedy store, I'm like, whatever I'm doing as a comic, now I'm a comic. No more stealing, no more, robbing a case of booze to make $30. Like, the only person who was getting in my way up to that point was me. I got in trouble in Seattle. I had problems in Boulder. When I went home in '94, I was just a walking fucking disaster. Come on, how the fuck? But just something kept telling me, you gotta get on a fucking stage. And finally, my ex-wife said, when are you gonna get on stage finally? She heard me call the Comedy Works. And she got a babysitter that night. She put me in the spot.
Oh, thanks.
And she fucking, we went to eat somewhere or something. And by that time, we were done. We knew it. This was just, I don't know what happened. I can't explain it. It was weird, guys. Like, I just lost interest in anything except working and this little child. We drove to Denver, and I got on stage, and Matt Woods was there. And people came up to me and told me I did great. I had great stage presence. And I just knew leaving. I just knew nothing.
Because you knew you had to make a change or something.
I jumped over the hardest fence. I could do this again. Sure enough, I got a gig 2 nights later. Up in Greeley, Colorado.
For like a paid stand-up gig?
I think he gave me $10 for gas.
That's cool.
$5 for gas or something like that. Which came back to haunt me. 6 months later. How? I'm gonna tell you how. Let me do it. No, I'm gonna tell you how. I got this $5 from. This was another angel. I gotta write in my book. This guy came into my life as an angel. He was there that night at the Comedy Works, and he gave me the show in Greeley 2 nights later. And he booked a room in Greeley called the Down Under, which they still do comedy at today. Excuse me, and he would book me as much as he could, and Down Under, $50 a pop. And I would go there and just bomb, like, because that time Bill Bauer paid me $5 for gasoline.
He's probably a good mayor.
This is December 18th of 1991.
You're a professional for $5.
And they told me I was a professional because I took that $5 payment.
An NCAA violation or
I
something.
believe that. And that's my fucking, and I was, but it's so weird how after I went through that fear thing, everything changed in my life. Like I saw everything bigger. I became bolder, you know, I mean, would it take 4 months after I got on stage for us to separate? You could tell that I was done.
So after you got on stage that first time, how often would you do it?
Oh, not at all.
Oh, okay.
I was a bum. I was whenever I had to go to the break. One night I drove all the way to Denver to do a room that started at 11 and they put me on at 1:30 in the morning. And there was people in the audience and I had such a bag of dicks that I never went out again. Like I said, I'll never go to open mics again. I just go with that gun.
Conquer your fear. You're still kind of scared of it.
Well, after I conquered my fear of it, then I ran into another obstacle, which was called divorce, which really changed the plan. Because now the plan was like, I conquered my fear, but that's as far as really I was going to take it. I was probably going to be an open micer from time to time, get on stage, crack jokes, and that was going to be the extent of it. I was a family man. But on October 15, 1991, when I walked home, and she informed me she was moving out, like Felix informed or whatever. It was weird because I was very sad that I was losing my family, but I was very happy at the same time that I was becoming a stand-up comedian. Like now I had no choice. Now I had no excuse.
Yeah, you saw it as like a freedom to do it. Like you saw like how quickly did you think about stand-up?
I doubted that the child was going to live with me. I knew I was going to see the child every week.
Right.
But I doubted the child would live with me, so maybe I could see the child 2 or 3 nights a week and do comedy the rest of the time and keep a day job. That was going to be the extent of it, Lee. That was the personal thought.
But how quickly did you think about stand-up?
Right there. As she left, right there. When I looked at that apartment, there was nothing left. And, you know, right there, I was like, so now I don't have a fucking excuse. And all of a sudden now there's a contest at the broker. Like, what a fucking coincidence. Like, so my spirits are kind of down. I can't lie to you. But at the same time, comedy was like, okay. So that kind of picked me up. And I still remember this like it was yesterday. I bought an Acura Integra. I went out and bought a bunch of music. I didn't buy furniture. I had a stand, I had a TV, and I had a bed with no fucking post. Like it was just 2 mattresses on the floor. I didn't even have one. They took my desk because it was her father's desk. They took my silverware. If you listen to Testicle Testaments, remember I told she took my mustard. That's fucked up. She took everything. You know, I had my credit cards, and I had a little bit of fucking savings, and I had credit. And that was it. And that's still, it wasn't when I was doing comedy. I became one of those guys that was doing comedy. I was getting drunk. I was getting fucked up. But every week I became tighter and tighter with the waitresses and the brosi after I won the contest. December 18th, I won the contest. And I waited. There were so many people I had there that night. Like I must have had over 100 people that I knew from Bolton that night.
From like work and your friends?
Work, friends, people from the halfway house, people from Neighbors Pizza, these hippies I knew. It was crazy. It was crazy. I probably had really 75, I'm exaggerating, old car salesmen from different places where I worked. Everybody was snorting coke, everybody was drinking, it was great. And I won $500 or $1,000. So I called the guy a week later and I said, listen, bro, let's be honest, you got that fucking magician in there now. What the fuck is he doing for you? And he goes, what do you mean? I go, why don't you fire him, make me the house MC? He goes, well, all I can pay you is $50 a week. Done. That's $200 a month every Tuesday. And I get to do comedy.
How long did you think about asking him to do that?
4 days after I won the contest.
But was it like a spur of the moment thing? Or did you go?
I had gone there every week to watch comedy now. And as a fucking, it didn't take a genius that this fucking magician was, he was, listen, like I said, it was $14.95, who the fuck knows, to get a steak and to watch the comedy show. Okay? The ages ranged in there. This guy was old. This guy was 50. And he was, to top it off, he was a really, really, really bad magician. Like, that added insult to injury. And it got to the point when the guy was doing 20 minutes, they would start talking and heckling him and throwing shit. And the wait staff had to fucking interfere a couple times. It was those type of situations. So then, it kept happening. So I just called the guy out of the blue. This is what you need to do, man. I didn't call the magician, and I didn't go behind the magician's back. The magician was having a fucking hard time there every Tuesday. Because he was the host of the regular show. So now, what it was every Tuesday, 2 comics went up, and then Trevor would send 2 other comics up. So it was like a whole show, like an hour and a half show, or a 2-hour show. But every time this magician went up, people would get up and run and leave.
Was that bad?
No, y'all fucking god awful. Because he had to be, you know, when you're young, you don't know how old somebody is, but now that you know about reflexes, the guy had to be 55, 60, maybe 70. The birds would come back, the cards would disappear. He would give you, like, he was one of those guys who would say, take a card, and they go and say, it's the ace of spades, and it was really a red heart, an 8. Oh my God. You know, he was just old. So people were starting to laugh at him and giggle at him, and management, you know, I knew they were getting complaints. Once I won the contest, I waited 2 days. But when I made my call, and I said, listen, whatever your name is, I've known you for a long time. I love the magician, but if you sit back there, it's painful on fucking Tuesdays. Since I won the contest, and I'm a local boy and I know people, let me come in there every Tuesday and host. And he goes, let me think about it, and I'll call you back. And 2 days later, bam, I got the hosting job at the broker. And I was off and fucking running.
Did you ever run into that magician again?
No, he died. No, they still kept him. You know what? They did a lot of different activities. So they used them on Wednesdays. The place had a social night where professionals from around the town would come and they'd mingle, and black guys would fuck white chicks and they'll give you free shrimp and shit. Then Thursday was ladies' night, right? And then Friday and Saturday was just the hotel customers, so they didn't need them. But on Sunday, the truth of the matter is, when I lived reaching guys, the truth of the matter, well, because I really got spoiled when I lived in Denver. Lee loves them. What do you call those things that you go to have all the type of foods?
Buffets.
Okay, these 2 places to me were Fogo de Chao before Fogo de Chao came. The place that you see in The Shining, the hotel in The Shining.
The place where they worked?
The place, yes, that they closed down.
Right.
That was the best Sunday buffet in the state of Colorado. Oh boy.
Wow.
People would fly in there.
What did they have?
They just had everything that you fucking wanted. I forget.
Eggs Benedict Bill?
Everything, all that shit, but meat and cut and chefs and people cooking. It was fucking brilliant. It was, you know, whatever the cost was at that time, it was well worth it. And the second best one was the broker, where I did comedy. And one Sunday was seafood. So every gobble, it was still $30 for all you could eat. So they kept the forever. You know what I'm saying? You're out there eating those fucking Vegas shrimps and shit with the nerves still in it and the fucking blood and guts. You know, you're eating nice clean shrimp, bro. But they would have just from it. All I would do is drink 30 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice. It was the best freshly squeezed orange juice you ever tasted in your fucking life. Nice. The way that we just leave the thing like it's $20, leave the fucking thing. Don't take the vitamin C away from you. I've been snorting blow for 3 fucking weeks, and you want to take away the container.
How was the bacon?
Everything, Lee. I mean, I don't think I went really. In those days, they had so much selection. And to this day, you have been dealing with the best thing on the menu was?
Yes.
The Rice Krispie treats.
Oh, I love Rice Krispie treats.
I would kill a motherfucker for a Rice Krispie treat there on a Sunday. Sometimes I would go in there before I'd eat the regular food. I'd eat like 22 fucking Rice Krispie treats and shit.
You did the whole tray.
Oh my God. Let me do some shout outs real quick. First off, Bob Vegas, thank you for the box. I love you with all my heart. I gave you a call this morning and I saw that you called and I'll call you back. My man Fat Jesus, my brother from a different mother, always got my back. Mr. Jeffrey Collins, my man Matt Homie, Adam Osmark, BJJ today, Natasha Disick, Savage, Gordon Tara, fucking Xavier, you know what your name is, and my man Frankie motherfucking Parada. The dates are, I got no motherfucking dates. I do Sacramento, guys. I come home, I relax with my family for the holidays. We'll still be doing podcasts. But like I said, I'm gonna get the fucking ear surgery. I can't get the fucking date yet because of the hospital, but I should be getting it this week. But I'm here with you motherfuckers till the end. You know what I'm saying? It's no big deal, guys. I'm in at 6, the doctor said, and I'll be in the car by 10:30.
Oh, your favorite.
Yeah, the one thing, it's just like the other thing. They gotta leave something in there. For 4 days, I'm gonna have like a little fucking antenna coming out of my ear. If you know me, you know I go for myself. I do, and hopefully we get pot smoke to come out of the tube, and then we'll fucking break the fucking internet. But that's a complete different situation. I've been getting a lot of different. It's a time of year, guys. It's a time of year where you fucking go off the deep end mentally sometimes. You know, you're counting the days. You're financially not gonna fucking make it. You know, you got cousins, and nephews and nieces, and you're stressing out the holidays, and you don't have a job or whatever the fuck it is. But on top of all that shit, guess what? You lost somebody. Like this year, we lost a lot of weird, different people that in some way or another you had a connection to. You know what I'm saying? From Chris Cornell to fucking, Ralphie May. You had a connection to these people. You grew up on Chris Cornell. You actually heard Ralphie May spill his thoughts and words, you know. Whatever. For me, it was Ralphie and so on. God, so much. It's also like I got an email yesterday. I had to get a bunch of email, Mr. 10 Stacks. People, Pablo Lingus lost a father this year, There's the time of year, bro, where you go into the holidays thinking, it's my first holiday without my people. And it's a fucking horrible thought, because you know that on that holiday you're going to break down. This is your first holiday without this individual. Trust me, I went through it. I wouldn't talk to you, Mr. 10 Stacks' mom is going through something, and he wanted to know what he should do, and then it's been lately, the last 2 or 3 weeks, it's been an array of emails of either deaths, ODs, and your family, and the holidays are coming, and this is it, the deep waters of life. The first holiday without your peeps. You have no idea, because first off, you think it's going to be so bad, but then you get there and you try to uphold the tradition guys learned from me, and I learned from you. I've been tormenting Lee now for I don't know how many fucking years. And you know what, guys? Lee has picked up a weird thing in the last 6 years. And it's not his confidence. It's not that he's got a girlfriend. It's not that he eats more edibles. It's not that, oh, I don't like Lee because he whines. I had the pleasure of going to watch Lee on stage last week, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, I don't blow smoke up your motherfucking ass. It just wasn't great comedy. It was sensational comedy. It was so sensational that it was offensive to me. And that's when I realized how sensational his comedy was. Lee Syed had the cadence, and I'm not making fun of him, I'm not making no joke here. I gotta tell you something, that night you had a weird cadence of Bob Kelly, Louis C.K., and just...
Are you joking with me right now? Like,
no, I'm not joking with you. Guys, we went to this place called The Fourth Wall. This fucking knucklehead's been going there for the last 3 weeks on his own. You pay $5, you go for 5 minutes. And, you know, I say to Lee every night, Lee, you got to do something with your time. I didn't even know he was so serious about it. So this knucklehead, 2 or 3 times a week, he goes down there and pays $5 next to a sushi place and a bartending school. On stage for 5 minutes. So last week was home for 3 nights. In my house, there's a slight lull, but there's not enough time to do something. But there is enough time to do 5 minutes, especially when it's around the corner from my house. So I said, Lee, do me a favor, pick me up, and let's go down to the Fourth Wall. It's next to the 7-Eleven. I'm about to go there later on. Me and Lee torment that fucking. We've been going there for years.
you just knocked on the window and blew off my head. I'm so scared.
He's just weird. There's a fucking Russian dry cleaner in there that I take my action to. I love with all my heart. There's a sushi place with it's like a question mark. You know, the rating is like a question mark. It's like you're on your own. You know what I'm saying? And then there's a bartending school, and there's this place, and you look at it, you're like, I'm not doing comedy there. Let me tell you something, guys. This is where comedy begins. And I wanted to go back in there and just watch what open mic guys look like again. I'm doing it as a business now, guys. And when you do it as a business, it just sucks dick. And you want to just take it back into the places where you just went up there and told jokes. And there's no fucking, it's just straight up comics, and you get to express yourself. Somebody's parents call. You don't want to pick up the phone even though you love them because they call you 8 times a day. Your father calls you and tells you about the lunch special, and your mother calls you to ask you if you watch these videos. I mean, and the cadence and his patience up on stage was just brilliant. I mean, he just did all this stuff that was so original. That I was blown away. Like, I had to go up there, like, I had to go to that fucking Lee now, you know what I'm saying? But, what the fuck, Lee?
I haven't done it, like, that much. It's, but, like, as a spec, I never thought I was that kind of funny. And I still don't even think I'm really that funny.
That you weren't that
Like, to be honest, the things I said about my parents, that's the first time I just said that
oh
night.
my God, that they fucking, he picked up his father, and on the way back from the 405, that was enough. Now, if it was up there, we would have taken him right back to the airport. I mean, he was good. Now, I got offended because I got no parents. So I'm thinking this fucking guy's a dungeon Jew. I ain't even making fun of his parents. He doesn't know how lucky he is to joke then. So, but it was so crazy how my button got pushed for 2 minutes because I wish I had parents that called me 8 times a day and I could fucking torture them too. You know what I'm saying? Like I would flip it on them. If I was you, I'd flip it on your mom for sure. to start loosening her up. Started calling her 8 times a day? Yeah, ma, I just smoked this fucking joint that would kill Jesus and blow you back. That would kill it? Yeah, but no, this is it. Now you got, because that means she don't want to hear from you now. You know what I'm saying? She don't want to hear Now you're flipping the tables. You see what I'm saying? This show ain't about odds and ends. We're flipping the fucking tables here. And the last thing I want to talk to you people about is my boy has been, we had a discussion maybe 2.5 months ago here, and we spoke about different thoughts he had going on in his head, in his life. And you could tell, I could tell something was going on. And he came out and he spoke. And then he went, psychiatrist fucking visit. How's it going, my brother? Oh, great. Exactly 3 months or 4 months. And it's open for a therapist. And I didn't have to do that at all, really. I went on my insurance. I called a couple, and she initially told me she didn't know she had time for me. I went in once, and she reminded me of my aunt a little bit, so it's kind of a little bit familiar. And it's really great. So sometimes, and it's weird. Sometimes I judge when I'm telling her, I'm like, oh, this isn't that bad. Like, as I'm saying it, it sounds like I am whining. Like, that's what I don't want to do, even to her, but like, there hasn't been, I don't think I had a breakdown or anything, but there hasn't been, it's just been nice to talk about the little things that are usually just, I'm going back and forth all day in my head about. It's nice to just say them out loud. Sometimes I don't even listen as much as I should to what she says. It's just that me saying it, I'll think, oh, that's what I should do about that. So it's nice sometimes just to vocalize it. And it's just working on different things that like, she's working, it's something that I actually like. It's kind of like how you had, when you had the Island of Serenity. She was talking about how I have like things that, like stresses that get in your life, or things that you worry about, or things that I overthink. They will all go into one pool instead of, I should have a pool with my girlfriend, with my parents, with my work, and I should separate it. And with my brain, it's just a constant. Like if I let myself not be busy, it'll just go pretty much all day. If I let it, sometimes when it's bad, just thinking about things I should have done, even in one of my courses, I have a pretty good memory, so I'll remember stupid stuff freshman year of high school, but like, oh fuck that guy, or just just stuff, negative stuff about me. It changes so often, but it's nice to be able to have someone tell you, like, you should figure out ways to separate your stresses, and it'll help you like manage your life rather than it won't seem so big. You feel better now? Yeah. I mean, I'm not on any medicine. She hasn't even mentioned it. I don't want to stop. I definitely like going. I like going once a week. I have to miss this week, but I'm going to go twice next week. I look forward to, because I've had that issue for my whole life. I've always felt that it's very weird that I'm doing a podcast, because when you say bully, you think of like beat up, like, and then like, I don't know, your shirt's ripped, all that stuff, and that stuff like happened a little bit, but not. I was just more like in a weird, nerdy. I was always fat. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Because I had the same issue. Were you bullied physically, or were you bullying yourself mentally? Did you think they didn't like you? Or did you think that they looked at you differently, or that
like, and it was a mix of me probably thinking they didn't like me, but it was also like, and who knows, there could be people listening to this right now that grew up with that could say I'm crazy, but it just, I never felt like I really like belonged, or like I don't know, like occasionally I would go to like when my mom was, when your parents schedule play dates, there's that, but once you get to middle school and kids start scheduling their own shit stuff, it kind of slowed. Like I would never, the way you didn't want to do comedy, I didn't want to call someone up to hang out. Like I don't know, it still freaks me out, and so I never really, I didn't talk much, I guess. But I learned that I'd like to be like the goofy fat guy, I guess. And so I would talk, but it wasn't. I always had like one best friend who I would be even sort of open with, but not fully open. It's hard to be open when you don't really have like a lot of close relationships, I guess.
You know, a friend of mine called, I grew up with, and he said, I finally listened to your podcast. He goes, in fact, I listened to like 10 of them. He goes, I know why you like that fucking kid. And I go, why? He goes, he reminds you of Luke, doesn't he? And I go, yes, he does a lot. And the stuttering. I understood the stuttering because when I first became friends when we were 15, when he approached me the first time, it was to ask me if I'd slept and messed around with his girlfriend. And at that time, he would beat me up, and no doubt about it. But when he came up to me, he wasn't scared of me, but the stuttering. So I knew because he stuttered, I could lie to him and go, no, why the fuck would I? And it's so weird how when people stutter, and I goofed on loops all those years, you know, everybody did the stutterer, and you know, when we went to the movie theater that time, and Robert Plant was singing, the song remains the same, like Lebrano, you know, all that shit. But I knew that I liked you because not that you had an insecurity, you wanted to say something, but you really didn't. You know, that's how Lou's always see him, unless I got him fired up. But that didn't mean nothing. I loved her as hard as was. Till today, I talked to Lou's, you know, once a fucking week. He calls me on Sunday nights or something.
Is Luke's different with you than he is with like
Other people? He still talks to me. He doesn't talk to anybody anymore. He hides. He doesn't want to see anybody. He don't know nothing. He got a job as a high-lift operator and a company promoted to a truck driver. And he's happy as fuck. His father passed away. His mother got put like a old folks home, and she's loving life again. And he has to move out of his house. He's got about a year to move out of his house, so he's just living there by himself. But what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? That's great. I'm happy that you went to the doctor. You're getting some out of it. I thought you were gonna go for 3 weeks and then not go back because you'd be intimidated. That's the first step to get to the next level.
And it's nice because there's really, like, I don't know her from anybody, and I guess there's always a pressure with people that you know that, like, how they're going to react to what you say, or what they're going to think about it, and there's not really any of that with the therapist. Like, they're not going to tell anybody. If they tell anybody, they don't know me, so it's like, sometimes, like in life, like you said, where you would lie to everybody about what you were doing, not tell them. There's no reason to lie to her. Like it's, I'm going and I'm paying and being there for myself. You just tell them the truth, and they help you work it out. And they help you like just realize just weird things, just like little things. Like I'm just like. Just like even weird things that, like, I always think that people are mad at me, which is weird. And one thing that she said that really stuck with me was, like, even if they are mad at you, like, so what then if they're mad at you? And then, like, you realize, like, nothing really nothing's gonna really come of it. And it kind of helped me. I still forgot about it sometimes, but it's a nice way to think about it.
I'm happy you went over there because I could see that you're smiling. And then I would leave you. You look like Colby Gus. But you're back. You're taking those classes now.
Oh yeah, the
Which
gym.
is sweating a lot better today.
Body attack and body combat.
You're going out there and seeing people. People are seeing you in the room. And they love you. They love that you're there. They don't give a fuck as long as you're there. They don't like the motherfuckers that aren't there. Because then they're already in the moment, you know. They're like, why should you have an excuse where it's weird when you work out in a group like that now? At first you don't wait, you become friends with three other people. And they'll come up and you go, no, go to 11:30, one with the other guy. Class is way better. And all of a sudden you go there. That's what happens. It's like anything else. But they gotta see you in those classes.
Right.
And then it's a fucking mess. It really is. I'm proud of you. I'm proud that you went. I'm proud that you started the podcast. That you had, you were struggling with this. I'm also very proud of the stand-up guys. You know me a long time. I wouldn't talk like this. It was smooth that night. The shit about your dad was money. The shit about your mom was money, you know. And then we only had 5 minutes and you were happy. You had time. You did it. It takes a lot of balls to do it. I just told you tonight how hard of a time I had. And 27 years here we are later with all that fear. It's still fucking there before every show. I thought there was going to be a fire last night that was going to cancel last night. And I was like, oh my God. But, you know, it's like I never want to get on stage, but I really fucking do, you know. Like I never want to get on stage, but I really fucking want to do, you know.
And does it make you feel better?
If I'm not on stage in 4 nights, it affects my personality and who I am. I gotta get on stage every 4 nights. It's like I can take time off. I might be able to take a week off or something like that. But after that, I gotta get on stage quickly. I feel the difference. Because all that shit stockpiles in my head.
All the stuff you want to say.
Yeah, like now I got the notebook. You know me, dog. I'm at the place. I sit there for a little while. I write. I order breakfast. I eat it. I make a few calls. And once the food is gone, I write again for another half, 45 minutes. I get the fuck out of my system.
Right.
So,
I've been scared to go to any other open mics. That's the only one I go to.
that's all you need. For right now, that's it. That's your little own personal commitment. That's what people will fuck up when they start going outside the realm. You're there. Do it for another 3 more weeks. Do it till the end of December. And we're another one on Tuesday night where there's a bar and you have to go. You may go up before 1 in the morning, but you gotta get there at 9 and buy 2 drinks.
Okay.
Okay, then you gotta do those. Those are always a pleasure to do. You know, that's the kind of shit that, you know, or you gotta show up with 10 people. Once you get 10 people anywhere, they'll come support you anyway.
As weird as it sounds, like the thing that stopped me from doing it for so long is like I wanted to go somewhere. I like going there because no one knows who I am.
No, it's perfect. Nobody needs to know who you are.
Right. Not that I'm anybody, but I don't want them to just laugh because
It's funny how, you know, people think they have to act. I'm very proud. I'm just thinking that I started like a stand-up. And I stuck with it like a fucking savage. I'm very proud. Especially after I told you the story today. I thought, you know, that you knew how much it took so long for me to get the courage to get up on that fucking stage. It's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. And you know what? I'm lucky that I told Felicia to drive home to San Diego last night from the final little show with my band, Wheeler Walker, which, that was the toughest room.
really.
San Diego was tough on me. Orange County, they were a little on the weird side, but I'm like, what the fuck did they fucking Wheeler Walker's filthier than me for 45 minutes playing music. And like I said, I stayed the first night. He was fucking, you know, I listened to 2 hours with you.
Yeah.
I lived in nothing. We had one fucking jam. And we walked out there. And then I watched some footage on YouTube. He was great. He was great. And Tuesday night I hung around for a little while and went music venue. You know, standing the fuck up. Watching that show after doing just the difference in the rooms. Like they were like you said, they were yellow little room. I'm in this little tiny room. I feel very safe. I couldn't imagine doing something like that. Well, that's where people are wrong. This is like the beginning of jiu-jitsu. Why are you sparring every day with a black belt if you're a white belt? Right. Same thing. You're just going over there for a little time just to get your basics down, get your 5 minutes down. Now, in a few weeks, then we send you to the barracudas. You've already been. You were at my taping. You've been on stage thousands of times. So that's like going backwards for you, but it's good that you did it. Because now you're getting out of the way. Right. You can't go backwards now. Now you've done open mics. And you've opened up for me at Guy's house. You've opened up for me when I shot the special. That was crazy. Yeah, so it's amazing that when I first met you and we started the podcast, you said you did not want to speak on the podcast. I did, yeah. I still, even now, it would scare me, I think. And now, 5.5 years later, here we go. Doing open mics. Motherfucking pride. So I did get mad at myself. I was like, oh, I should have started the open mics 4 years ago. I don't think it would have been as good. I think I needed to. Yeah. First off, you watch a lot of specials. Yeah. Which I can tell when you were up there, you got influence from different people. All of them good. I put my finger on Louis C.K. and really? Yeah. I don't know much how it's believed, but okay. So it was really interesting to see. But anyway, like I said, I got a shout out to Mr. Ted Stacks for his mom. You know, we're a family. Like I see that the church page is cleaning up a little bit. People going there with more straight stuff. We got to take them down. But the emperor of the church, Dickie Sayat, put his back fucking together. But anyway, we got to take 2 steps to the rear and get out of here. I got shit to do. I got to go to my daughter's ballet class, so please don't mind me. And then I'm headed to Sacramento for my last weekend of the month. But we'll be back Monday and Wednesday night. Wednesday night podcast. Prepare to watch it. It's going to be a 4-hour, 5-hour podcast here. We're going to have food. Rick Ramos is here and myself. And we're going to show you the 10 films you need to watch over the Christmas fucking holiday just to get it out of the way. From Boogie Nights to The Exorcist to the whole fucking thing. We're going deep on Wednesday night. We might even take some hallucinogenics. Please got to have the scenes prepared. And it's all going to be beautiful. But like I told you at the beginning of the show, listen, it's the holidays, the New Year. Let's start it off with a clean asshole. Enough is enough already. All you want for Christmas are some clean butt cheeks and a clean butt asshole. But when you got excess bone cones, a.k.a. fucking dingleberries, hanging from your bowels, you know what I'm saying? And some fudgy pudding smeared all over your fucking nutsack, behind the nutsack. You ever notice you got that little brown ism back there? That's what happens. But you don't need that to happen because you can spray that all away with the Tushy bidet. You follow me? Ooh, it's the perfect asshole cleaner than a white Christmas. They now come in millennial pink and blue, and they just added more colors so you can add to your bathroom to give it pizzazz. People come over, they take a piss, they see that you got a color fucking Tushy, and they go, this guy's got fucking class. Me, this guy's a fucking savage. Anyway, here's the deal, alright? Hello, Tushy's gonna take care of you. The way they're gonna take care of your asshole is the way they're gonna do with a dirty asshole. Let's pretend you want a 69. Who wants a 69 with you? Nobody. Because your asshole smells like fucking one of those fucking, anyway, no matter what your asshole smells like, none of your fucking business. It's not good. We're just talking here. But anyway, for the sake of giving somebody a different Christmas present, everybody gets socks, everybody gets fucking ties, everybody gets who needs all this shit? Go to HelloTushy.com right now. Like I said, they got fancy colors, and they start at $69. Santa can afford that. Stop wiping your ass with nasty fucking toilet paper and get clean ass with Tushy. HelloTushy.com and use the code CHURCH for 10% off your order. Listen, was gonna be tip top magoo. Take that from your Uncle Joey. Number two, like I said, you gotta be up on your fucking supplements. And that's where Honda comes in. The Alpha Brain, come on. 100% money back guarantee. They don't want the money back. Hemp Force Hemp Protein. Thank you so much. Come on, cut it out. Stop fucking kidding yourself. It's a new year. You got new beginnings. Let's go. You need some fucking help with your cardio. A little Shroom Tech Sport. You travel for business. A little Shroom Tech review. Go to Honda.com. Go to the supplements. The fucking jerky sensational. The MCT oil is off the fucking hook. But you gotta try it to like it. You understand me? They're the best supplements in the market. Go to Honda.com right now. Press in church and get 10% off your order. And stop fucking around. And don't forget, you go to joeydiaz.net before you go to Amazon. No, before you go on Amazon. Go to joeydiaz.net and click on the Amazon banner. So we can leave a nice little Christmas present this year, right? We can send them away to fucking Long Beach, excuse me, somewhere nice in Long Beach for New Year's, all right? You know, we gotta take care of Lee on this side. Now he's gonna switch governments and start doing a podcast in Russia and take all of Trump's information, whatever the fuck it is. But listen, hopefully I'll see you motherfuckers in Sacramento. If not, I'll see you around town. I love you, cocksuckers. Have a great weekend. Thank you for listening. Stay black, Uncle Joey and Lisa Ayat. We love you.
This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes and all of the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Our listeners get their first 2 meals for free. That's right, free. Just go to blueapron.com/Joey and start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. That's blueapron.com/Joey. This show is also brought to you by Texture. Texture is offering our listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. When you do that, you'll gain immediate entry to all the top magazines, including back issues and bonus video content. That's right, just go to texture.com/Joey right now to get a free trial of the app Texture. And the show is brought to you by MeUndies.com. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey and get 20% off of your first order of their great underwear, socks, t-shirts, all of their great products. Shipping is always free in the US and Canada, and you can save $8 a pair with MeUndies subscription plans. That's MeUndies.com/Joey.
Oh shit. You bad motherfuckers. Monday, April 4th. A little something for the Jews. Get up and dance, cocksuckers. It's all about you. Oh shit. Out of respect
was when I was high with you, and it was before a podcast, and she got pissed. So even now, I'm about to be 28, I'm still scared of my mom. A little bit.
You should be. It's not like scared, but you respect her judgment. Whatever. Mom got your back and shit like that. So you should be a little fucking scared of moms. You follow me, cocksucker. What else? Older, you worked out this week. The weekend with mama. Yeah, the prayer with me Thursday night. Prayer was fun. Prayer was a lot of fucking fun, man, this weekend. I'm starting to love doing comedy again. You go in the ups and downs like anything else in life. You just go through ups and downs. You do something so much. You take it for granted, and you don't realize how lucky we have that I'm allowed to write jokes and go up on stage and fuck around with you people, smoke pot and take pictures afterward or whatever. It was rough going out and seeing people this weekend. The only people who knew waited and came around the back. I got a lot of tweets of people who were pissed off, but you're right there. That's the kind of club that you're right there. I don't want to take pictures of people on the street, cars going by. That's how people get hit by fucking God. Somebody got hit there. Right? Years ago, somebody got hit out there. One night, people were taking pictures and shit, so I'm always scared to go on that Brea fucking boulevard, whatever it's called. But besides that, it was great. Great people came out, dropped off some albums, you got a little suavecito, shaving cream. I'm excited to try it. A little something. They got me hair products for you, obviously. Go fucking hairless. Not making money on it.
No, I don't mind it at all.
You just show us to shave your head, so some people came down with some great weed. It's really nice to be a part of something nice for once. I was always a part of all shitty things. And it's always really nice. Like, somebody was saying the other day, I had PTSD and I giggled. And it's like when I leave the house, I always expect the worst shit to happen, so I'm not disappointed. So when something really nice happens, like those 3 nights, even in the green room, even Jack Jr., Johnny Rock, and Tommy Easter came down Thursday and fucking blew it up. Tommy Easter fans.
Oh my God.
He'll come here for a fucking year. I'm really proud of him because he lives in the van. And I like the kid. A lot. And I'm trying to teach him something from a different angle. Because he's seeing it. He's seeing that everybody down there that he's doing these little open mics with is coming from a weird angle. The first thing when you choose any career is to choose the right attitude going into it. It makes it a lot easier. This is from a fucking old beat up guy. I had so many jobs and so many great opportunities, but I went into a bad opportunity. I went into a bad attitude. It's not bad attitude about it. No, I was not negative about the opportunities. I was weak-minded about the opportunities. I never gave my chance to blossom. Before you give up an opportunity, give it a chance to blossom either in your direction or the other direction. So you know exactly where you stand before you really give up on it. Somebody offers you a job loading trucks. It's 12 to 9 at night. Your girlfriend's miserable. She doesn't get to see you. It's always little things like that you have to make a decision. So sometimes I get lazy. The word isn't lazy. I get complacent. That's why when I first left the store in 2007, I was very happy because it gave me a new chapter of comedy. And it really did. It gave me a chapter of comedy without the store. 7 years, a completely different chapter of comedy. And I looked around and I started going to the Haha and I developed this little act late night because she let me work late. And next thing you know, Gabriel called me to do that show, and I was doing Wednesdays in Brea, so there's always something going on, and I don't know, you do get complacent about anything. I forget people. I know people drive, like my friend Timmy was driving for a while, he wanted to do something different. If you don't get them, I don't ever want anybody to give up on your dream, but after a while, you have to take your dream and do different avenues with it. It's still that same dream, but you're doing different avenues with it. At the same time, I don't want you to give up like I never gave up. I'm not going to lie to nobody. Mentally, I never gave up. Sometimes on the outer core, in 2009, I didn't know what direction I was taking this before podcast, and I never really gave up, just readjusted everything.
It's amazing that there's not more, even with your life coach or something like that, job mentor, whatever it is, it's amazing there's not more of it, because that's the entire reason why I am paying a lot more than I need to right now to go to the kettlebell class. You told me, buy some kettlebells and just do them at your house and have them
situations that I don't think about. And I had to learn the hard way. How many times do I fuck in situations that you know nothing about? Why want to get into that situation for? And you know this going in, and I'm so proud of you for that. You can go to kettlebells on Tuesdays. Hey, man, I do those kettlebell things. I sweat on my mother's beer. I put a time around me. And I count them out because I don't only cheat myself, but a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people in life don't know that. You know, we were kids in gym class and we do push-ups and we do 14 instead of 20. And we look when the coach turned away. You only cheat
I was the
yourself.
king of that. I was the king
King of that.
Oh my god, I would never do any like hard work.
No, why would we? I'm not even putting the blame on you. Why would we? If they're not looking, why am I doing this? This is what character is all about.
But then when I would say that, my mom especially would be like, the coaches always look like the coach, even if they're not looking. They're like if they're a good coach, they'll look. They'll see that.
They know.
Like that's why
They know by
when
your
you slack
work
off the work, your boss knows.
So at an early age, you're starting little bad habits, which we all do. You don't think I did? You don't think I did 9 sprints instead of 13? You don't think I just sat there and touched the line when he turned around? I'm fucking lying to you. Yes, I fucking did it. But then you keep doing it. It's how long you keep doing it, Lee. You can do it till you're 50, like I almost did. Or one day you can stop when you're 26, like you actually did.
I've done it with. I appreciate the compliment. I've done it with some things, and it's like
You can't do them with everything, but eventually the percentage gets higher.
okay, that's all you have to keep working for.
Get older, the percentage higher. For 9 months, I walked around with that fucking book. Thank God, Gordon came. I got to think about what I really wanted to write, and I read a bunch of stuff. And I said, this I don't like. There's books I read on pages, so I just throw away. Like on pages, like it's not going to get better because I don't like the style of writing. There's so many things. And then I started doing it. That was the frustration. Once I started doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sentences a day, an outline, my life changed. Because I'm working towards a goal. And I never understood that at a young age. Boy, did it fucking kill me, Lee. Boy, did it destroy me. But then again, I wouldn't be here with you. These are the things you learn along your life that I wish most people would listen to this. You know, there's a lot of people that your father yells at you and says you're going to be a bum. And your mom says shit to you and you don't listen to them. Right. That was me with a mom. That was me. That's a kid with a safety net. You know, he would get up at 7:30 and stay in bed till 8:30 smoking cigarettes. I never saw that in my life. He would sit in bed for an hour, listen to Howard Stern. You know, Howard Stern is great, but he ain't putting a dime in your fucking pocket, and you ain't getting nothing from it. That's it, and you're 20-something.
A lot of people. That's honestly why I like this 9 a.m. class because I would sit there on the phone.
Since I met you, how many times have I been tormented by get out and listen?
The entire time.
I would think what the biggest secret of life is. Getting out of the fucking house. Get out of the house. Get out of the house. Nobody ever repeats my jokes, Lee. Nobody ever repeats the stupid shit I said. But do you know how many times people come up to me and whisper in my ear, hey man, thank you for getting me out of the house. Nothing good happens on the couch unless you find change. And I'm satisfied with 35 cents under your cut. I don't care if you go to the bar and put a newspaper on the yard. And make believe you're looking for a job at 9. Just do me that favor. For the first week, just get out of the house at Monday. Even if you just go to the corner, hit the mailbox and walk back, go right back to sleep. You took a shower, you ate, you made some notes, you wrote down your goals, and you got up and you walked. I don't give you home by 10:15. I don't give a fuck if you're home by 9:15. As long as you leave the house, because after a while, leaving the house catches on, it becomes contagious. And you realize, let me go for a walk, let me go for a longer walk, let me go for a look at this, a pizza parlor with a help wanted sign, and here I am walking around looking for a let me just start with a help wanted pizza job. You can accomplish something.
Absolutely. And you accomplish something, and when I get up now, like I had a dream this morning that you called me at 6:30. I was sure when you called me at like 7, or that you called me. Oh, you did call me.
But tell them what I said to you.
I couldn't remember. That's why. That's the one thing they called me at 6.
About fucking Jews are telling you to wake up.
Oh yeah.
That's why
I thought it was a dream.
I did that to like 3 of my friends this morning. They called back. What'd you do? Nothing. Don't worry about that.
soon as you got fun, like what he said.
No, I always say you sleep. You go, no, I was just thinking. Doing emails. I know it's something.
Well, not at 6.
I've woken up 10 million people in my life on purpose.
Why on purpose?
Because I gotta get them up. Gotta get up, cocksucker. You gotta get up.
But now I'm up. It's late for me on the weekends to sleep till 9. That's late.
That's no reason. You gotta get her up. You gotta have accustomed people around you to get up. And they'll get up. And they'll see it your way. Because I never saw it. If I got one thing out of dinner, if I got one thing out of my mother, he was getting up early to say hello to the sun. That stupid saying has stayed in my head since I was 4. She used to throw me out of the house. She used to say, oh, Bobby, that means get to the fucking backyard. We had no backyard.
Which means you had to go and walk around.
Get the fuck out of the house. When I'd be in the bar playing those stupid pinball games, she'd walk over and take the quarters off. That's it. Go. Out. Go walk. Go get hit by a fucking car. Do something. You can't stay here all afternoon in this darkness.
When you first, it's different because your mom passed away. But when you were away from that, did you ever like to stay home? Like, cause my mom was like that, and I rebelled later.
I understood where she was coming
Oh, I didn't.
from. Once it got down and dirty in my life, is when I found out how those things are. Got down and dirty. You know how many comics you're not doing nothing? I want you to take a fucking piece of paper and pencil and write down Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you pick out the open mics. Pick out 2, 3, 4. Pick out how many numbers there are and which ones are the more important ones. And you'll know which ones are time consuming, which one you can sit down out of. I just want you to get off the couch every night and do a spot. If you're a plumber, I want you to get up every night and do a kitchen. If you're a painter, go paint the room. All these things add up. You know, I used to, at night, when I quit high school, loser junkie is, thief, burglar, piece of shit. I still went to class twice a week from 7 to 10 at night. Took something. Intro to plumbing. I took a Tina Barrow fucking International Institute. Me and Tommy Russo, whatever that is.
Were you bring people to take classes?
Like a vocational school. I talk into it. I talk people into it. He took welding. I took plumbing. We quit after 6 weeks, but we still went. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand? If it's available to you,
Yeah.
take it. I just got something in the mail a month ago from, I signed up over here for kids thing at this park, North Hollywood Park.
You can't.
Well, behind there, they have a bunch of things. I got something for vocational people with this age, with this type of income. You get a free vocation. So what? You gotta go apply for a job. So what? You gotta sweep. Somebody's trying to teach you something. Go learn it. If you're on the fucking income level, go learn it.
I just read this thing. I know it's not that new. This thing where they're giving, I think, all employees tuition reimbursement for like Arizona State Online, which isn't Harvard, but free tuition to get a degree when you're like just working at Starbucks. How amazing is that?
You imagine you work 30, 40 hours, whatever the regulate, whatever the rules are, you have to work, and then take classes online. They can't hand it to you easy. They can't hand it to you easy. But then I gotta see what the guidelines are for Starbucks.
Let me look up. I think it was pretty lax. Like when I saw it, I was like, now accepting even part-time employees. Let me look. It just, but there was a big story about how a lot of people say, oh, like I had a lot harder when I was younger. College was easier, and people, young like 20-year-olds, are getting shit for that. And what they said is like something like 70 or 80% of kids in college now have either part-time or full-time jobs.
Yeah.
When they just, it was something like 30% back in the 70s or 80s. It's crazy what people need to do to get
With tuition,
college.
parents are having a hard time just sending their kids to school. The kids gotta help out a little bit. If your tuition's 20 fucking G's a year, well, you gotta help out a little bit.
And that's low. Honestly, that's low.
You got a job and you pay $5 grand out of 10 a year. I can live with that. I can live with that. You should be able to live with that. You're not taking school loans.
I was very friends were like split up, so the deal that we made is we each pay a third. So I got there's a lot of kids who are stuck with the whole thing.
No job to come out to. Look, you came out and you had a couple of different options. Right position, which I talk about a lot. Creating a position is always what advances the future in this shit. It's always when it started with one guy making a fucking iPhone. Yeah, or die, like just those. When you were a kid, if you ever write down how many different things you did, you probably went to ballet, you played football, you played baseball, you joined Aikido. You didn't like Aikido because your friend Nick went to karate, so you went to karate. From there, you wanted to play the guitar, but your friend played the guitar, so you learned how to play the bass, and you did that all for 2 years. We do all these things that we shed different things along the way, and we pick up all the things that we're strong in. So if you're a baseball player, by the time you get to high school, even though you lettered, even though you played bitty basketball, 13 to 50-year-old football and Red Raiders, you're not written down on one thing and work on that. Correct?
That seems like that's how my life went. My mom I always wanted to stay home all summer and just watch TV. I was never allowed to do that. It used to piss me off. She would sign me up for stuff. And in high school, I remember I got signed up. I hated it when I was there, but looking back, it was probably I signed up for the only 2 video classes at this vocational high school in the town next to me, at a summer camp for kids. And that's honestly, that is how. That was the summer before high school. Wow, that's great. I never thought about this. That's the summer before high school, and then starting freshman year, I took every video class they ever.
The more I learned how to speak English, the less television I watched. So by the time I was 9 and 10, my television skills were very limited. I couldn't wait to get out and talk English. I couldn't wait.
Okay,
I couldn't wait to get out and see a new word. At that time I was putting words together in my head. I remember by the 2nd grade I had learned pretty good English, and I was getting good grades. I was taking aptitude tests and passing them. But I couldn't wait. It was different for me because I couldn't wait to go outside and speak English. I couldn't wait for those things. TV really wasn't. I think in the 1st and 2nd grade, before I got like a little after I had a little lunchbox, before I went to karate, it was the only time I would stay at home. I would go home, eat like a sandwich, and do a little homework, and then I would get walked to karate 3 or 4 days a week on the Upper West Side. So I was always one of those guys that I watched TV, but it didn't dominate me.
I love
And as I got older, then there came a time when I got settled and I watched The Honeymooners. But that was at night. That was after 10:30. I never really got myself into it. I watched Sanford and Son Fridays at 8 and 9. That was a certain time period for me. I watched Chico and the Man. But that wasn't going to happen every night of my life. I would watch Welcome Back, Kotter, or there was a movie on the White Shadow. There was a show on CBS about a white coach and a black basketball team. So I definitely watched that because I was into basketball. And I wanted to go to college. So I wanted to see what the lifestyle was like.
Was it you just not liking TV, or was it like a rule from your mom?
I think it was a combination of 3 things. Even at an early age, I liked television, but I didn't like the control.
What do you mean?
I didn't like the control it had over me. Because I would sit in front of that TV for hours.
Oh, easy.
That's why I hated Star Trek. I'd go through something else. Like, I just hated it. The more I did it, I hated it. Even today, I come home, I'm doing a couple things. If my wife is in the living room working, she's got the TV on, listening to CNN or whatever. And sometimes I'll sit down. The most I can sit down in the daytime is maybe 15 minutes. So I won't watch anything. I'll just sit there having a conversation with her, thinking about my next move. But I'm really against that. I'm against a lot of things that have held adults back over the years. When an adult talks to me about The Simpsons, I get very aggravated. When an adult, I really do. Because these are things that hold. When I see 2 adults talking about The Simpsons, I want to stab all fucking 3 of them. This is me. Do I hate The Simpsons? No. But this is just me. There's so many, these super fucking hero movies. They're eating my insides out.
But why does the subject matter? Like, for example, so why is it okay to go see?
Because you're an adult. After 11, you take the hat off with the fucking propeller, and that's it with the fucking superheroes. That's it.
Okay.
There's no more towel around your neck. How old are you when your towel doesn't work around your fucking... About 12? shooting, and those parents were there with their baby at the Batman shooting in Colorado.
Yeah.
I would have pulled them out and shot them both in the fucking head as parents, because that's the best thing I could have done to those two fucking scumbags. Okay? That's the best thing I could have done. So both of you go to see Batman at a midnight fucking showing with a newborn fucking child. This is why I don't like those fucking dumb movies. I wouldn't go see Batman versus fucking Superman if you fucking paid me. After the first Batman, there's no more reason to keep making Batmans and suckers to keep going to see him. Spider-Man, same fucking thing. I can't see this shit. I can't see it. It destroys my fucking insides. Okay? You went to see karate movies? Yeah, I was 13. And once I was 13, I realized people can't fucking fly no more. People just can't jump off the floor and throw a 12 sidekick at 22 fucking feet. I saw a movie one time with a guy had a treasure chest. They threw it up in the air. And also he landed on top of it and he caught the treasure chest. There's no reason to watch that anymore. That's how it worked in my life. And part of it was I got my light shut off, so I had to decide what was important and what was not. But I'll tell you right now, when something like Superman versus Batman or like that, or something like that does well, it breaks my fucking heart deep down inside, because it ain't 9-year-olds with a balloon that are going to see that. It's fucking dummy adults, and every time they go, they're gonna make another one of those movies. When you create those markets, they keep making them. They get worse and worse and worse. 600 million people for Spider-Man versus Superman, and nobody liked the fucking movie.
Marvel has their schedule up until something like 2020. I know I saw a graphic about it the other day.
It's amazing.
What about Comic-Con? Because that's old. I don't think they have kids there at all.
Listen. I like the celebration of things. How long you know me?
5 years.
I ever go to one of these weed things?
No, not that I know.
No. You know how many times Jordan used to beg me to go to Comic-Con and sign autographs and go along the short?
Every year?
You know how embarrassing it would be for me to do something like that? Or sew shirts, or sew posters from some movie and sign them.
How long do you think you'd last?
15 minutes. I know this going in. I knew that 10 years ago going in. I love the people who reach out to me and say, hey, we're doing this thing. It's a Marvel Fest or a Reefer Fest. Good luck. You're not going to see me there. You're not going to see me there. Even if you pay me, you won't fucking see me there. I don't want to be around that many people smoking dope. I don't want to be a part of it. I believe in smoking a joint from time to time. I don't want to see 400 people bouncing up and down like, I don't want to see that. That's a completely different situation for people faking their eye, and their eyes are faking their clothes, and then they giggling like fucking retards. I don't like that either.
It's getting back to kind of what we talked about the other day. We're just cutting the fat. But the other side of it is,
I've been smoking dope for 30 years. I've never acted like that. I've never gone to one of those things, and all the times you went to my home, you see a magazine with weed on it.
no.
You see posters on my wall with weed and stickers or anything like that.
No.
But I smoke more than anybody.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like going to see the people when you ski. You see people all dressed up and ski gear and the whole fucking thing with the goggles and they ski for shit. It's like people who you go see them do comedy, they do credits for 20 minutes, they go up there and they suck. That's what I do on stage. I don't want no credits. Just tell Joy Diaz. They know I was in movies and stupid fucking movies and stupid TV shows. You come to see a comedian, I'm not going to recite my fucking credits and to try to impress you with smoke. Let's see what you got on stage, fat boy.
that is interesting.
Well, I'm a different cut. I'm from a different cut. I've always made it difficult on myself because I've always believed it's a discipline. Every part of life that you move forward is a discipline. We spoke about John Jones last week. The exact time was 11:49 at night, or 11:50. The fuck are you doing out at night? He didn't check his car. He's happy to do 1,000 things. All this shit. And the cop was a little picking on him in the fucking car. What else stems from being out after fucking 9/11? You got a wife and 2 kids. The fuck you doing out? Nothing's gonna. That's a mental thing. I'm not going out no more. I'm gonna take this car. I'm gonna light this fucking car on fire and bury it in the fucking desert. I mean, he is the least least you want when you're under that supervision is that fucking type of car so people exactly know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
Go crazy and get 2 keys and light that fucking car on fire. Get a blue one and a red one. I don't know what the fuck it is. You're just a black dude with a fucking kid.
He hired a driver today. Did you see that? That's what he said.
Big fucking deal. It's too late now. Because now he's got that one strike against. That means the next one he gets locked up. This could all have been avoided.
Yeah.
This could all have been avoided. He's looking at, you look at the fighting potential, you look at all the shit he's got going on top of that, he loses millions for his family. Like, go ahead, don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. You go right from the fucking ring, right to your shower, you take a shower, you go to a press conference. What? You don't like Dana, they don't like you. Oh, you got to assume that.
Yeah, I mean, he must be pissed at him. Right?
Well, it's not pissed. Everybody's disappointed, but I'm not disappointed at John Jones. I'm disappointed that he doesn't have somebody in his corner and say, listen, after 9 o'clock, that's it. Take that fucking car and shoot it. Give it to somebody. Give it to a black school.
But how would you react if someone told you that?
What?
Like if someone came to you today,
Guess what? What? All that time, I have probation violations for snorting love. Not for being out, not for over. I never got over that.
but don't you think John John's probably think, well, like you just go let out there.
Well, we're not together since day one of this cocaine line. People always have to get you when you're on cocaine. Okay. And the fumes of those feelings will be 9 years. And I still feel sometimes that people out to get me.
Do you think that stems from all your cocaine?
Absolutely.
That wasn't there before?
No, absolutely. It's always there. It's always there. But that sort of thinking over the years that makes it become a permanent scar and a permanent way of thought. It's like doing an arm bar 1,000 times. You get muscle memory. Ronda Rousey can get pinky and do an arm bar on you. It's the same thing if you do it to your mind. If you keep telling your mind you're a piece of shit, you're going to be a piece of shit all your life.
I do that. Well, I think every medic, for anything, if someone doesn't reply to something, or I'll have, when I'm at home, I'll give Paul my phone sometimes and show them a short text like, was that rude? He's like, no, they're just not responding yet. I always think someone's mad at me. I have no idea why.
I'm the same way. And I love it.
Why? It drives me nuts. Why do you love it?
Because if you think of the situation, you think of why they're mad at you. And sometimes not even mad at you.
Most of the time they're not.
They just got stuff going on in their lives.
Oh,
But it's amazing to see where your mind goes.
mine goes to the worst,
Mine
most
goes to
evil.
the worst fucking things.
Oh my god, it's terrible. Like I'm trying to work on it, and I can talk myself down and be like,
Well, yeah, now you all worry your wife was mad at you.
yeah, well, yeah,
She's mad at me. She's mad at me. She's mad at me. She didn't like the way I talked to her on the phone. She's mad at me. She wasn't mad at you.
no, yeah, it always happens. It always happens. And it's not even just her. It's you. It's Steve Simone. It's anybody.
You know, sometimes you ask me, you mad at me? No, I just answer the phone. I'm doing 1,000 things. Your family, so I can tell you to go fuck yourself. If I call you back in 2 fucking minutes, I'll have to play a facade with you. There's nothing worse than you're doing something and somebody calls you. You have to take that call now. And you're doing 1,000 things, and he knows you're not focusing, and you know you're not focusing, and you're trying to type. Somebody called me today, and I was at the end of a fucking paragraph. And I had to get the phone because he had already called me last night. So I had to get the phone. Just picked up and go, hold on 1 second, finish that fucking paragraph. I got me going. I'm sorry, dog. You called me in the middle of something. I don't want you to think I was being rude to you.
Right. And he knows you're busy. So he probably wouldn't have even, he would have understood if you called him back in 20 minutes.
Listen, you don't want somebody calling you twice unless you fucking hate that guts. I don't want you to think that I'm avoiding you. Sometimes you just can't pick up the phone with that. I have 3 people in my life that call me at the worst of me. But if they fucking call, I'm fucking doing something. You know, it never fails. It never fails. It never fails. If I leave my phone myself, I used to be that agent used to call and shit and take your audition. No,
Yeah.
nobody calls me for business. The babies are fine. So unless you want to hear chit chat with a child yelling at 7, same thing from fucking 7 to fucking 10. I'm walking the baby to school. I'm not going to pick up the phone and talk to you. Not at all. Not even if it's my age. Because I'm walking up the street.
And you have to pay attention.
And I got to pay attention. I got my child with me. I got no time to look into a fucking phone and play Billy Dally with somebody. In fact, I don't even take the phone when I walk to get to school. Because I'm with my wife and the kid. I don't give a fuck unless you get hit by a fucking car. It's nothing to do with me. I know you're home. So I don't give a fuck where the world is.
Right. It's scary. It's scary how much attachment we have to our phones. Our friend Becky.
That is why I leave the phone at home.
Right. Becky, our friend, works at a flotation place, and I was thinking about going, and she's like, okay, it's about between an hour and 90 minutes. I was like, I couldn't. What if Joey called me? Like, no.
Like, an hour is perfect.
Right.
An hour is only no wait. You can call your mom and go on the phone or something for 2 hours. Don't fucking drop that on me. And you call your dad and say, don't drop that on me. If you hear the phone ring on the other arm, you know it's some Joe jerk off calling. And what do you follow me? So I know what time people are going to call me. Listen, my agent don't get until 9:15, 9:30. By that time, I'm back. And the other people don't get until 10, 10:15. So I have no reason. I talk to you what time?
7.
It's over. I leave the phone, I come here and I write, or I go drink coffee and I write, or I go outside and I write. I don't need to talk to nobody on the phone. I don't need to talk to nobody on the phone. When I walk to the school, the phone stays at home.
Is it really?
Yeah, when I go to jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I'm with my family. What do I give a fuck? What are you going to call me and tell me? I don't know already.
Or what if you, like, had an emergency? Like, you
Well,
I don't know, you fell in my way. Like,
I'm not taking the fucking phone.
Okay.
When I take the fucking phone, she texts, she does all that nonsense. When I go to jiu-jitsu, phone stays in the car. Unless it's 90 degrees, then it stays in home. Why would I take the phone until my fucking place is working out? For what? My daughter's at school and my wife's got the phone. If something happens to her. If something happens when I get out at 1, I'll pick up the fucking phone and call you back.
Yeah.
No, I forced myself not to have that piece of shit on. Somebody was mad at me this weekend for all I message you on Facebook. Number one, dog. I ain't got Facebook on my phone because I really don't give a fuck about it. I got 2 things on my phone that matter: my personal email and Twitter. And I'm about to drop Twitter.
Really?
Yeah, that's it.
Just do it straight from home?
Just do it straight from home. I don't want to be on Twitter when I'm out of the house. I don't be anywhere. I don't care less about none of that shit. Once I'm out of the house Saturdays and Sundays, I'll on Twitter. If you message me or it's on my timeline, I don't know what's called, you're in no danger. Don't bother me on Saturdays and Sundays. I don't even look at Twitter. That's the discipline, so I don't get controlled by it. I don't want to get controlled by that dumb shit.
Yeah, it's and like how much you probably don't, but when my internet goes out, it's like World War III.
Well, you get the notebook in the basic pen. It's even better for you.
It's even better for you.
You go back old school.
I'm too busy resetting
It's
my
really
browser.
weird. You let control what you want to control you. For 30 years, I know what it was to get control. I was addicted to fucking heavy-duty cocaine. I didn't mind that control. That's a subliminal control. Those little addictions where you try to make plans, but you don't. Like I make me school. Like, man, let's meet tomorrow for coffee. I don't think that's a good idea.
10 was too early for you.
I was up. I was in no mood to talk to you.
What time would you be in the mood to talk?
Whenever it was something to do about cash. And I was going to get another package.
Cash o'clock.
Cash or Coke at those days. I didn't give a fuck, you know.
Jesus, and now it's completely different. Like, what do you have now? Does weed control your life like that?
There's nights I have a joint left. 10 years ago, I'd be going crazy. Now I just go fucking every time I smoke a bowl time. And a lot of times I don't do the morning joint because I got no weed.
Oh, so you used to go crazy because you didn't have weed.
Once I went to prison, I fucking controlled my weed consumption. I knew that you could give it up at any time. You know, I think last year I stopped smoking for 3 months.
Well,
I smoked the vape pen.
well, yeah, you took edibles.
When I broke that mold, I still broke that thing, and then I realized that vape pen don't do nothing. Excuse me, I do a real smoky, you get fucking stoned to the gills.
Oh, yeah, you really do. Or the hash.
Yeah. It's different, and that's why I used to say, look, for a year I've told you to get out of the house early. Now, you love it on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Oh, I
Matter
can't
of
wait.
fact, now you can't wait. It's a trap. The house is a trap.
to write inside? If you could
Because
outside?
I can write anywhere. I smoke dope, but what I'm saying is the comparisons of energy.
Okay.
It's like sometimes I like to go to jiu-jitsu. But then some days I step outside the house and I'm like, I'm going to go to jiu-jitsu. I'm going to go to Hollywood Park at 10 cents a 10. Kettlebell swing with a couple cleans and a couple squats and I'll walk around one time and get this vitamin fucking D that God's given us. Outside.
And every once in a while, God damn it, we're paying to be inside. It's cold out here. I'm outside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the sun's shining. You know, it's nice to make up a little bit. That's why I know like hiking. You know, hiking is just walking up a fucking hill with a stick and a sweater on like a jerk off. The weather's nice today. What are you fucking talking about? You have to go walk up a fucking hill.
Yeah, I'm running gun. I can't see that either.
You know, getting up early, going up there with a bunch of people and the girls dress a certain way. Have you ever taken a walk up there?
No.
Listen, you've never seen an LA sheep until you go up there.
I've heard of it. Yeah,
I went there one time in 1997. Okay, the girl I used to date then was one of these dumb fucks that used to like all that dumb shit. You have to walk. And I said, what are you fucking talking about? I started blowing in your ass till 6 in the morning. You want to go for a fucking walk? First off, you gotta walk up fucking, 6 blocks of city streets. You know that, right? You gotta walk. It's all uphill. No sun up there. Then once you get up there, you walk in. And now it's not like that no more. There used to be a dog park where fucking Funko does yoga.
Yeah,
When Steve does yoga there used to be a dog park when I got there. So when you're doing downward dog, you're sniffing some fucking dog fertilizer shit. Alright? Then there was a table there. There was a couple of tables there. I had just got here. In 1997. I didn't know what was what. I just kept my mouth shut and looked around. And I remember being up there. Like, I think I went up there maybe 3 times. And all 3 times, it was the same batch of stupid fucking chicks sitting at a desk. Like a picnic area. 3 tables. And sometimes it was 1 table, one time it was 2. But it was the one batch of the same goofy ones. And you could tell either they had snorted blow till midnight or they went done coke and then they'd go make themselves up to go to Runyon Park. And they'd wear the hats with the Tonys and the ponytails sticking out of the hat to really be fake. And they'd sit there at that time when I moved here. What was hot? That movie Titanic was hot. It was just out. Leonardo DiCaprio was out every night. And these girls would call him Leo. I had a dog then. Carol had a dog. Let the dog loose and Carol would walk and I'd wait for the dog. And I could hear these jerk-offs talking about how Leo had to be over last night. It was tremendous. He played music and he was the DJ. And in those days, Jack was still slinging dick.
Jack Nicholson?
Jack Nicholson was still having young chicks.
Was he like in his 50s or 40s?
Something.
Yeah.
Well, he's 70 now, he's 50, still getting caught. Still having these shit. They were talking about Jack. Well, I went to Jack's last night, man. They would just sit there. That was it. They would go over their lines. They would make believe they were rehearsing. In those days, there was a lot of auditions, a lot more. And on this table of girls would just sit there. I'd never read my lines in public, though. Like, just so people could see, and they would be outside, and I just stopped going. Like, that just wasn't my bag. I couldn't, even then, I hated that. Bringing your lines outside, reading them so people could stop you when you read them. Oh my God, I love Leslie Collins. She's great. You know, get the fuck out of my fucking face.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible. But it is, and you said this was going to happen. It's nice now that I go to the same class every day or every week, and it's always the same people. There's a few people, like 5 or 6 people who are always there, and I'm getting really friendly with them. So it's when they're not fake and when it's not a whole bunch of Hollywood bullshit, it's really cool. Now, I'm sure it's happening with you at Jiu-Jitsu now. You've been there like a month or 2, right?
And this is January 4th.
Oh, wow, okay.
Last time I went to VMAC was January 3rd. On a Sunday. Take a look and see if I'm not lying to you. So I get my dates right and I'm like bullshit people. I think that's what it was.
Alright, 2016. January 3rd was a Sunday.
Yeah. I went guess I was with you in the jiu-jitsu. No, I had broken it up a couple times, and I went one time with you, and I went home. And that whole December, I was really disturbed because my jiu-jitsu was getting worse. My breathing was getting worse. And I just wasn't getting nowhere in my jiu-jitsu, and I got really down. I didn't tell nobody. I just went home and wrote about it. Like, what am I going to do about this jiu-jitsu then? I was having a hard time breathing. I still had the fears. You know, every time I went to jiu-jitsu, I still had fear of what was going to happen. And I went online, and I was going to go to Street Sports in Sherman Oaks to try them out. I was going to try out John Bell. I was going to try out Checkmate in Burbank. There was a couple schools. If I stayed in town, I would try to catch class. So I would put me at 10 times a month. That would still be good enough. Not really good, but at least I'd be a little more consistent than I was doing now. This killed me from like September to December. I love G-Mac. Oh yeah, it's a great place. I love the kettlebell system, but I have a Monday and a Tuesday and a Wednesday. John had a Monday and a Wednesday. So I didn't know nothing about nothing. I fucking kept going to John, and then some Wednesdays I would go to him, John Chuck, whatever he could. But for the most part on Wednesdays I couldn't go over to help anymore, guys. It was killing me. I was leaving at 10 o'clock and not pulling back up to my house till 1:30, 1:45. Oh yeah, that kills your whole day. That kills my whole fucking day. You know, and if I was a UFC fighter, yeah, I'd go to Ethan Machado. But I'm a fat bastard. I just want to get flexible. I just want to get my cardio going. I want to get this fear being on my back. And I knew I needed to do something consistent. So that January, like that last week of December, I wrote out the pieces of paper what 4 schools I was going to go look at. But I did one last thing. I called Eddie Bravo like I'm Eddie. And I said, Eddie, do you mind if I paid for a black belt to come in at 10 in the morning in Hollywood or in HQ and teach jiu-jitsu? I said, absolutely not. But then, no, you know, because I don't want no fucking jiu-jitsu, jiu-jitsu. I don't want no fucking kettlebells. I don't want no fucking weights. I don't want no fucking motion. I don't want no fucking strings. I just want straight jiu-jitsu, bro. They said like that to me. I gotta be honest with you. My feelings got hurt. I didn't talk to Eddie for like 2 or 3 days. But then I thought about his words. Now here's Eddie. He's been to Abu Dhabi. He's competed. He's fought for everything he's had. You know, nobody liked Eddie because of his no-gi and his transition, what he did to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. People got mad at Eddie. He didn't stop Eddie. No, Eddie kept going and going and going and going. Telling me in a way that day, you know what, Dokes? Joey, as he called me, I don't want none of that shit right you. All I want people to do is jiu-jitsu. And I thought about that for a minute, and I go, wait a second. I'm so fucking scared of jiu-jitsu that if he called me and says, hey, let's go deadlift and do the elliptical, I would not go to jiu-jitsu and go do the elliptical with you. I did everything I could not to do jiu-jitsu, even though I just went and did the most I could do. Do you know what I'm saying? When I was training with you, you said once to me to do Sunday and Monday classes. I liked them because we didn't do much. Yeah, they were a little bit easier because I was going to the Tuesday and Thursday day class, and Hassan is fucking a monster. He's so flexible and so amazing, and he does some things that I right now just can't do. And it was hard. It was frustrating because they wouldn't even. The classes were small. Like they couldn't come over. But they were small. I getting a lot of attention. Yeah. It's a great school, but it was just I wasn't at that level. And the one class that I should have been able to go to Tuesday every week, 6:45. Yeah, 6:45 on a Tuesday, and it was tough for me too. I don't blame it. I'm sitting on the couch with a baby going, I should be a jiu-jitsu, but I got a fucking family. Right. I'm not going to the UFC. I got to figure out a way to do this where it works for everybody and I profit. I was ready to quit jiu-jitsu. Last December, I was ready to quit jiu-jitsu. I just didn't know what to do and how to break it. I didn't want to get on a one-on-one to go to jiu-jitsu. I had to go to jiu-jitsu someplace fucking close to me. And those fucking little classes were not working. John Budd's a great teacher. He was teaching some great things. It just wasn't working compatibly for our body. You know, it was me, you, and Nick. That's it. Nobody. When I was doing that, I was doing it to see if anybody else in the school would show up on Mondays. And we could show VMAC, hey, we got class at 10:30. But it never plateaued. So I was frustrated. So one night, I already had my list. I'm going to take a week off from jiu-jitsu and figure this shit out. And I got a call from Bert Bryce, and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing a spot at this tonight. What do you?" And I go, "Not those. Why don't you come do a spot?" And I went down there, and I was at the Light Victory and Magnolia. And I look over to the side, and I see Legacy Jiu-Jitsu. And I said, "That's my friend Alberto Crane." And I go, "I can't go there. This fucking killer's there." Again, fear kicked in. I went over the fucking bridge, parked at Flappers, went did my son. On the way back, I made a U-turn and parked in front of our brother's school at 11:30 at night. And I looked in there, dog, and I got so intimidated just looking at the place.
Well, then at 11:30 at night,
Got
by
in my
yourself?
car, looked into the glass. He probably got me on tape. Who's that fat guy with the kickboxing
Bloodshot
side?
eyes.
You know, this is how scared I am, man. And I got back in the car and I made a left. And I waited for the next morning. I went on their website. And they had class every day at 12 o'clock. And guess what that told me? I have no more excuses.
Yeah.
They got me. I timed it. It was 13 minutes from my house. I could leave at 20 to fucking 12 and be there, stretch out. And I've been consistent 2 to 3 days a week since January 4th. I only gave myself 6 more months doing jiu-jitsu. I said if I don't get it together these next 6 months by August, I'm quitting. And I love it more than I ever have. Really gotta get to it. That's my addiction right now. And I'm not losing weight, but I'm getting one like I'm losing. You can see your body's changing. Yeah, my body's changing. I'm baggy and my shirts are baggier.
I love that. It's the same thing going on with me at this new kettlebell place. And you always used to say that you have to do different things to change your body up, to trick your body up. And bro, I've been fat my whole life, so I had people, everybody would tell me, "Oh, you need to do this to lose weight, you need to do that," and I just got great at just yesing them, but not even listening at all. And you were always big on, "Can't you do the elliptical? Can't you do the elliptical?" And I think the reasoning that's good advice, but I think the reason behind it is different for fat people, because for me, it's not that to shock my body. It was, if I had never done jiu-jitsu, I would never have done kettlebells and found something that I actually, me enjoying something athletic is not supposed to happen. In a million universes, that's not going to happen. But that's what I think it is you have to go out. If I was 300 pounds again, I would tell myself, just try a bunch of different shit. Because a lot of places have the 1 week free trials. I would just do 10 of those things, because you'll find one thing that you fucking like. And now, me at kettlebells at 8 in the morning doing, or at 9 in the morning doing 6 get-ups, and then today was killing. We did get-ups, then we did clean, swing, clean, press, squat. We did that 5 times on each side, 4 times. Oh, Dave's a fucking man. He's the best. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Like through the third set, I wanted to stop. When I was done, I was like, that would have been a good workout. But because everyone else was in the class,
How long is this class taking me now? Seriously, 35.
it changes. There's some
35.
no, there's some that are longer. There's some that are 45 to 50. But he does some movement stuff every once in a while, which is as hard as fuck. Like we'll do push-ups up and down the gym, like these push-up walks. But it's usually between 30 and 40. Every time I look at my phone to see what time it is, because he doesn't have a clock. I'm not disappointed, but I'm like, oh, this could have gone a little bit longer, and we could have done a couple more things. Oh no, I don't have my phone. Oh no, I just have it because I don't want my phone overheating the car. That's all.
Put it on your sweater. Don't look at it no more.
Oh no, I don't look at it ever. I'm just saying after the class.
Oh, after the class.
After when I'm going to do that, and it was cool today because there's a new girl now. She just started. She's doing great.
What you were doing 4 weeks ago, right? Not the low man in the totem pole.
Yeah.
That's gratifying to a degree. Like even for me, like when I first started going, Roberto Crane's place, Legacy. If I could, I was pretty much happy. Like I'm the type of guy that sits a little cold.
celebrate in your head?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Those celebrations make me stronger in all the other aspects of my life. I know for a fact there's times I'm on stage and because of what's going on with my jiu-jitsu confidence, I might turn the set around where I never would turn that set around 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, so you know well jiu-jitsu is giving you confidence
Because it's making me retain my guard. In jiu-jitsu, no matter what happens, guess what? Just go back to your guard and you got this guy. Now that gives you another set of opportunities. Same thing with comedy. If you're blowing it, stand, hold your ground, take a deep breath of fresh air. They're not going to say nothing to you. Keep a smile on your face. Keep a breath of fresh air. And start from scratch and think about your words all over again. And this is what jiu-jitsu's been teaching me. It's a shame I learned it at the age of 50. The damage I could have done in life if I would have learned that by the age of 30. And no matter what's going on in your life, retain your guard. Hold him by his collar, hold his sleeve, and breathe. Breathe. And all of a sudden, you're right hugging there. Well, Tony Bennett, Monday afternoon, we've been talking for a while. He's saying, what the fuck, guy? What do you think about that, cocksuckers?
Oh, someone gave that to us on vinyl, didn't they?
What's that?
Don't you have that on vinyl now?
Yeah.
I can't wait to get that on vinyl. I'll bring it with me. So cool.
Yes, I did. I'm telling you. Nice people came this weekend. They brought out, this was Jesse. They sent this card for me. Telling you, people fucking came out this weekend. Full force, Tony Bennett, I want to be around. I can't tell.
Look how young he is.
Yeah, this is 1960 something. This has to be 1963. Yeah, because this album came out on my birthday.
Really?
Yeah, check it out. Go ahead, press it.
Is the name of the album all over your arm?
Yeah. What do you think you do? You think I'm going to smoke up your fucking muffler? Yeah, I'm no joke. I am bullshit you. I'm going to come out release date.
Let's see here.
I want to be around Tony Bennett. What's the release?
Yeah, 18th of the year.
What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Wow.
So, let's see who dropped these off. Lee, my man, thank you for all you do. It's been awesome listening to you mature and grow with Joey as your guide. Ha. Keep kicking ass with your workouts. I know it sucks from experience, but it's something that will all be worth it. Thanks again, love Jesse Torres. For me, they wrote, been listening to you since Beauty and the Beast. Group you seen at the gig Corona, California with Jeff Garcia. Thank you for keeping a real dog. With love, Jesse Toto Torres. I love you too. Please for shout out to Nugget on Farms, who dropped off a fucking tremendous bag of weed. David and Kristen for dropping off Yolan Brothers, Suavecito Men's Products, Dawn of the Thread.com, Leia Hernandez, Sunny Lighting. I mean, we got some great people as always. Cleo, Waterboxer, Ookie fucking Spooky, my man Leon, you know. We got Casablanca Joe, we got everybody on there. My girl Tracy. We got my girl fucking everybody. I'm saying something.
We have a great group of people. It's awesome.
What's up, brother?
We have a great. It's amazing how, like, sometimes when I just don't have anything to do, I'll just go on there and start talking. It's amazing how cool these people are.
You know, what's that expression? You reap what you sow. You know, when somebody hits me up on Twitter, I can see the way they hit me up. They're being sarcastic. When they're trying to kick me off my wrath, or they're being whatever, and I see them keep popping up. That's all that matters to me. We team randomly. These are people that are there. They're there. You know, Joe, Kenyon. These are people that have been there for 5 fucking years with us, banging it out. Jesse Torres. And I know who they are. And every week we get 3 more of those fucking soldiers. That they get it. They get what we're trying to do. There's no smoke and mirrors. There's no goatees. We just talk to you from the fucking heart. You know, last week, we got a lot of emails this week. It's really weird what gets emails. Drug addiction spawns emails. Friendships. We talk about friendship, we got 40 emails. And fear. Those are our 3 topics of the show that I think the people get the most out of. When we talk about those subjects, you know, I just talked about being 53 years old, doing jiu-jitsu for 2 years, scared to walk into a jiu-jitsu school as a grown man. I bought coke from the KKK and I wasn't scared. Can you imagine not being, being that scared? I had to remove all those fears. I have all these fucking fears and I remove them little by little, whether it's the acupuncture. I'm supposed to go in for a needle for fucking allergies. They're supposed to take a drop of blood out. Those are the ones that are the worst. I'm just going to take 1 drop. Tell me you're going to take 2 tubes and I won't be able to see for an hour. Those are easy when they just pump the fucking gun. But these little 1 drops, I guarantee the chick uses a big needle on their face. I'm going to have to either go there tomorrow or the fucking next day. But those are the most, those are the 3 or 4 hard. We have probably music that are hard-hitting topics. Or, but this week I got a lot of people calling me and sending me emails with the same thing that you had going on. Not knowing where you stand with somebody, you know. Those are the themes I was getting. The emails were like, where do you know you stand with somebody and how to sustain a friend, you know, for that long. This morning they called Timmy, they called Roger, they called James, they called Devillo back to back to back to back to back. Jesus. And these are people I know for 30 years. You know, I called them at 5:36. Timmy didn't pick up. He called me back, but I was on the phone with James. And I had to leave the fucking house and go meet those guys to write and whatnot. But if you want to be a friend, if you want friends, you got to be a fucking friend. You got to get out there. You know, this year we had a birthday party. Me, you, my daughter, and my wife. I don't know why it wasn't really a birthday party. Solid fucking people around you. If you like solid, you'll get solid people around you. I always have a knack on that. Let motherfuckers know what point I'll die for you. If we get down right now and we start shooting, I'll pull the gun out, I'll shoot with you. As long as you don't rip me out, I'll shoot with you. You know, and once people know that, they're like, okay, now I know how I gotta act around this guy. You know what, I don't want to be around this guy. Because I don't want that much commitment. I don't want that much commitment, you know. But my mom was in a heyday. Whenever my mom made a score, hit a number, she would throw people money. And she would always tell me, I know when somebody is acting weird because they won't take the money because they know that someday they're going to have to give that money back and they won't want it. When I make a score, I always try to buy dinner for somebody. I always try to do this. I always try to do that to balance it out because the earth always takes its big. Always remember that, dog. The earth takes its big whether you want to or not. They're like the IRS. You pay for everything in this life. You know, I buy you lunch, you buy Paul lunch. Right. You follow me? It all goes down. Joe Rogan buys me lunch. I buy you lunch. You buy Paul lunch. Paul buys a lunch. Nothing is free. At least I'll buy my daughter lunch. And that's how this chain goes. You know, somebody needs, they do it out. You throw them a hand out. I hate when people know you're broke and they give you a loan. You're not going to get that. I'll get everybody thrown out of the house in a week. Send me an email. I'll give you step-by-step instructions. Now that person will never call you again. If that's what you want. Yeah, that's not what I want. But because I lost somebody, a wife, that I thought at the time was sacrilegious. Maybe I wasn't in love with her as much as I wanted, but I always believed in my heart I wouldn't fall in love with her. I'll teach you how to get rid of somebody if you want. I'll teach you how to get rid of two people. But I'll also teach you how to keep them. I'm fucking hard on my wife, man. Sometimes me and my wife don't see eye to eye. But every opportunity I can tell her I love her. And I can do something nice for her, I do it. this morning I got up with a problem. I told her what my problem was, and she goes, I was going to take Mercy to the zoo. I'll go to yoga tomorrow, and I'll cover for her on Saturday. And that's why she's my wife. And that's all I'll be in the casket, and she'll still be my wife. Because I know how to keep things together. I could have got up and told her what she was going to do. Like I used to 20, 30 years ago. I didn't. She saw what I was doing. She saw that at 7 o'clock I was already ready to fucking out the door. So she goes, what's going on with you? I told her. I said I was in a bind. I got to write this thing. I've never done this before. I really want to do the job. And if the babysitter's watching her, then I got to come over here at 10:30 because she's too crazy for running out. She's too crazy for us.
Oh, really?
I got to be in the other room at least to give her. Then I take her out. You know, if I'm going to get her. So I said, can you mail me out? So that means next Sunday I'm going to jiu-jitsu. Next Monday I'll take Mercy. And I'll take Mercy all day. And even though I want to go to jiu-jitsu, even though I want to go see this guy, even though I got to go to the weed store, I got to cover Mercy because that makes my wife happy. You follow what I'm saying to you? So I know how to keep things together. If I know you want to see me do comedy, I wouldn't have kept it. I told you that your wife, you've been with her all day. I can see if she's going to go home. She wants to come home to do something with her cousin. Then come home. Let's get some weed. Let's get some stars. We'll drive on the 60. I'll play loud music. I'll beep at people. We'll giggle like assholes on the way home like we always do when we beep. Right? You know. But I didn't know about the procedure. I knew nothing. I thought you were going to see her there. And I know during the week you don't see her. So if you don't leave her for 4 hours, like I said, it was the comedy store. And there was like a fucking dessert store in Hollywood that we could stop and choose. The fucking Jews, they eats over on what's that fucking really good place I took you to, where they're Israeli, where they sell machine guns behind the counter on Sunset.
Oh,
Roma.
Oh, yeah.
Aroma. They got the fucking dessert. See if we stop over there and get a nice dessert. By the time you get to the studio, you'll guts.
Right.
But you know, that's how you do it. And I don't know where women don't mind that.
And you were mine for 4 hours, but you're absolutely right.
Fuck you. I had to leave at 5 and then come back at 1.
Whatever it would have been. She was fine with it. She understands. But what you were talking about earlier, when you put something out there and you get something back, I did that. I stayed home. And then Sunday I had to go, Steve and I did his podcast. And when I got home, she cleaned my whole place. I didn't ask her. She normally, she's clean, but she doesn't do that. And it was just like, wow. And it was like, and then that made me happy, and I want to do more stuff.
You know, friendship, and you put your dick in their ass.
This would be a Valentine's Day card.
You know, a friendship is a relationship that you bang that person. You exchange liquids, you eat ass, you exchange meals, you know, but it's a friendship plus 3D. I didn't know this at 25. I was too caught up in them misogynistic. But that fucking world I come from, that stupid mind that I had as a 25-year-old, that machismo, I came from that because that's what I thought was the attitude. That's not the attitude at all, by no fucking means. And that's why, as fucking crazy as I am, and as much as I go off on the cable box and on the cats and how I'm gonna kill the cat or whatever, my wife puts up with me because she knows my heart's in the right place. Because I got married the first time. So I appreciate that you told me the truth. You know that, yeah, right or wrong. Rule number 1. Especially when you're a woman, if you like a why make a beef where there ain't nothing. You want to go out of the house for an hour and pick up something that articulates her, or if you make sure you go out to see a friend or some stupid UFC fight. Sometimes I'm sitting there with my wife, I go, honey, you have to be, you mind if I go to John Evans? And she goes, no, I don't want to see that fight. I'll shoot the John Evans, watch 2 fights on the way home. I'll stop making yum donuts. And I get a yoo-hoo. So when I walk in, I got a yoo-hoo on a donut wife. So she gets it. She gets it. That's the only way you're going to come back if you bring yum donuts. But 5 hours, even yum donuts won't save you.
All right.
Yum donuts can't bring you back if you're some woman's been sitting there for 5. First of all, she would have been asleep.
Oh, yeah, she would have been asleep. But we're in a weird place where, like, when you first start dating, and I've never lived with a girl before, ever. Like, whenever they're there, you want to spend all your time with them. But now she's fucking. I'm not gonna see her at all this summer. She's studying for the bar, so I'm not gonna can see her for our anniversary or my birthday.
What's your birthday?
The 20th?
How old are you gonna be?
Think about that. I know that's young, and I know that's a lot of people out there who are like, wait, bro, I can't wait. I'm 2 years away from 30.
20.
I met you, I don't know, I must have been 23.
I tell people all the time that for a while here, I was doing a show where I would come out here probably about 10 years ago today. 10 years ago, let me tell you what I was doing. And I got emails from people, oh, that was fucking crazy. Just to let people know the contrast in your lives.
Jesus.
What was I doing? What is it right now?
2016.
All right, so it's March,
April 4th.
April 4th. Sorry, that's how high I got on this show. 2006. Right now, I was going through one of the toughest periods of my life. Emotionally. I was lost. The longest yard had been out almost a year, and all the things that were supposed to happen did not happen. And it was just fucking traumatizing. It was traumatizing. This was the beginning of 10 years ago right now. This was the beginning of a funk that lasted till I had just gotten throat surgery. Yeah. I just got neck surgery.
The ball?
The fat ball.
Okay.
I was recovering. I wasn't feeling good about myself. I was not healthy by no means. Not even in the ballpark, guys. Every time I walked into the doctor's office, they wouldn't let me leave. And until my blood pressure went down, they'd give me the extra medication for me to walk out.
Really?
Yeah, I was walking around at 180 or 160 in those days. Now I'm walking around at 150, over 80, and after an hour, I'm down to 130. That's how bad this shape I was in 10 years ago right now, March of 2006, if I think, because Carlos and Joe had just had their beef, and I didn't stop doing blow till 2007. So that last year, before I stopped doing blow, was my year of just mental. I didn't know what I was going to do with my wife. Doing so well, we're at the 6-year mark, and we had just gotten out of a bad hole, and we were going right back into another cash-wise.
Oh, no. What was happening?
I got on the blow, and that was from the longest yard money. Now my resistance had gone up to the blow. So now I was doing 120 a night.
A night?
$120 a night. On the minimum. 4 nights a week. That tears into your fucking house, Jack.
Oh my God, of course it does. That's like $500 a week.
It's $2,000 a month. That's without weed.
And food and rent.
So that was the beginning of my hell. So see, a lot could happen in 10 fucking years. You know, you were just turning 18, right then.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, I was just about to graduate.
That's how fast it went. If you close your eyes and go, okay, from the time I met Joe Diaz, you got a podcast, you shot a documentary, you did fucking Lee's World, you did 3 sets of t-shirts, you started your own podcast, you got a movie podcast with Ramos, you got a girlfriend. That's a lot.
Yeah.
In a short amount of time, you've done a lot. That's a...
I said yesterday, I wish I had written a journal as a kid. I wish now I started a journal when I got together. That would have been amazing. But I got this email from this guy who said and actually you might want to do it, it's a brilliant idea. For his twin sons, he's doing, every day he's doing a journal for them, but what they do is until when they're 18, they're going to get like their child. I was like, wow, that's, looking back on all that stuff now, like when I saw 28, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? 28? I moved here 22, 23, just ready to, I don't know what I was going to do, but now I'm 28.
And before you know it, you're 32.
Oh no.
Then you're 36. Then you remember 40. Then you hit 42 and you start having some fucking doubts. You really do. You really fucking do, because you figure 40. Yeah, look at that. I didn't even know the number. 42. That was what? 11 years ago. Yeah, you start realizing, like, what? happened in 10 years. So if you're 26 right now, start thinking about how fast this fucking goes, man. This is a journey that goes fucking fast. I got back from Paducah last Sunday. I blinked and I was picking her up at the fucking airport. She even said the same thing. These are the fastest 4 fucking days of our lives. I thought I was going to miss her and it was going to be slow. It was so fucking busy. It was so fucking busy last week. I didn't even know where to start or where to end.
Do you still feel like what age do you feel? Because it just feels to me like kind of like what you just said. It feels to me like I got here, put my head down, start working, and now I'm gonna be 28 in July. And it's like, what are you talking about?
How old do I feel right now?
Yeah.
I feel better now than when I did at 40.
Wow.
Those 2 years, 3 years, along the shore when I was 418, I could go up those stairs like 3 floors. Every time I went to the doctor, it was a surprise. There was some scary fucking issues. I feel better now. You know, every time you do 10 push-ups at heads, you know, now I can do the warm-up at jiu-jitsu. And I think about me as a 53-year-old, the warm-up that I'm doing and how I'm surviving it. And, you know, I'm fine. I'm going to be fine. You know, age is what, you know, if you surround yourself with old people, you're going to get old.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get young. I'm not doing face jobs. I don't wear young clothes. I don't wear young sneakers. I don't do young things. I'm an old fucking man. I accept it. Now, it's not being old. It's staying young in your mind. It's knowing what the trends are.
Well, I'm like a 6-year-old in my mind.
I don't want people to think that, you know, I don't want somebody to say, you know, that I'm not keen on all the computer stuff if it wasn't for you. You know, yeah, I do the Facebook and the Twitters and shit like that, but I don't really, I'm not keen on like, I'm not really trying that hard to, I like the Twitter, it keeps the messages short, and I like the Facebook, and we move for fucking there. If I gotta take pictures all day, put them up, I can't.
Snapchat stories.
Yeah, I don't want to do none of that shit. I'm too busy in my day. What are the sponsors today? Let's start with Texture. I love these motherfuckers. My wife just went to the Paducah, and she said the baby fell asleep, and she was very happy that she downloaded the Texture. She got to read some magazine or whatever. But, you know, it's not a bad, you know, I don't read that many magazines as much as I used to, but my wife still does. So this was always great for her. But she says that they highlight certain stories. So, you know, listen, thanks to pizza, we all binge eat. Thanks to Netflix, we're all binge watching. But now with Texture, you can start to binge read. Trust me, it's all about one thing. When it comes to magazines, you know what you like, and the Texture, you can with Texture, you can get all the magazines you want in one super convenient place. Texture has completely reimagined magazines, giving you the articles and stories you really want, all in one place, plus interactive features, videos, and recommendations just for you. The Texture app lets you tap into the world's most popular magazines anywhere, anytime, in your smartphone or tablet. Breeze through your favorite magazines, including back issues, is you the most. Alright, it has made it easy to find articles you care about. I would just get to read, you know, Sports Illustrated and that's the issue because it's hard to get all those magazines. It's hard to get all of them. You have them at your fingertips. The Texture editorial team recommends content for me every day, plus I can dive deeper into personalized collections. Do me a favor, sign up for Texture right now and gain insider access to all the content of the world's best publications. The best part, Texture's offering my listeners right now, that means you folks, a free trial right now when you go to Texture.com/Joey. You'll gain immediate entry into all the top magazines, including back issues and bonus video content. Start binge reading for free right now when you go to Texture.com/Joey. Again, that's Texture.com/Joey. The Texture app is entirely digital, so it's super environmentally friendly way to consume the best magazines and articles. Again, start binge reading for free right now when you go to Texture.com/Joey. How's that for you fucking savages? Now, I tell you, if my wife likes it, she's a pain in the ass. But if she likes it, then and you'll be fine, all right? Listen, whether you're wearing suits or sweats, you spend almost 24 hours a day in your underwear. But instead of making a statement like Superman's tights under his everyday clothes, your underwear is probably boring like mine used to be. MeUndies changed that for me, and it's going to change it for you too. All right? Every pair of MeUndies is made from substantially sourced modal, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. When I work out, this is all I wear is MeUndies because it keeps my balls dry. Nothing can describe the fit and feel of MeUndies, but once you try them, you'll understand why they call the world's most comfortable. And if you don't love your first pair of MeUndies, they're free, no questions asked. MeUndies has dozens of styles and limited edition prints to help you make a statement with your underwear, whether anyone can see them or not. You go to some girl's house, you want to sling thick, you gotta have nice underwear. So here's what I'm gonna do. Shipping is free in the US and Canada, and you can save up to $8 a pair with MeUndies subscription plan. So bad. Get 20% off your first order when you go to MeUndies. Again, that's MeUndies.com/Joey for 20% off your first order. MeUndies.com/Joey. You're gonna love these like you people here. Where's the texture thing I have here? Because I gotta tell you people, some of the magazines you got there for texture. Alright, you got Vegetarian Times, you got Woman's Health, you got Yoga Journal, you got Trump Trend, you got the New Yorker, you got the Essence, you got ESPN magazines, you got Men's Health. Go to texture.com right now/Joey. Also, before I forget, one of the favorite things that we highlight here, because whenever they send me a box, I tell you what, man, I like these. I really enjoy the Blue Apron stuff, okay? This week, let me just tell you what Blue Apron has this week, all right? Meatball ragu. This is for the single, for the two-person plan. Meatball ragu, barbecue spice salmon salad. And for the family plan, you got mango crusted chicken, Swiss cheeseburgers on English muffins, and holly garlic cod with bok choy, okay? It's okay, you can admit it. The last thing anybody wants to do after work is wait in line at a grocery store, schlep home and cook a complicated meal. You gotta clean up and all that garbage. And I'll tell you what, expensive, unhealthy takeout is hardly better. That's what there's a new service called BlueApron.com, one of my favorite all-time companies, okay? And I'll tell you why. Because they deliver farm fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes right to my house. I'm a fucking moron. But because of Blue Apron, it helps me create a healthy, happy, handcrafted meal at home without going to the grocery store. And for less than $10 per meal, you ready? $10 per meal. Blue Apron sends you fresh ingredients, perfectly proportioned, making cooking healthy meals really easy and fun. No trips to the grocery store and no waste from unused ingredients. Plus, here's the best thing about Blue Apron. You learn to fucking cook. You really learn how to cook. And stuff that you will never, anybody can cook a cheeseburger, whatever. These are specialty ingredients that are normally hard to find. Blue Apron is perfect for date night if you want to sling thick, cooking with friends, and they even offer a family plan with kid-friendly ingredients so the whole family can eat well and have fun preparing the meals together. Each balanced meal is 500 to 700 calories per serving and so tasty you never know. Cooking takes about a half hour. Shipping is flexible and free. It's new. All right, like the one I just told you. Come on, where you gonna get meatball ragu and mango crusted chicken? Plus, you learn how to make that stuff. They work around your schedule and dietary preferences, and Blue Apron's experts source only the best seasonal ingredients for incredible meals. Like I said, the barbecue spice salmon or the Swiss cheeseburgers on English muffins. You'll cook incredible meals and be blown away by the quality of freshness, all right? So do me a favor. Blue Apron is the better way to cook. Check out next week's menu and get your first 2 meals for free by going to BlueApron.com/Joey. My treat, first 2 meals, they're on fucking Believe in Jew here. When you go to BlueApron.com/Joey. That's how much we love you. Again, another shout out to Texture, MeUndies, and BlueApron.com, all right? Thank you for watching the show today. I love fuckers with all my heart. I'm going to be home for a while. Helium, where am I going to be? In Buffalo, April 20th, 1st. And my man Crackers in Indianapolis, April 28th. We ain't fucking around. I love you guys. Another shout out to Lee. All my sponsors, Texture, MeUndies, and Blue Apron. And for everybody who listened to the fucking tremendous show today. I love you motherfuckers. And we'll be back Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock. B Square.
all the top magazines, including back issues and bonus video content. That's texture.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by MeUndies. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now to get 20% off of your first order of all the great underwear, t-shirts, socks, sweatpants, all the great products. And shipping is always free in the US and Canada. You can save up to $8 a pair with the MeUndies subscription plan. That's MeUndies.com/Joey. And go to BlueApron.com. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes and all the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Our listeners get their first 2 meals for free. Go to BlueApron.com/Joey and start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. That's BlueApron.com/Joey.
monster right here. He's gonna go find the zone right there, and boom, boom, right down. Maybe two guys. You gotta take the hit. You know the trenches on both sides of the line and really good. Third and 10. Here's Jackson. With big old 8. December. to use them equally. Arisa on the hole, Bucker on the third. The kick is good for 31. Back up to a 17-point margin. Not going to keep quickly. Touch the helmet again. That didn't look like anything severe. And he sits. Rush enters. This should be a really different point. We're at the new start. Punched into the ground, punished it out. Fourth and 2, Cooper rushed. That roll away down, fourth down. That doesn't do you any good.